clutch moments online.
All right, so the stats say don't play it. If you watch the games, they say don't play it. All right, let's take a look here at your scuff play of the game, Nameless, because this is Hydra, and this was a pretty close invasion before this 14 streak.
I mean, Hydra's insane, man. Like, he just gets behind enemy lines, finds a ton of kills. Like, once Hydra gets to gas here, just call it a day. Like, it's over with. Finds those kills, gets back towards middle, and just is slaying him out. He's got an SMG and an AR in his hands, and at one point, I thought he was just going to go 20 straight. If Ellie was able to hop on the point and extend this map, he would have done so. He had a streak in his hands, and he was ready to go.
And this wasn't shocking at all whatsoever, because Hydra has been the best control player throughout the Major 3 qualifiers. He has a 1.43 in that game mode right now.
What up, Drew, baby? How you doing, broski?
Happening today when we come back from break, it's your #1 team in the game. Atlanta FaZe puts their 11-match streak on the line against 8-seeded Heretics. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Broom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Call of Duty fans in Toronto, make some noise because we are back. It's time for the second fight of the night as we have the #1 seeded Atlanta FaZe, your Major 2 champions, ready to take on the Heretics, who snuck in our final week of qualifiers to steal that A seed, Alley Cat.
It was a great win versus LAG, right? It was handed so in 3-0, and not only that, their confidence got boosted in a couple game modes.
Nameless, for anyone who missed the pregame show, basically Atlanta has every advantage when you look at numbers over every other team in this league. But what's their identity right now down in Atlanta?
The identity is confidence. That's the main word. These guys, not only are they intellectual, they're also confident. They will challenge you. Everybody knows that they are sitting across from the best players in the world. And, you know, this roster, they're coming off of a championship. Not only that, they've beaten all the top 4 teams throughout this split. And they got the reigning MVP on their team from the last event, and he's only gotten better. This team has been unbelievable, man. And, you know, they just want to come in and they want to. Sim said he wants to win he'd rather win every major than win champs. So he's bringing the heat.
I love that answer, by the way. He wants to stay consistent all season long. They just won Major 2. This now makes it 11 matches in a row as they complete 7 matches in our qualifier, Alley.
Yeah, I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, their X Factor maybe in a BZ, 0.99 land KD, a 1.09 online, so a little bit of a discrepancy, but again, these are our Major 2 winners coming off of it, right? And 18-1 overall when a BZ has a positive series KD. We call it our like Celium plus minus to see, you know, what a player does well, if how much success they're gonna find. But on the flip side of that, they don't really have a weakness, right? I know we're going to switch over, and it's going to be the red flag as their invasion, search, and destroy. They're 0-2 on it. They have those losses to Seattle and Carolina Royal Ravens. They were fairly close at winter round 10s, but their map pool is so deep right now. They are in control of these vetoes in every single series. Like, that is their only quote-unquote weak point.
Yeah, and like you said, you saw the graphic when a BZ goes positive 18-1. Well, the last time these guys played, BZ was putting on a show. I mean, the guy had a 1.3, almost 2.0 and SD in control. Like, he was going crazy. So he's extremely confident in this matchup. But there's a difference, though. Real's on the team, and he has gotten better with every single match. We have just been waiting for Miami to show up on land. It has not happened yet. It could be today.
But will nerves get to Miami? Real, a rookie, taking the stage here at the CDL for the first time. Allie, let's break down the squad that makes up this Miami Heretics.
I mean, you kind of forget this stat is hanging over Real right now. 0-4 on land, 0-12 map win-loss. This was when he was a part of the team. But now you're heading into the major thinking you're the X Factor. That is a lot of pressure to put on a rookie who's about to step on that main stage for the first time.
Yeah, but also on the flip side of that, he's got nothing to lose. Like, you come into this team, you're in winner's bracket now. Everybody's playing better, and it's a system thing. Like, you got, you know, Lucky going crazy in the search and destroys. Vickel's been more consistent. And then the X Factor in your Monster Energy pregame, Real, like, statistically, the guy has been playing with the best of them.
That bottom line is ridiculous. 1 in 19 in maps when Real has a negative KD. They are dependent on their star to have success.
And that's not a good statistic, because when you think about it, you are banking on one guy to do well for the team's success. So on the flip side, the red flag is their control map pool. This is not a solid control team. They did win Karachi 3-0 recently versus LAG. We can say, no, that is, you know, LAG, but they're 2-12 rounds outside of Karachi. And so again, going up against a team like Atlanta, who has an unreal map pool, this could spell trouble for them.
Yeah, here's a look at the squad name. Sorry, real quick. We got Real closest to the camera. You got Lucky, the S&D god, but it's Metals there in the 3rd seat that I think we need to keep eyes on. He has been the energy of this team when they come to land.
Yeah, and if you think back to stage 1, like when they beat Optic, which was like their signature win, it was Metals who was taking over. Now, damage-wise, like, he's been able to do that throughout the season, but on land, he's had a massive dip in performance, right? So I'm excited for Metals going forward, and then also Lucky, as you're seeing right now, search and destroy, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 situation. You can count your money on Lucky, man. He's that guy, and that's been their best game mode throughout this split as well.
Allie, where can you take games from Atlanta FaZe?
Where can you take games from Atlanta FaZe? Right now, I don't know if you truly can anywhere.
Well, last time they played, they won a hard point, so you can take a hard point.
That's a good place to start. Karachi hard point, real hard point, though, Allie. I'm with you. My memory tells me that Atlanta's pretty good at these maps. 6-star, though, and Invasion for Search and Destroy. Can the Heretics take us to Invasion?
I mean,
Go ahead.
We're both just like, man, looking at this map set. I'm looking at the high-res control, and I'm already worried because for the sake of Miami, they're struggling in the slaying department, and that's all high-res is going to be in that map number 3, and they're already struggling in control, going up against the likes of Simp and Abizi.
I mean, Atlanta have 1 wrap on that 6-star search and destroy, so you just got to take that. And then somewhere here, you have to steal a respawn. Obviously, the statistical edge is going to be on FaZe's side, but you got to think one of the hard points, if everybody can play at their best, they can take one.
Keep in mind, loser of this match goes down to play Vegas, who's arguably one of the toughest teams in that elimination bracket. For now, though, let's look at FaZe's hard point statistics, because this team has been dominant. 10-1, that's first in the league. Average margin, over 60 points. When it comes to how many points they get per hill, it's almost 25 seconds.
I mean, they're top 2 in almost every single category. I think the only team that comes close right now is Toronto Ultra, and for Atlanta FaZe, like, their respawn looking this good is what is terrifying, because their search and destroy always gets, you know, by the end of the year, they always have it figured out. So
I don't know.
We've already hit this point.
There just might be an evil genius on the side of Atlanta FaZe when it comes to picking new maps, because, I mean, we got 2 new SMG maps. They've won 9 straight hard points. They've just been unbelievable across the board. And one map they don't like to play sub-base, they just get rid of it. And they're like, we'll square up with you everywhere else.
Getting rid of sub-base could be key against the Heretics. They win the weird maps, man, and today they're going to try and make it weird for Atlanta, throw them off their game, because in a fair fight, Atlanta are the juggernauts. Let's talk about those juggernauts, though. If we are going to put some emphasis on an individual to drop the most kills in game number 1 for Hardpoint, who do you go with? Is it Simp or Celium?
I'm going to say I'm going to go with Abizi.
You're going Abizi?
I was talking about it before. I mean, how many times have we seen Abizi or Simp basically take over on this map? But also Abizi in the series, the last time they played, went crazy against Miami. He loves this matchup, and he's a guy who can easily go on streaks. But really, it's like pick your poison, Ellie. Anybody can go off at any moment, which is what makes them so special and how they won 9 straight hard points.
No, it makes a really good point here. Abizi loves this matchup. He rocks a 1.27 overall in the specific head-to-head. And yeah, Atlanta won 3-1. You're right. Miami was able to take that map number 1 hard point on sub base, but again, that's not going to be in our layout. And the following was a round 11 high rise, but again, this was so long ago. We're talking back in February.
And you're talking about map 1 Karachi, like they're number 1 in points per hold, multiple different categories. They feast on this map, 10-2 on the season. You just have no option but to square up with them on.
So on the other side for Miami, who drops the most damage? I think Real is his chat's answer for who's going to drop the most kills. So who drops the most damage on Karachi for Miami? Is it Lucky or one of the ARs?
I might have to go with Lucky right now, because he's probably been, outside of Real, another one of the most consistent players on Miami right now. For Metals and V-Cole, it's been kind of up and down, which is weird, because at the beginning, the first iteration of this roster, they were both simply that guy for Miami Heretics, especially when it came in the respawn. So I'm kind of putting my focus on them when it comes to LAN specifically. Again, we're talking about a team that has yet to win a map on that stage.
I will say, they've had massive strides of improvement in their hardpoint through the last stage and into this one. They're a solid HP team. You know, everybody throughout the split averaging over 4,000 damage, right, Chris? So it is actually a fair question. And Metals consistently has been putting up that most damage for the roster. So to answer your question, I would go with him. It's just extremely tough when you're going up against Atlanta. And this is a Miami team that has only played Karachi 4 times on the season.
I want to give a big shout out to our production team keeping us rolling here up at the analyst desk, but it's time to cut the talk, and the players are finally ready as we get to our scuff pick'ems. Nameless, you've been perfect. It's your turn, Allie, to start first. Who are you going today? You're phasing up?
You told me to cut the talking, so I'm just,
phasing up.
Oh man, should I just do it?
Yeah?
No, I'm going Atlanta FaZe. Atlanta FaZe is going to win this series. I think it'll be a 3-0.
I'm going to go Atlanta FaZe. Well, I wanted to say Miami, but I can't do it. It's time to catch up to Allie. Let's make it 102 in a row, shall we, chat, as we send it down to the stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Toronto, you ready to get this second series underway? Let's get it going, because we got a down south matchup coming to the stage, and our first squad is looking to have a better showing than their last event. Get ready, because they got nothing to lose. Here comes Miami. Make some noise for the Heretics. We got Vickle, Metals, Lucky, and Real with nothing to lose. Miami ready to get it done.
I know Real's sitting there like, finally, at last, I can play on this stage and go off. Listen, the Miami Heretics have not had a good time on land in their home major. At the last major, it hasn't been fun, but these guys are new and improved. They've worked on every aspect of their game, and they picked up a young star in Real. Can he do it against the best team in the league? We will find out. Let's bring him out, guy.
It's time to find out, and as you said, they're the best team in the league, and they've been on a hot streak, but can they continue it? Here comes FaZe.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Oh.
You can love them or you can hate them, but make some noise for the Major 2 champions, Atlanta FaZe! Give it up for Stellium, Sam, Abizi, and Draza. From the south to the north, ready for war, Atlanta FaZe is here.
Atlanta FaZe looking to go back-to-back. After winning Major number 2, they are the first seeded team in Major 3 qualifiers. And not only that, they are #1 hardpoint, search and destroy, iciest team in the league. And on top of all of these things, they're going for a record win streak. This was held in Cold War at 13 straight. Let's see if they can do it once again. Let's go, Blaze.
It is absolutely electric here in Toronto on the main stage, and I'm ready to see a masterclass of something. And to take us on a journey is going to be Shift and Study.
Thanks so much, Blaze. Yeah, this is really, I think, for a lot of people, the most lopsided matchup we have in the day. Of course, by the seeding, it feels that way. And there are some records on the line. FaZe trying to extend to the possible highest win streak in series, whereas on the other side, Miami trying to avoid this major land skid.
Yeah, no, but Miami are hella happy that they made it to the winners bracket side.
Absolutely.
You're getting at the A seed, you give yourself 2 opportunities at this event, so hopefully you're not going to go 0-6 in map count. And it's a tough draw right off the rip. You're playing against Atlanta FaZe, who are the #1 team in basically every single category. You have Simp, who's the MVP, Stellium, who throughout the season is leading in hardpoint, S&D, and control. And there's simply nothing wrong with Atlanta FaZe. They are the best.
The list just goes on and on and on when we talk about these guys. On the other side, it is important to note that Real is not unfamiliar with playing with players like Luckies and Metals on land. They did this in Vanguard. And the interesting thing about it, when they played online, they found a lot of success when they were playing from Europe. But then they would get to land, not a single performance that even in Challengers, they were able to place above a top 24.
Yeah.
So that's not good news when it comes to trying to shake this Spanish land flu.
Especially going up against Atlanta FaZe, who are the best team in the game. That means you have to make sure you're on point from start to finish to take down these kind of Titans, because you're Ali touched on it at the desk. Their map pool is unbelievable. They only have to veto HPs for sub-base, control, it's get rid of Karachi, and even the Surge Destroy is get rid of Karachi. They are so damn well prepared on every other map that Miami just have to be able to square up with them on some of their best maps.
Well, we're locked, we're loaded, and now it's down to seeing what Miami we're going to get here today. Will the Real buff that we've seen online give them a fighting chance to at least stay competitive, especially on this first map, where again, Atlanta's going to be really happy to see the Karachi. They are so darn fast on the map overall, and they find ways to just dominate on the objective. On average, when they're in the hard point first, they're only giving up around 8 points worth of time to their opponent. That has to be something that is different if you're Miami trying to come out hot.
Yeah, and if you're Miami, you did play this map against 2 top teams so far in this stage, and they were really close games versus Optic and Toronto, and the one thing they stood strong on was their hold percentage, so you just have to improve on the breaking and the rotations to stay ahead of the game versus Atlanta.
It's a big shout. Let's see how it all turns out as we head on over towards Rubble for the first hill. Nades will land, but Vehicle opens things up for the top side over at AC. Stellium still staying safe over at Bricks, and okay, this heavy-handed Hitachi here for Miami down barrel side has worked out nicely for them to get the instant break back in.
Yeah, this is perfect because there's still 30 seconds remaining here at P1. You also have Lucky making sure no one's going to cross over on the left side of your mini-map off the rotation over towards next. But Atlanta FaZe, they're just trying to set up the proper break. Stellium's only able to take down one. Meadows is able to find a double with that AR, and Meadows is a guy that I really want to focus on because he's had so many different roles throughout this squad. He was an SMG, the first guy in, now he's running that flex role with the AR, and he has to play well for this team today.
Yeah, Beagle with the rival line in hand kind of start things off. He's done well to kind of hold off this Atlanta rotation around the back, so spawns will stabilize a touch here for Miami. Looking over the top at P2, but Abizi opens up space right through mid. Next hit for Atlanta, trying to contest right at the front doors. Abizi from both weapons, finding a way to get it done, and Ant's prediction on who may find top kills, top damage for Atlanta is turning out nicely as Abizi's already on board.
Yeah, it's a perfect start if you are Atlanta. Now you just want to execute this break-in to try to trap Miami in towards the backside of that dumpster hop. Draws is at least able to find the first, but Sem is waiting for the opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, does fall to Meadows, and Miami are doing a great job just keeping this scrappy so far.
Yeah, they're able to at least stabilize a touch. Yeah. You know, that first 30 seconds, not polished from either side's perspective, but now phased from the break angle, holding from the front, locking down this jump wall, and Miami are looking like they're going to focus on rotation through mid-map.
And this is where FaZe start to pull away with the game when they play like this. They're just so ahead of those rotations. They're making the kills a lot easier for their side, and Miami are just walking in to the pre-aims of the AR setup out of Atlanta FaZe. It's another clean 4 dead. Only 10 seconds remaining here at Cafe. Abizi is going to get shut down off that streak, but Atlanta fully set up over towards the next hill.
And the thing that FaZe, I feel like when we watch them in this major compared to how they played throughout the rest of the year to this point, is this qualifier stage has been, they're challenging everything. If we feel like we've got rotation, send someone out, go rogue, make life difficult for your opponent, and so far that's handled by Sim beautifully. 7-3 start. Abizi even late to the gunfight against Vehicle, takes him down for his 8th overall, and FaZe are comfortable in the first 20.
This is an opportunity for Miami. You just have to make these kills count. You got players going from every direction, but Atlanta FaZe finding the initiative in their favor. Now, if you're lucky, you just got to take your time over towards junk side. Hopefully, your team is able to win a couple gunfights on the other end, but he gets cut down, and Celium's already started with the body shooting.
Yeah, confidence has been key, and, well, you saw the smiles on stage. It looks like this Atlanta FaZe team is just ready to get to work. Abizi on 4. Beagle nearly his 5th in a row, but shut down. So now a chance Miami have to feel like they need to contest this and at least make life difficult on rotation, but Simp is already there. It's just another day, another dollar right now for Atlanta.
And you talked about Real online to land, so far sitting at a 2-8 start alongside Lucky at 1-9.
Yeah.
When you're playing against Atlanta FaZe, you have to be able to slay with the best. Basically wake up that day and play your best Call of Duty. But now off the rotation towards P4, Atlanta FaZe are right where they need to be. You're getting those back spawns. You also have bridge control, and Miami are put on the back foot because you can't really soak a lot of time here.
Yeah, not at all. Vehicles had a good start. That's really been the only thing to mention, though. And that's kind of surprising because when we were looking at the overall stats, he had one of the lowest KDs in the hard point for the team. He also had the most engagements and lowest damage. So it's like he's trying to get things done, but not winning gunfights. Hasn't been the case here, but the rest of the team just hasn't shown up yet.
Yeah, just a little late to the party, and Atlanta FaZe are taking full advantage of it. And now it's only 25 seconds here at P4. Just going to try to flip these spawns if you are Atlanta. You have one player in Sim working his way up through junk side, and then Draza working his way around that deep pinch. Is able to at least find one onto a car bomb, but this next gunfight is going to be massive.
Absolutely the case. Real just trying to stay tucked to the corner. Stun will land him easy. No problem there to find the kill. Beautiful overhead look in terms of how that was broken down. And the lead now starts to look closer and closer towards about a 100-point gap as Atlanta FaZe will get first in towards junk, and they have a full read on where this Miami hit is coming from. Abizi just tucked into a corner. Challenge me. Gimma, you got to come on in. Come on in, water's fine.
My God.
Abizi's just doing it all. Looking for the full team wipe. Sure, why not? Let him know about it.
Oh, man, that's how you take over right there if you are Abizi. You already had a cruise missile. You thought you were going to try to invest it there to make sure you held on to this HP, but Abizi had a 16-7 start. He's going to potentially earn himself another cruise missile, but the time is right. I don't know if Atlanta playing for the kills first. I guess that's exactly what the plan is. They find the initiative, they're back into the HP.
And it's just all about making sure they have the right read on where this Miami hit is coming from. I mean, the onus falls on the Heretics. They have to make something happen, as Atlanta are very comfortably going to walk away from this rotation with, like I mentioned, that 100-point lead. And just no one's losing gunfights right now for Atlanta. Not the start you want if you're a Miami fan.
Got to try to turn it around. It's going to be even more difficult now because there's cruise missiles to work with on the side of Atlanta FaZe. And just they already find themselves up by 100 points. You're going back over to the P1. An insane chow right there to Sim. Metals is able to win it. So Miami need to find something to start building upon.
And this guy right here may be the only person you need. Cruise missile can be dropped in by Sim. Easy, likely to be the first one to try to move forward. But as Miami exit from the hard point, they do find a couple of kills. So that keeps the Heretics in position to allow Real to jump back into the hill. But 5 and 15, 20 seconds with the hill time. He's got to do something special here to get Miami back into the game.
Yeah, you take that too as well if you are Atlanta because the spawn's now flip. You know you're contesting around this middle hill. You still have one player in a crucial position to potentially get them off of the time, but Meadows gets a read onto Celium. So Miami, great job so far here at this P1. Now you just have to focus off the rotation where Atlanta FaZe had the preferred spawns for next.
Yeah, you need a couple of gunfight wins here at mid, because there is just no chance you're going to flip these spawns around the next 12 seconds. Good trades over towards Sim. The BZ pops himself over towards backside Rubble. And again, trades are decent here. Draws the last left over the barrels. Okay, 3 will fall. Atlanta will still spawn in, but Miami have a free route trying to contest early.
Yeah, you have to try to break in early. You have a couple players contesting their way already up through the arches and through red side. One player going around the deep pinch. Is he going to win the gunfight versus Draza? No, he falls. So now all of Atlanta FaZe know where the pressure's coming in. That's 3 dead in the feed. Lucky last player up over towards bottom ticket. Just has to play his life, wait for his teammates to get near him.
And it's moments like this that we really see where the Miami hardpoint struggles the most. Great exit from P1, but late to the party here in the second hill.
Yeah.
11th in rotation percentage across all the hardpoint map pool when it comes to finding ways to break open early time. That's again becoming an issue for them here. So we got to within 40 points, but this hold for Atlanta on P2 has been, again, very comfortable, very confident, and it looks like it's going to turn into a full 60 where FaZe can go up by 100.
Yeah, but now you have to cut your losses if you are Miami. You cannot afford to die off the rotation. Draza at least finds one, so now that's 2 players from Miami spawning all the way across the map. It's going to fall into the hands of Lucky and Meadows, trying to hold down the lines over towards B3, both in some insane one-on-one gunfights, but Vico joins in the party, is able to keep Lucky alive, and it should be Miami Heretics winning a rotation over towards next.
Have to hold this, though. You absolutely have to, otherwise the game will just be over. And I will say, Lucky, the guy currently in the hardpoint, has turned away from what was a 1-9 start to an 11-19 tally at the moment. Tris missile in. That opens up junk as Metals will drop almost instantaneously. Trophy system down. FaZe looking to break as we jump into an Atlanta FaZe listening.
Yeah, wait for me. I'm gonna rotate like towards the church. Yeah, I'm staying in a corner in church. I'm in a corner in church right now. Lucky on me, ult then. Nice. Yo, could be one sack. Could be one sack. I can't get time off the rip. I can't. I'll get time. I see nothing in church. He's on time, Ria. Need the barrels. Barrels, Ria, one shot. Absolutely. White truck. He's bottom tools on me. Nice. 2, 3. Just stabs. Swap spawning in the back. Drop. He drops that. Yeah, I'm trying to slide to the left side. Okay, have your help left side. I'm laying down. Probably left of me. I'm laying down. Low door. Lucky there. Lucky there. One shot, Lucky there. I'm going left. I'm trying me. Metals, bottom shot. 130 burst. Okay, close front. He's close to your car. Yeah, we should just get this all. I'm shopping right now. Watch out, Metals on the middle vehicle. On the barrel. Shop showing old vehicle. Hey, shop. I have you. That guy might have spawned down. Absolutely. I think it's funny. Shop. Let's go top right. Nice. Let's go through. Do it. I'm stunned this. Just come with me. I'm going. I see anything? I don't see anything. Coop. Anything back side? I mean, hold on. P3. Dead. Take your time. Back right. Watch out. Back right. Under you.
Well, here we go. Atlanta FaZe without cruise missiles at this point. Miami's hanging on. Rotation over towards junk is decent, and Metals is starting to turn up. A double form on the way in, trying to deal with the BZ, but when it matters most, the BZ comes up clutch.
And that was the same problem last time we got to P5. You just couldn't find a trade onto a BZ. He gets it done for Atlanta FaZe to lead to the break, but it's only for a potential 20 seconds. Miami have the backspawn still. They have all the bodies on this side of the map. They want to fight for this remaining junk time. You just got to take care of Mr. Abizi, who's making it look too damn easy. Just simply runs out of bullets in that gunfight, but it's still Atlanta FaZe with the final 10 seconds.
And a chance with numbers to rotate over towards Rubble once again. Lucky going to come up from behind, though, and actually surprise Draza. So some high ground positioning now lost here for Atlanta. Easy working on it, but this is a tough gunfight versus Vehicle, who wins it. And okay, here we go. Miami up to 160 plus. Chance to get a little bit more time here as Atlanta as a blitz split spawn, trying to find a way to come back into the hill.
Starting to turn up for Miami. Real had a slow start, so did Lucky, but they're slowly trying to climb their way back into this game. That's not going to help, though, with Draza finding that double. Now it's hit the go button if you are Atlanta FaZe, because we have the numbers. They're able to find the break, and they're also able to read the spawns. Great heads-up play right there to Draza.
Miami, though, actually just walked right through that nade. So do you get a little bit of an option here through this back alley? Abizi, oh, just tracks through midair, no worries. And all the pistol out versus
Oh, my
Real.
God.
Not going to happen there. 34-18, 3 in a row. Miami have to win this rotation now to P2.
And this is their opportunity right here, because they're going to have a lot of people, a lot of reinforcements on this side of the map. They're able to take care of Draza. Now your next line of defense is finding a trade onto Abizi. It's been very difficult all map long, but this one-on-one gunfight can go a long way. Abizi's able to find it. The trade is effectively going to be there, but Miami in control of the hill.
Spawns are good. Rotation trying to be tested by Draza. He finds one over the jump ball, but can't peek anything further. Celium down low. Open space for Sim to walk into the back alley. Abizi right behind him. Now it's just down to Metals inside the hard point, and the SMGs for Atlanta crack the code, break the hard point. Now they can win here.
And now they only need about 15 seconds left. Miami have one more good opportunity on the way in. Lucky's finds one. Vico finds a second with a nade. So still an opportunity here for Miami to at least keep it scrappy. But you want to contest this all the way to the very end. Finally find a trade onto Abizi. And now you're going to put Atlanta FaZe in a decision. Like, do we decide to give this one up, rotate over towards next? No, they're just going to keep on sending it. And this is where you have to take advantage of the rotation if you are Miami.
Keep an eye on Lucky. Able to find the first. Draws a tally at range, but you have to value your life here more so if you're Lucky. Trophy system down. Does not connect on towards the stun, and that loss may be about it as Atlanta FaZe will bring the rotation over towards New. This hit through junk for Miami has to get through Celium, and well, the help is definitely strong enough to at least get Atlanta the early time.
But Riel's right up the middle of the map. Oh, Sip is able to at least spot him. Now falls into the hands of Metals. He's only able to take down one, but he gets himself behind enemy lines. And it's only 5 seconds to Atlanta win.
Here comes Vico on the way onside. There we go. That's able to at least get some sort of a break. 248 to 211. Contest from the back. Celium able to open things up in the last seconds will be tallied with that last recontest. But wow, considering the start that Atlanta had, and in particular Abizi had, Miami started to fight their way back into it. Just again, day late, dollar short.
It just came to like a very slow start to that game. Abizi was way too activated to start. He drops 40 and 22 on the map. You heard the Des touch on it. Whenever he plays against Miami Heretics, he always has himself a hell of a time. And that's the way you want to start in the series on land at Major 3 to potentially be your back-to-back champions. But Atlanta FaZe just doing what they do best. Not as clean as we all expected to.
Sure.
You had a couple cruise missiles in your back pocket, didn't really lead to breaks, a couple late situations off the rotation, and then even a couple breaking opportunities where they just completely fumbled towards the very end because Miami were able to pick them apart one by one. Just a little slow start for Miami, but Atlanta get the W.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And, you know, it is interesting to look at the statistics for the respawn for Atlanta and the hard point in particular. Again, first across the board when it comes to points efficiency.
Yeah.
But they're not necessarily in the top when it comes to rotating and holding or breaking. They're just finding ways to make things mixy, and they thrive in that chaos. And a lot of it comes from moments like you've seen from Abizi throughout this entirety of the first match.
And he does it with an MCW right off the rip of the game. Then he switches to the Rival 9. He's just so comfortable with either weapon. That's what makes you one of the best players in the game. Obviously, he hasn't won an MVP. He's definitely looking to do so as the year goes on.
Absolutely.
Because when you got players like Sim and players like Celium on your roster, we're always putting up some insane stats. It's very difficult to try to shine, but for Abizi to have a start like this, oh man, he's in for one hell of a tournament if he continues to play like that.
And it's just, he puts himself in spots where it's just like, you have to come get me. Like, I'm not going to overextend. I'm not going to overchow. I'll get my intel, put myself in the best position possible, and then good luck. That's kind of what it gets to. On the other side of things, though, let's kind of speak some praises to Miami, because let's be candid, as the game started to get closer, they're still getting dominated in the kill feed. Real in particular, not a great overall KD, but the objective focus for Miami is what got them through a lot of their online qualifiers, and the time that Real was able to find in the hard point was still very good.
Yeah, that's good stuff, for at least in the objective side. But you know, when you're playing against Atlanta FaZe, you have to be able to slay with the best. And everyone basically going negative after map number 1 is not the recipe for success. But you don't have any opportunities now in these HP. You need to be able to respond in search and destroy, and that's been a bread and butter game mode, at least recently, for Miami.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And you know, the 6-star is not exactly a bad venue for them either.
Yeah.
They definitely play the map, I would say, not one-dimensional is not the right word, but they like to overwhelm you. They like to hit you with a lot of numbers. So it's going to be a lot of test here to see, has Atlanta predicted this map overall, and can they get them set up? Because like the desk had also mentioned, this has not been a well-rehearsed map in terms of the qualifiers from Atlanta's perspective.
Yeah, Atlanta only played this one time, and it was all the way to round 11 versus NYSL, and it was heavily favored for Atlanta on their attacking side. They needed to work on their defenses, but you best believe they've only played it once. They're going in practice and getting a bunch of reps in, and especially off that one repetition that they had, they're changing their setups and stuff like that. So we might see a completely different Atlanta phase on the 6-star only after having one rep on it.
And if Abeezy's playing like this, expect to be jumping on board with him immediately. As the new intro mentioned, First Blood King, he's always up and in there early. But the interesting thing about kind of Abeezy as a First Blood reliance for Atlanta, Miami don't have that. Yeah, Real's been great overall search and destroy KD, great opening duel win percentage, but all 4 of them are taking a lot of engagements in the first 30 to 45 seconds.
So that means that everyone's in sync. We're all doing a lot of team pushes in search and destroy, and that's sometimes the recipes of success. When you're one of those new rosters barely formed, because they've only been a roster for this whole qualifiers, you have to figure out certain things for search and destroy, and certain strategies might take a little bit more time. So just a 4-man push one way is the best way you can break it down early into the game. But now going up against Atlanta FaZe, you know you have to have your playbook stacked. There needs to be so many different adjustments throughout the middle of the game to make sure you're trying to walk out victorious.
And just put it this way, you don't want to 1v1 this guy. Update, he did just tie the overall LAN hard point kill record.
That's how we started.
Map number 1. Yeah, just casually. No worries, no problems. But we're locking on in. Fist bumps are out. 6-star search and destroy coming up next year for us. And I think, again, after a poor kill to death ratio performance for Real, now the jitters have to be gone. You played a competitive map as a squad. Real's got to show up here if Miami want a chance to take what we consider to be a must-win map if they want to have a chance in this series.
Yeah, he's been their all-star all of the qualifiers. He's been their shining light to get them through a majority of their HPs. Even their search and destroy is the only struggle that they have as a collective unit has been in nose control. So Real definitely needs to step up in this search and destroy. And just be ready for the punches that Atlanta fans are going to throw at you. Right off the rip, a double nade over towards A. Going to pull people on that side of the map, and then the rotation immediately over towards that B side.
But Miami are going to voluntarily give away the B side, so figure they have to play retake, which, just a small statistic, you don't want to see that if you're a Miami fan, because their retake percentage has been miserable. But seeing if they can change it here on LAN, it's going to be a 4v4. Here we go, retake on the way.
A lot of time to work with. You have 3 players from Miami attacking through the top side. But it's going to be very difficult to win any of these gunfights. They at least know the nade spots. You're able to back down Celium from his position. Only 8 HP left, and this is where you hit that go button. Medals with the first blood.
Oh, but they don't check. Abeezy through the smoke. He immediately counteracts it by himself, slips away. He's so hard to kill. Yeah, let him know. Still 1 more to find, but it's his teammate to clean things up. And Abeezy, just a little smoke demon, comes out when the time matters most.
How do you let him make plays like that?
Dude, what?
Like, that's just insane. You find the opening first blood. You just are not able to read the corner right there with Abeezy. He's able to find a triple in the first round of this entire S&D, and just continuing on with that confidence after map number 1. As we take a look at it again, Real is caught off guard when he finds that kill on the Celium, but the fact that he's able to win this gunfight right here with the awareness, also the body shooting, doing his best Celium impression, it's a great way to start if you are Abeezy.
Yep, I'd say 3-0. And let's be honest, smoke retakes have been kind of a key to success for everybody, so if Abeezy's able to find his way through smoke like that, may need to reconsider what we're doing here if you're Miami. Offensive look. Very passive. Just kind of hoping to see someone get overextended by Atlanta, but that's not their game. That's not their moniker. They're going to wait till you make a call before they make their response.
Yeah, and I love the adjustments already out of Atlanta FaZe, because where they struggled was on the defensive side for this map. They were instantly getting first blooded. They only are 20% on that side, but everyone's playing that 50-50 setup, back down, use our attacks to retake over towards either bomb site. As Strats is at least able to gain a little bit of info over towards A. Now the reinforcements are going to try to retake.
And at this stage in the map, Atlanta will know that, okay, let's just take over mid. Figure we'll give ourselves some points of ingress to retake over towards A. And, you know, other side of the coin here, Atlanta's great at finding good retake percentages throughout this qualifying stage. Seeing if they can do it here, 35 seconds, a lot of it coming through mid. There's that same smoke we talked about. Vico pushing forward, does take down the first, though.
That's good stuff by Vico, even better out of Lucky.
Okay.
Able to get the objective planted. Atlanta goes for the smoke through mid-U, lets everybody bombard one way out. And Miami, on the back of Vico, just pushes right aggressively right up through that smoke grenade. He's able to secure the attacking round. I thought it was a good start, at least from Atlanta FaZe, but we got to be a little bit faster on those adjustments.
Yeah, and again, first in retake percentage in Major 3 qualifiers. They have not relied on it, but they're not uncomfortable when it comes to playing it. But seeing it in 4v4 form, now 2 straight rounds. Definitely a bit peculiar.
Yeah.
So we'll see if the tempo starts to shift just a touch here as we jump into round number 3. Atlanta will, of course, get the bomb over to Abizi, very often the carrier for the squad. And once again, same setup for Miami. 2-2 split, nothing over towards B.
Yeah, the double nades over towards the A side, potentially slow someone down, but B bomb is going to be wide open once again. But this time, Miami should have a little bit more of an info gained to where they can try to retake easy because everyone's through the middle of the map.
Yeah, last time it was a full retake through the waterfall drop. Now it looks like it's going to be something maybe more centered towards the middle of the map. Not the case. They'll leave Lucky there to kind of maybe pull a late pinch. Everyone else will hop down again together. Metals, good first blood. BZ a bit more uncomfortable now with Draza dropping. Resets over towards Curve. Metals waits for it. Very nicely done. Celium now the last one left, and he is stuck in the pool, and the Heretics are all over it.
That's beautiful plays right there to Miami. Everyone was spread around the map. Meadows, another first blood on the defensive side, and at the same time, Real, who was working his way around the deep pinch, was able to catch that timing onto Simp. At that point, you already gained the info. The last 2 players have to be around the bomb site. Celium plays the same exact spot he was on the previous offense. You're able to pick them apart one by one. Great retake scenario right there out of Miami.
And it's important to note that first blood onto Draza allows Metals the luxury of being able to stay prone, wait for maybe a different pinch to come out. Very well constructed. So, okay, first retake not successful. Second, much cleaner. 2-1 the count. Lucky on 4 in a row. As Vika will take the bomb out and once again look to put a little bit of early attention over towards A.
And this time, Atlanta Face is going to step up the aggression. Send a couple players up through the middle of the map. Abizi in a more aggressive place over towards A. But they're getting a lot of info, and they could potentially trap Real in towards mid-U. But they're going to know the info of Lucky. He puts down a couple shots, and now you're just going to simply back down. And that time continues to tick.
This isn't going to feel great, though, for Miami. You have no looks to what's over on the B side of the map. You know Draza's playing DJ booth, but, like, so what? And the rest of the names over towards A haven't really given you enough clearance over towards this U-Haul yet. So this contact for Real could be just about everything and trying to get this bomb forward, but Vehicle pushes up, gets dealt with. Real does win one at mid, but still the focus for Miami has to stay over on A.
And they recovered the bomb as well, so Beezy knew that first one in his back pocket, bomb was down right in front of me, but that bomb is now off the rotation, potentially off to B, because Real pops that dead silence. He's already taken a lot of ground on that side of the map. So if you are lucky, let's just get the objective down.
Stun out. Real wants to smoke. Draza forces him off the angle. Bomb does successfully get planted over towards B. Keep your eye on number 3 in Metals. He is missed timing onto Abizi around the back. Does Lucky expect this? Not fully. Tries to sneak away and just nowhere to go. So Abizi able to turn this into a 3v2. Metals hunting for the trade. Finds it quickly. Now back over towards the site. Draza trying to play over the top of the bomb. Celium guarding. Someone's got to go and check. Metals trying to play forward. Deals with Celium. Does he get there in time? He sure does. Kill comes through. Miami take the round.
Such a beautiful heads-up play right there out of Metals. He knows that Celium was simply putting down cover fire. He had to be sticking that defuse. Gets Celium one shot, commits on the gunfight, and is able to find the second onto Draza. It's great plays right there from Miami. They didn't find that first blood, but they were instantly able to respond, turn it into a 3v3. But then that bomb rotation definitely caught Atlanta face off guard. A couple rounds in a row now for Miami.
That's 5 in a row for Metals in particular. So maybe a chance for a cruise missile here in Miami search and destroy, which, again, it's been improved this stage with Real in the lineup, mostly because of Real. Now all of a sudden they're starting to find a lot of success as a full squad. Vehicle first blood, playing aggressive down towards the sky bridge. Metals also following up into Celium. Draza committing forward, but the trade is in, and Miami have done flawless work here in this opening exchange.
And Metals picks up a cruise missile. Now it's Simp left in a 1v3. You can never put it past them, but it's not going to be easy when everyone from Miami is right in your face. They did not fall short on their defensive center. That's two rounds now previously where Atlanta FaZe were instantly going over towards B. But they were always showing face at A. This time Atlanta FaZe hit over towards A, and they were prepared for the push. Metals having a stellar map at 9-1, cruise missile in the back pocket. This is how you take over.
And that was a pattern changer right there for Metals. As the crowd starts to get the Vamos injected into this Miami crowd. Okay, 4-1 the count, 8 in a row for Metals. Back to the offense. Do you call the cruise here? Just get your 5th round, Jay?
Oh, without question. Puts ourselves at game point, especially if we can guarantee it. It's exactly what you need to do if you are Miami, especially with the way that Atlanta FaZe are playing super aggressive up to the map. Real's gonna have a lot of info gain.
Yeah, sees the head of a BZ. That's enough for him to back off. Bomb is dropped and left on the A site as Vikal is gonna take a super flank route right behind two FaZe members. Catches him by surprise. Oh, the third. Simp. Last one left for a 1v4. No need for the cruise missile in this round.
And now you can pick up that bomb and start to work that objective, because Vikal just made such a great play right there. And Simp, unfortunately, in the 50-50 is going to guess wrong. That bomb is going to get planted over towards A. It's a 1v4 scenario. Miami Heretics taking over to search and destroy. Vikal can't find the ace on the round, but still a 1v3.
Little bounce pass off the frag grenade. Simp can't get the full regen off. Real trying to step in. Plays off the dry bar. Lucky holding even towards the more celebrated mid bar. And Simp does not have a route available to him. Trying to isolate the 1v1. He's given it. Lucky, hello? Couldn't finish off the last shots needed. Time is the biggest issue here, though. 13 seconds on the clock, and Simp will have no more time to fool around at mid. Miami get to 5-1, looking for their first map win on land.
They're just one round away from doing it. And that simply comes down to Vikal, what he's able to get done. Real gets the infinite. There's a lot of players from Atlanta pushing up to our middle of the map. So Vikal drops the bomb over towards A, instantly pushes through their spawn and finds the perfect timing to find 3 kills in the round. Miami now at game point, and they didn't even have to invest that cruise missile, so yeah, still got that in the back pocket if you're Miami.
And honestly, a round like this, you've ran this kind of 2-2 split defense every single defensive round you've played of Miami. Why not do something crazy here? You've got a lot of rounds to play with. Not too much different, though. Lucky will play a passive angle over the top of B. Clearance through U-Haul for the defense around the A side, and as they don't hear any nades going off, Miami's going to try to restructure, assuming there's going to be a quick plant called in, and ooh, the cruise is going to get called in here. Abizi still finds first blood. This cruise needs to lock things in, but it's down too late. Abizi gets a second, and all of a sudden, Miami a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I just don't understand that play. Like, Metals is calling in, I have a cruise missile, everybody stay alive, but Vikal jumps through the smoke grenade, he gets picked off, and then Real gets 2-piece. So it makes this round even more difficult. Lucky now in a 1v3 with only 20 seconds left, only 76 HP in his back pocket. But it's just not going to be time fair. At least it turns to a one-on-one, though.
Oh, steps away, pistol out. Almost finds the last shots needed, but not the case. BZ's even laughing that one off, as he just absolutely takes over. And you're absolutely right. The call for the cruise missile just very puzzling to start the retake, which was already heavily stacked at mid.
Because all you have to do is just simply wait for the comms to come in. Because Metals knows exactly where everyone is when he invests that streak. But Vikal just decides to take it upon himself, trying to shut down that bomb going down, and eventually comes back to bite him. So Atlanta FaZe stay alive a little bit longer in the search and destroy, withstand the pressure coming in from that cruise missile. But now they're back to the defensive side where they have been struggling.
Yeah, exactly the case. And what do you call differently here? 3-man hit with a trophy system to support right on top of this A statue. Bomb making its way forward as much as it possibly can for Miami, but a moment of hesitation here, trying to play things over towards the top of security. Lucky's able to find first blood. That's on the opposite side of the map. So now BZ has to kind of pick up the gap over here towards B.
He's at least able to get info onto Real, but Lucky's trying to find his second kill on the round. Unfortunately, can't find the timing onto Abizi. But with Simp dropping in his position, now it forces Atlanta FaZe to change their defensive look. A couple players who were 3 stacked over towards A now have to spread map and try to win a couple one-on-one gunfights. Draza starts it off.
He gets 1 steps away. Good support from Abizi. A little bit of crossfire angles. We'll make sure there's no immediate trade, but Celium left at an island over towards A will drop. The bomb now making its way to be committed onto this A side. Abizi re-wrapping back, and well, he's got to wait for Draza getting part of the play because he's on the super flank.
There comes Real as well. Draza's at least able to find 2, but Real is working his way around a deep pinch. Now it turns into a 1v2. They do not have any info on where he's playing, so can he just stall out more of this game clock?
He has to pop and check at some point, though. There's Abizi. That's the information for both sides. Opening shots good for Abizi. You know he's going to take that challenge, and why not? Okay, hold on a second. Cruise missile out. Atlanta FaZe get their 3rd. And once again, this ebb and flow of who's holding control over the map starts to continue to shift.
And the post-plant situation right there for Miami needs to be a lot better. You had Real through the middle of the map. You already gained info into Abizi on their side. Someone has to be paying attention somewhat to the flank side. And unfortunately for Draza, he's able to get the timing to find the initial 2 kills, put them in the advantage, and then get the info onto Real to stay alive again in this search and destroy. Slowly but surely climbing their way back. Down 5-3. if you are Miami, this is where you have to stand strong because 5-3 and search and destroy is a very scary scenario.
Absolutely the case. Can Metals step up? 10-3 already. Seems to be the raid boss. You kill him, you win, apparently, if you're Atlanta. Easy, quickly through you, catches Real with some tactical utility out. Yep, it was a stun. So first blood is automatically tallied, and once again, Miami just don't have any defensive pressure towards B, and Sim's gonna confirm that, already getting this back curve position.
Yep, he gives the info to the team. Hey, B's wide open once again, so we can work this objective now with the man down. But you also want to try to set up a BZ for one more kill so he can earn himself a cruise missile. That objective is now gonna get planted. Miami at least have a couple players here to contest immediately. Metals makes it a 3v3, instant response out of Sip, but now it's all up to Celium to clutch up into 1v2.
And he is far away from being able to check over the top of this B site. Waiting to see if there's anyone crossing over through mid. He's not going to get a chance at it. Lucky and Vehicle looking for the elimination, and there's the info for Cell. He's got to make a move. Here comes the point. Vehicle caught on sprint. Cell expecting the challenge, but Lucky's gonna hold it. And the curse is broken. The Spanish flu's been shrugged off as finally Miami win a map on land.
What a great start from Metals. Was the tone setter for this Heretic squad early on into the search and destroy. But then in those later rounds, it's simply playing down to the clutch factors. Metal starts it off, but Lucky instantly there to respond with 2 of his own. Then once it turns into a one-on-one, the cojones right there out of Lucky to just stick on that defuse, going up against a great player in Celium. Such a heads-up play. Miami Heretics tie up the series with the search and destroy victory. And now they have some life, Alan.
Yeah.
Now they have some life.
Yeah, late comeback effort in the Karachi keeps you tight, keeps you close. Now all of a sudden you could walk away with what was a very convincing search and destroy for the first 6 rounds. You finish it off, you put it away cleanly just as Atlanta start to build some momentum. And hey, high-rise control is what we consider next. We'll talk more about it when we get closer towards it. But the thing about it is Miami's attacking stats have been great. The only issue is that's mostly come off of what they've done on Karachi, not necessarily what they've done on high-rise.
Yeah, they haven't found any success on either high-rise or invasion all throughout this stage with this new roster. They're sitting at a 2-5 record with both of those W's coming on Karachi. So you're going to have to try to figure out a way to square up against Atlanta FaZe, who only seem to lose this map, versus a team like New York who can keep up with the slaying. That has to be the thing of focus. We have to be able to outgun Atlanta FaZe in this map 3.
And you can hold that because that's going to have to be the same thing for map number 4 in a real hard point, which is not easy to do, friends. But Miami get their first map wood, and the crowd here in Toronto are loving it. And I'll say, honestly, we're loving the fact that we've got ourselves a competitive series here. Miami looking much better than what they've had done in the previous 2 majors. Can they find a way to take another map against the strong Atlanta team? We'll find out as high-rise control comes up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
In Toronto, they turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable.
Linz goes back to the bomb plan. I love it. Is Felony going to get hit fast enough? Oh my goodness, Renetti at the ready. Do it. Do it. Love it. Goodbye, Linz. The round is over.
It doesn't get better. Like, your eyes light up when you catch him as he's running away from it. That's the instant call to hop the bomb. Nasty going to get that trade, but a 3v2 for Surge, and they are still smooth.
Oh, Nasty wins a big one. Go see. Can he get 2 as well? What a round. Thieves finally equalizer.
You are dealing with players that are running you down.
Toronto have to reset up again.
This is their last hurrah.
Only 2 defenders inside the zone. The others for New York. Worried about the overextension.
Oh my God.
Drop. Here comes the flood. Skies by himself could do nothing. Trophy system this time gets placed safely. On top of that, it's a 12v2. Toronto looking clear here in A, unless maybe some desperate nades land and popcorn them out of the zone. Hydra tries to step up, and Toronto takes the round 5 offensive win.
Oh my God, Ultra.
Nero on 3 straight. He'll be holding. Get the plant down. You lost a man early. This time you're able to get the first blood. Nero going big. 5 in a row. Looking for 6. Able to keep on eating. Maybe the ace. But I love this. It's all 4 7 in a row.
I mean, with the score the way it is.
Strat with the double through the hill. Still keeps the opportunity alive for Ultra. They get all 4 dead in the feed. They are potentially going to steal map 1 right now.
But the last 8 seconds are coming through. Kleenex up the middle of the map. Oh! It works out. One more hit coming out of Toronto. Turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable. Welcome back to Toronto and our Atlanta-Miami series. Currently 1-1 with the Miami Heretics taking away a very convincing search and destroy. A moment where you thought Atlanta was going to start weaseling their way back into the conversation, but wow. I mean, it is an unbelievable lap number 2 from Metals. And of course, the stick here from Lucky just calling Selly out saying, I got the confidence to hold this.
Yeah, it was just a good start for Metals. Like the fact that he was taking over multiple rounds early on into the game, earns himself a cruise missile, puts them at game point, and then all they need to do is make sure they don't make enough mistakes in one round to close out one round. And thankfully, Lucky turns that 2v1 into a clutch defuse for them to tie up the series at 1. But now the series doesn't get any easier for them because you're going into a high rise where you haven't found any success as a squad. And now that we are guaranteed that map 4 in Rio, we all know that that's Atlanta FaZe's bread and butter map.
You know, the interesting thing about this, and maybe this is a bit of an artificial storyline, those that have been following this Spanish entourage since their time at Challengers, they are often some of the loudest players on stage. They haven't had a chance to do that yet because they haven't won a map. But all of a sudden, they find themselves in this weird position of, it's been late in the season. We finally get our map 1 win. You're playing up against the #1 team, which, as much as there's a fan base for FaZe, there's also a fan base that doesn't like FaZe. And all of a sudden, you could maybe see a world where they start to band together to support this Miami team. If that energy gets flowing, not going to rule these boys out.
It's because it's them versus the world. Everyone knows that when you're going up against Atlanta FaZe, no one is picking you guys in this series with the way that you've been looking and the way that Atlanta FaZe has been looking, especially in high-rise control. This is so far throughout Major 3 qualifiers, 3-1 record for Atlanta FaZe. The only team that they tend to lose this map to is New York. They are 8-2 overall on this map, and on the opposite side for Miami, they haven't really found a lot of success on either side. And the biggest thing for me is their slaying. Like, you have players who usually take over in the HPs, who usually take over in the search and destroys. But right now for Miami, everyone's sitting underneath for 1.0 KD. That has to be a big factor for them to focus on in this next map.
Well, especially because Atlanta, on both sides, offense and defense, they are the best team right now in the CDL on control when it comes to managing lives. On offense, they only, I think, on average are like -0.9, and then on defense, they're usually winning by 5+ kills or something of the nature. So it's very convincing is what I'm trying to get at. Whereas, you know, again, for Miami, they have not really kept up in the respawn slaying against the top 4 teams across what they've been able to do even online. And now all of a sudden, it's a tall ask to try to take this map away, guarantee yourself a potential 5th map where Innovation Search may bear some fruit.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. If we can get it to a game 5, anything can happen because we are on land. The pressure's going to be high. And they're just hoping to put themselves in that kind of situation. But you have to get through at least one of these next 2 maps that are coming up and walk away victorious in it. And I think the biggest player that I want to focus on who had sort of a great start in the map #1 is Vico. Like, he's sitting at a 0.78 overall control KD. That's not good because control basically all in this game is about slaying. If you're not finding your kills, you're losing map control. If you're not gaining map control, you're getting instantly put into a spawn trap. And it's just very difficult for anyone that's going up against this Atlanta FaZe roster because they slay so damn well.
Absolutely. And it comes from every form too. It's not just the subs, not just the ARs. At different moments in time, it could be any one of the 4 players you see on screen. So they're definitely needs to be some sort of a heroic X factor here for Miami to kind of keep things going, build a little bit of extra momentum. Map number 1, we got a little bit from Vehicle. We also had kind of a nice come up from Lucky. It was Metals and Real that had the slow start. So maybe you look to one of those two players to say, shake off those hard point opening map, nerves, come back into this third and do what you've been doing online.
I'm 100% looking at Real. This is the guy that you put into the roster for these kind of moments. He's been able to slay all throughout Major 3 qualifiers versus some of the top teams in the game. He's been their X factor, and he didn't have a best start in that map number 1, but if he can go off and really set the tone in his high-res control, they stand a great shot.
Yeah, he's been that way before. I mean, it's just fact it becomes, he was on the Rocker Academy roster in Modern Warfare 2. They did great in Texas in particular, but that was with a roster of players that obviously all found themselves in the CDL essentially by the end of that calendar year. So for a first time on the main stage against the number 1 seed, can he find a way to be who he was online here under the lights as we're getting ready for the high-rise control, loading on in through the cinematics. And again, the biggest thing here is it can't just be one side or the other for Miami. You need to really step up, especially when you find yourself on defense.
Yeah, it needs to be everyone, because for some reason on their defensive side, they give up some of the most segments away on that side of the map. 4.8, which is insane to me. So you're basically putting yourself in a scenario where we got to guarantee at least 3 attacking rounds. But here we go into the map number 3. They're on the defensive side to start off. No trophy systems to work with on this push over to the B Street. So just want to be the team to not initially drop right off the rip as the Atlanta FaZe are pushing their way out through bottom blue. They find the initial couple of kills, already find themselves on that 8 point.
Oh, but yeah, Jose Propane Tank's still alive. So
there it is.
Okay, 1.0 KD right now. Make it 2.0. 2 kills come through. So Vehicle now finds himself very far forward. Shut down by a BZ as off spawn. Atlanta find their way back immediately over towards the B zone, and here we go. Metals trying to contest early, but this is a solo play by himself. Deals with the first. Can't find anything more, and Atlanta will still stay alive. This time, though, Draza is on A.
But right now, it's a little bit of a split decision right there from Atlanta. You have players stacked over towards B. They found 3 dead in the feed. They're thinking, okay, we get this trade on the last guy. We can still work up that progression, but nades come over the top. Everything was hit from Miami Heretics to retake a little bit of that map control and not allow that first segment at B to be complete. Wow. But all the kills in the feed, besides one on the Vehicle, are in favor of Atlanta FaZe. They're so slowly but surely working up that progression.
Oh, and Cell actually steps off the A zone before the first tick of progress could be secured. And Vehicle, you want to say him, he's going to have a hot start. 4 in a row, 6 and 2. Now right back up into the face of the Atlanta spawns. Tick of progress on it. B has been completely depleted. The one on A is close, but largely speaking, Atlanta just need to find a way on spawn right now.
Yeah, they only have 40 seconds as well to do so. And if you are Miami, you are trading so efficiently around the map right now. Just have to account for the last 2 players from Atlanta FaZe who already found themselves out. Maybe at least gain info onto one. Vehicle trying to sniff out where a BZ is, but a BZ finds a kill. So she instantly be there for the trade, and he's able to find it. Only 21 seconds left. Atlanta able to stop the clock, though, over at A.
Yeah, the clearance at B is good, but right back on towards the A zone. Celium will be existing with what was help from Draza initially. Vehicle, what a start from 8 and 3. Peeling players left, right, and center, but first tick of progress is already done at A. Second is quickly on the way. Lucky looks like he wants to give this a try, and he's the only defender here. So now you got the double stack up, and well, a 13 plays 9, and Atlanta are looking good for this third tick.
And you would think with such a hot start that Vehicle had, they would be leading in the lives remaining column, but still Atlanta FaZe up by 5 lives. The third segment about to get complete over towards A. A BZ now slaying in your spawn. Time is now extended. And this gets a lot more difficult for Miami with only 7 lives remaining.
And the B zone's already going in the blink of an eye as well. Draza's still on it, working on the third tick. Support from his teammates is good. Looking for the trade as, okay, Lucky will deny. Gives Miami a chance to hold here. Don't worry about the clock. Worry about the lives. And maybe worry about a BZ in your back line as he finds one from the backside window. Right back in towards mid. Gets a look at the player over the top of the staircase. And Atlanta will win this round. It just comes by way of either lives or ticks. And it will be lives as the last heretic throws himself off the map.
And they complete 5 segments. Miami gave themselves a lot of opportunities. It's just that one opportunity where Atlanta FaZe were applying a lot of pressure over towards bottom blue. All the kills went in their favor, and that's the worst thing you can do in control, is go to clean 3 to 4 dead, because everyone coming off the respawn, all info gained out of Atlanta FaZe to put you in a little bit of a trap. But then at least complete 5 seconds to keep the sling in their favor. So now if you are Miami, you have to try to get something done on your attacking side.
And if we're to be really nitpicky about the Atlanta FaZe control where it's weakest, they sit 5th in allowing ticks progression when they're on defense, so maybe that is an option here, but we already saw the stats. Miami at the same rate, not necessarily great at finding good tick capture percentage when they're on the offense, especially on this map where, again, have not found a lot of success. So what's the angle? Looks like it's going to be some sort of a B setup here for Miami. Early, a BZ already in position to try to challenge, but getting shut down.
Yeah, Draza still finds himself in a crucial position, though. Has top propane currently. Able to get the info on a couple players from Miami already working their way out of the spawn, but he's able to find the first. Now it's your opportunity to potentially take these guys off a B, but Miami, they're slowly but surely working their way up through bottom pit, trying to at least take a little bit more map control. A BZ and Sullivan find one, a BZ with the double, and now all of Miami back in the spawn.
Oh, what a transfer for Simp. Right down mid lane. Takes down a couple more Heretics offensive players. A BZ on the pit staircase. Just trying to keep Miami stuck behind these glass windows. Also gets rid of the player down low. And I mean, the finesse game. Just so hard to deal with. And Beagle's patience works out. Simp trying to get his trade. Waiting to see where exactly Beagle's gone. And off the regen, Beagle will take that into a double metals following up. Leaves Draza by himself on B, but the rotation to A is perfectly timed. Draza on 4 in a row keeps the Atlanta defense largely safe.
And it comes the pitch out of a BZ, able to win the one-on-one gunfight versus metals. The trophy system at least good enough for the trade. And now that time is continuously ticking down. You're able to put someone over towards the A point. Again, he gets taken care of, but now with only 24 seconds left, you had to make this B push count.
Nades are landed onto Draza. He can't challenge this B zone at the moment. Help is on the way. Abizi is the one committed over towards this defensive spot. Nades are also going to help keep the clock ticking. First tick not locked in over on the B zone. So for the 5 ticks of progress that Atlanta got in their first offense, if this continues, Miami's not going to have a single one to tally here in this first offensive attempt.
Yeah, you can tell by all the kills in the feed that they're probably not going to get another opportunity to complete one of these segments at either point. 3, 2, 1. They found a couple kills in the feed, but now you just have to get past the lines of Celium and Simp. They're able to find the initial 2 kills. It turns into a one-on-one in towards this B point. V-Cool just dancing with death. Thankfully, the nade is going to hit over, but Atlanta faced with the reinforcements. Able to bombard their way back into that B point, not allow a single segment to get away from them. And this is just what Atlanta FaZe do on high rise.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and you look over the course of the stats, it's just they find a way to get it done when it matters most, legitimately. Because some of their core statistics, the macro statistics, they don't necessarily turn up #1 every single time. It's when things get weird, that's when they really show when they're the best. So, not a great start here for Miami. Taking some of the momentum just immediately out of the sails after what happened at the Search and Destroy. Have to put together a really solid response here defensively. You got to find a way out.
Yeah. You got to try to figure something out, and just slowing down Atlanta FaZe, potentially find a clean 2 to 3 dead. So you're gonna have a couple cruise missiles potentially to take into your next attacking round if you can get there. Just gotta simply keep track of everyone from Atlanta FaZe. I know you're playing against Simp and Abizi, who will cover a lot of ground, but those guys make such impactful plays. You have to always play for those trades.
Oh, quickly, the clock is already stalled. Simp sliding back and forth between the generators. There's the assistance. Draza right in with a pistol. It's just the longest bait and switch you've ever seen in your life. Everyone's so focused on Simp. Here comes the help. Now the stack is in. First tick done, second on the way. Vehicle looking to get himself into position to try to challenge this. And a good kill for Metals keeps this stack a little bit more contestable.
Oh, man.
But team day is out. Second tick's going to be gone.
Second segment already going to be complete over towards B, and Atlanta FaZe still maintaining a lot of map control. They only have dropped a total of 3 lives the entire round so far. Now time gets extended. This is why Atlanta FaZe are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the game, because they just make it look so damn easy. Great transfer right there to Simp. I would have been draw dropped if he finds that kill, but Atlanta FaZe up by 6 lives, still maintaining a lot of map control, just had to work their way out to bottom blue.
Okay, couple of kills coming through. Miami also win a gunfight over to the middle of the map, so things again start to play that little tug of war where the defense gets into better position. The Semtex from Celium onto Simp also aids. So now we've got an 18 playing 20. Miami are chipping their way back in defensively, and okay, here's a chance. Draza, last one really standing over mid, and every kill turns up really in favor of Miami. Good moment for the Heretics.
And now you have to try to keep them trapped as long as you possibly can. Someone needs to earn themselves a cruise missile. Try to gain a little momentum going into this next round if you can force it. It's still tied up in 16 to 16 in lives remaining. Atlanta FaZe using their teamwork to try to at least work their way out, but they are getting cut down every single time. Guns, nades, everything is hitting right now for Miami.
Looking good. Only issue is, you know, you didn't have any tick progression in your favor at all on your first offense, so you're going to have to win 2 offensive rounds in a row if you pull this one off still, which, again, it's not out of the question for Atlanta yet. Still just under 60 seconds. 14 playing 13. FaZe have worked their way through the spawn trap pressure, and now they're on their way with eyes over towards A.
Still a lot of time to work with, though, if you are Atlanta. Just need one sequence of kills to go in your favor, but it's still Miami trading more effectively. Just maintaining the map control, putting Atlanta FaZe to slow down in their scenarios. It's now with only 35 seconds left. They're trying to rally their way up to B Street. They also isolate Real, so that's 2 kills in favor of Atlanta.
Yeah, Vehicle also committed down low. He was tagged. BZ searches out that kill. And here comes the surround. 23 seconds at the clock. Atlanta staging for their approach on in. Lucky has to worry about a lot all at once. Deals with the first. Trades are decent. Vehicle with the pistol. Continues to keep this pinch strike kill feed alive until Real finally finds the final kill. And now you're down to your last approach of your phase.
Yeah, that was a big one-on-one gunfight because Sim would have been able to put the game clock out of pause. That allow his teammates to still work their way up through this bottom blue area, but only 3 seconds remaining. All the kills in the feed are going to be blue. Miami are able to extend the map a little bit longer. But you would have been happy as hell if you can have a cruise missile going into this next attacking round, especially when you found no success your first go around.
Yeah, it's just, again, it never really felt like there was a good concentrated approach for Miami on either of the 2 zones. And that, again, is a led towards what Atlanta is able to do. They're able to stay alive so easily. The finesse game on the individual level is at the highest level. So you have to find these skills to find them quickly. You need to find a way to confirm it, get yourself on the zone, put that objective pressure into your favor.
If you're on Miami to get a little momentum right here, it has to be to start off kills.
Absolutely.
Put a couple ones in your pocket. Super aggressive out towards A. If you can hit a couple nades, a couple stuns to potentially start off in these trade fights. To make your life a lot less difficult, but it's going to be contest already here at this 8 point. BZ just flies right on in. He's able to find a double. Metals last player up, just simply trying to play his life so his teammates can work their way out of spawn.
Yeah, it's a decent idea from Miami, but it comes up completely empty. Not a single kill tallied, and now Atlanta are all over your spawn. Oh, this is about the way where the blender meets all of Miami. Stuck behind this back right corner, and BZ is just not gonna move. You've got to come to me, my guy. And this is where he does BZ things. First one good. Lucky with a quick trade. Okay, they get out of spawn trap initially. A couple of trades are decent, but it's just so much punish. 40 seconds on the clock and a 7-life gap.
Yeah, and Miami still have yet to work any of the objective points, so that time is continuously getting away from them. He did have Lucky, though, who was able to stay alive on those engagements early on to work his way out of the spawn. Real with the pistol, able to take down Celium. So game clock at a pause, but it is going to get taken down by Sim. BZ finds the second, and now all of Atlanta FaZe just jumping around, trying to locate where Vika went.
Yeah. Vehicle very wisely gets out of there, trying to value his life. Madraza on the hunt finds the kill. Sim steps into your spawn. That's kill number 7 in a row for him. Doesn't have the last bullet needed to take care of Real, but may not make much of a difference. 10 life gap. FaZe still putting the pressure on into the Miami spawn. Unfortunate team kill comes through. That makes, again, this pretty much an impossibility as Straza finds the final one needed. Last bit of time is going to tick away here. Miami have already put the controllers down, and they're going to start talking about the real hard point coming up next.
Yeah, that's GG, man. It's just very difficult. Everybody knows if you're in the crowd right now, you play rank play. When you get put into that hell trap on high rise, it's never fun to get out, especially when your guns are not shooting the same as the opposing team, or when they're just trading more effectively than you. But Atlanta FaZe dominating on the high rise control, not allowing a single segment to get away from them on their defensive side. Take a commanding 2-1 lead in the series.
It's so tough to play this team on high rise,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
It really is. Like you mentioned, it's just been New York who's been really able to figure out this Atlanta squad. Everyone else, they haven't really held the candle to them.
No,
I mean, statistically, it's astronomical. So, a decent effort, but largely speaking, a very tough venue for Miami to figure they could go back-to-back map wins here on land. The only bit of good news is, hey, at least you didn't really have anyone super down low. I mean, it was a decent, comprehensive effort. Real had a better map overall. It's still just one of those things that you look and compare the KDs between that and what Atlanta put together. It's just a world of a difference.
Yeah, it's even a non-traded kills. Like
Exactly.
everyone from Atlanta FaZe are a little bit over positive. They're feeling fantastic in those columns because 150 HP. I can finesse a little bit longer with my life. That's why the S&3s are thriving right now. but that's just way too easy for Atlanta. They just came in and said, all right, we do what we do best, which is outslay the opponent. We're going to stand a better chance. Obviously, Miami Heretics haven't found any success in control other than Karachi, and unfortunately, they don't find it today.
And that's the other point about it, like looking at the lifeline of this Miami team, no matter if they win the series or if they fall to the lower bracket, is it really has just been Karachi.
Yep.
Like, you're not going to be able to get through a major event, especially against a top 4 team, when you only have one control map that you find a lot of success on. So the veto process made this a little bit easier for FaZe, and now up 2-1 with, again, the hot hand starting to really come back together. BZ has another incredible map. Draza actually has what has been his first great map of the series at this point. You're going to go look at a Rio where, again, tempo, energy, momentum have always favored what this Atlanta team has done. They've been flawless here.
Yeah, based on every other hardpoint map that Atlanta FaZe have, this is actually the one that they stand out the most in, because they're sitting at 6-0 overall record, but they are #1 in rotation win percentage. That's the thing for me, is that Atlanta FaZe on such a slow map, you're expecting them to always be in the mix, but they are doing the fundamental parts correctly. So you have to make sure you're ahead of that if you are Miami, because one thing they struggle on Rio is their break percentage. When you have such fast players like Metals and Real on the roster, you're expecting those break percentage to be a lot higher, but they're only about 26%, which is 9th overall in the league. That's not the best bet, and you need to try to take down Atlanta FaZe on their base HP, which you need to be on point with.
And that's the other problem when it comes to even anyone playing up against this FaZe squad, is how do you veto up against them? You know they're not going to play sub base.
Yep.
Everything else is good. So it's just hard to really find, you know, a map set that builds favor towards you, especially if you're a team who find themselves kind of in the bottom half of the league.
Yeah.
You know, there may be some options for the teams in the top 6, but for a squad like Miami that have really not found any success versus our other top 4 squads, not a lot of success on land is obviously kind of the major story point. It's hard to put together a map set to where you look at it and say, okay, maybe.
Especially versus this team, whose map pool is unbelievable. They only have one auto veto for every single mode, and that's all you really need versus all the top teams, because it even makes it difficult for them versus teams like Optic and Toronto, who found a lot of success on sub base. But when you square up against Atlanta, they veto it every time, so you have to figure out something else to play versus this FaZe squad. And unfortunately for Miami, you got to play them on Rio.
Yeah. And I think, to be fair, you know, there was conversation happening in the Green Room about this Miami team when they played maps like Vista, right when it came out. Well, it's good. They're playing with some good speed. It kind of reminded us of, like, the Major 1 qualifier Miami squad, where they're running and gunning and everyone's moving in sync with one another. Like, it doesn't even need to be calm. It's just this natural energy. But then all of a sudden they come up and they play teams like Optic on it, and they get the brakes beaten off.
Yeah.
So can you find a way to manifest that kind of energy that we saw from the Major 1 qualifiers? You know, get this team really moving together with high tempo, with multiple players hitting kind of a teamwork ability, not just letting yourself stay isolated where I'm the last guy left and I need to try to survive against an Atlanta team that doesn't allow you to do that.
And that's the difficult thing versus a team like Atlanta, because you talk about teams like Seattle and teams like Miami who play with such intense pacing. Atlanta is also the same way. They just get kills with that pacing. That's what makes it a lot more difficult. So Miami backs against the wall. You're happy as hell that you're spawning into Rio, just not against this team. Basically squared up in that rotation, but the hold percentage is not the best, and even the break percentage is not the best there for Miami Heretics. If you can be there first early, you can give yourself at least a good shot.
Have to have it.
Yeah.
I mean, legitimately, you have to have it. So, again, can you find a way to manifest that when it matters most? Try to continue this series and keep everyone just surprised with how competitive they've been, at least through the first 2 maps. This is, again, a different ball game, though, coming into a real hardpoint where FaZe have not really blinked when it comes to who they play up against on it. So, Real, first focus. Miami find the early time, as it largely has been conceded over toward their direction. But as Atlanta try to set up their break attempt, kills are good, and that's going to be a 3 for 2 initial. Real with Metals will teamwork out Draza, and that's 4 dead.
Yeah, and I thought it was a great start, at least from Atlanta, to withstand that pressure coming in from the nades and the stuns, slowly work your way up through Eskies, but Miami knew that that's exactly what they were going to do. So already 18 seconds at this P1. You have a couple players from Atlanta FaZe setting up a potential pinch. BZ's able to find a double early on into this game. It leads to the break for Atlanta, but more focus for Atlanta is those spawns over towards the next HP.
And that's the other part about it, is it's not just the fact that they rotate well. Their general spawn awareness when they're the one player spawning out. When can I have the opportunity to actually be a nuisance towards this play? Step on in. Miami don't get a read on it whatsoever, and things like this start to happen. Real is able to tally up 1 trade, or BZ runs out of ammunition, and okay, there's an opportunity. Market will open to Atlanta's name, but Miami setting themselves up through lobby, looking to set up their break early.
Yeah, they have multiple players going around the backside. You also have at least a player in the BZ who's working his way around the backside with that spawn that he was able to get, but Celium wins an insane gunfight. That's now 3 dead in the feed for Atlanta FaZe. Now, if you're Meadows, you have to at least stay alive towards the back end. The spawns are going to flip, but Atlanta FaZe have already gotten a read on it. This is why they are just next level at Rio.
Well, now you've got an opportunity here, though, if you're Miami. Not only the spawns from the backside good, but you've got Lucky staying alive from the front. So, okay, Heretics, 25 seconds to fight for, find their break. Just need to get this kill on Draza, and okay, here we go. An opportunity here to get Miami into the game early and a little bit of forward pressure beyond the hill on rotation. This is decent here for the Heretics.
Yeah, this is a good 10 seconds to walk away with. Now you just need to find a couple kills off the rotation. Selim is letting Vigo know you're not gonna be even up close and personal as 3 go in the feed for Atlanta. So they're gonna be chilling off this rotation over towards the next hill. You see Real currently with a little bit of top mid control. He's just waiting for his teammates to get even close before he decides to make that push.
And you have to hit this together. Simp kind of guarding the top side of the map, able to find the first. Quick trade from Vico is decent, but while that happens, Atlanta from the front creates space in the front. So it's just so tough to hit something at the same time from multiple angles. Vico's side door going to be shut down, and you got 3 teammates right behind you. Why are we not trying to hit that together? The punish is good from Atlanta in the last 30 seconds. Still to fight for as FaZe hold the spawns.
And Simp winning that one-on-one gunfight allows his teammates to still spawn behind him. So Miami Heretics doing their best job of at least contesting this, but it's still going to be at least 50 seconds for Atlanta FaZe at this money hill at P3. With only 15 seconds now remaining here, you have to start thinking about that rotation. And Miami are deciding to just push right up the middle of the map. No. We got to go over to the next hill.
Well, the problem, I mean, Draza gets 1 kill over towards the front side of Bananas, but you're absolutely right. I mean, we're trying to break this by breaking through old and then into boxes where you've got a high-low setup. I mean, oh, mercy. Atlanta FaZe get the perfect read, the perfect kills. Metals don't know what happened there. Don't really want to know as FaZe will bracket past the 100-point mark. Miami trying to get themselves set up again.
Yeah, that's a situation right there. If you're Miami, you have the numbers off the rotation because obviously Atlanta FaZe are still soaking up that remaining junk time, but you have the bodies to win the gunfights potentially over towards the next hill. And now when that first wave gets shut down, Atlanta FaZe flip the spawns right on back. They know exactly where the pressure's coming in from. Trades are coming in effectively, but it's still Atlanta FaZe in control of this HP.
And BZ on 5 is looking for an early cruise missile to make this really deadly for the side of Atlanta. Playing off the heady. Lots of damage, again, comes through. Not able to find the 6 kills. Salim's continuing to shoot bodies even when he's not on camera. And Abizi will beat the rotation of Miami around the back through lobby again over towards bridge. Simp right there with them. And Abizi, well, he knows where the next gunfight's coming from. Pistol out. Real will finally shut down the potential streaks, but now Selim's on 4. Simp trying to clear up more space for him to work for a possible cruise missile to zone.
The good thing is that they don't have a cruise missile yet because Miami Heretics at least win a couple gunfights off the rotation, but then Atlanta FaZe bombard their way right out to that bridge side. Able to find the break immediately. Already up by 100 points. Selim now earns himself a cruise missile. He's still the cutoff man through top mid. None of the kill feed is going to be blue. It's all white because Atlanta FaZe are just dominating.
And it's just Miami just not teamworking anything. That's another individual push after individual push up top through Eskies. And Atlanta have no problems dealing with it. Now, 160 to 37. Miami just have to take a breath. You just have to get something set up.
And I felt like we've casted this scenario a lot throughout the Major 3 qualifiers with Atlanta FaZe on Rio with this kind of scoreline because when they're playing like this, no one can seemingly touch them, even close to even come close to even touching them in this scenario. They already find themselves up by 130 points. You have cruise missiles to work with off the rotations to neck, but who needs the cruise when you have people in those positions already?
Well, here's a chance, though, for Miami. Trophy system comes in, 2-2 split hit on the way, and all right, cleanly dealt with. Fecal, weak, still wants to try to control this Lofteski side. Information given, gets the elimination, and it's been a slow start for him, but yeah, great hit there for Miami. That's what we need to see more of. Just wait for everyone to get set up and then hit the go call at the same time.
At least they're showing a little bit of fight in this game. As now with 25 seconds still remaining here at P1, Atlanta FaZe just reinforced their way back through top mid. It's a Simp and Selim show who's able to find all 4. And now with 20 seconds remaining at this hill, they are already having the spawns over towards the next. It's just a matter of moments for Atlanta call series.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Moment of neutralization over the top of the hill, but again, Atlanta just wait for the hit to come.
Oh my God.
Draza with the turn on to Vical. And, well, the only player to stay alive through this is Lucky, and he's going to get caught by the stud of a Beezy. It just goes from bad to worse that quickly. Lucky caught, dealt with, and once again, Miami are just not anywhere near a chance of setting up a break attempt in any sort of coordinated form.
Yeah, we've only saw 200-point clubs so far in the entire season. And we potentially have another one on our hands as all of Miami spawning so damn far from this B2. BZ's having a jolly old time in towards the garage. Cellium finds the third kill, and now they're able to flip the spawns, at least for now, but already have a read on it, just waiting for the next set of fights.
Production, get the jingle ready. We're about to hear it. 2:15 to 59. Moment here for Miami to possibly get some of this last 20, but you look at the minimap and it just, again, doesn't look good. You've got Atlanta already on rotation. Miami's still not even comfortable to really get into the hard point until we're in the last 15, which Cellium is happy to sit here and make sure no one can rotate through that.
Without question. You can take 45 seconds of every hill and give up the final 15 and win the rotation over towards next. That is the recipe for success. And that's what Atlanta FaZe have been able to show all throughout this Major 3 qualifiers. As now they are only needing 30 points remaining to close out their first series at Major 3. You have a route being hit by Real, but he gets red. Cellium's going to let him know about it. This is basically the last push coming in for Miami.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And it's just, again, individual after individual. Metals get stunned, try to do it, but it's a 1v3 situation. Last one alive is Real, and I think composure has been lost here for Miami. Atlanta very easily could put the map away right here. Miami still struggling to get through mid. Yep, cue up the jingle. Toronto wants to hear it. Sip down low, no worries. Real trying to work his way in, and it's going to be the third 100-point club of the year. Atlanta 3-1 this series.
Obviously not as clean as Atlanta FaZe would have wanted it to be. A little bit of a scary map. Number 1, you fall short in the 6-star Search and Destroy. But the next 2 maps were absolute blowouts in favor of the best team in the world. They just come out and let everybody know in series number 1 of the whole event, we're not here to mess around. We're trying to go back-to-back champions.
Any worry about the Search?
No.
Okay.
Because they played 6-star what? One time? That's the second time they overall played it. So I think now going forward with a win underneath their belt and now a loss underneath their belt, the adjustments are going to come in the next time we see them play that map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, like, Ali talked about this in the desk with the invasion. It's like, yeah, they lost their last 2 searches of their qualifier stage. Yeah. They're both round 10. Yep. And it did look like Atlanta were trying some new ideas. It just didn't quite work out against 2 really good search and short teams by the end of Major 3 qualifiers. So, yeah, I think there's definitely some reflection to be had about, you know, what happened on those last 2 weeks and then also kind of what happened in this particular map on 6-star. I mean, the smoke retakes, not as successful as you would have hoped for. Also, they're trying to play a late 4v4 in almost every round, it felt like.
Yeah, that's the thing for Atlanta. Like, on their defensive setup, they couldn't find any success in the first blood column. But, like, you need to have a different defensive look, especially if you're going to have 3 players stacking over towards that right side of your map at that A site, and then Simp being the island player over towards B. Yeah. Simp cannot afford to die in that scenario because now everyone is forced to change their positionings, and then you get caught off guard with some bad Call of Duty timing. So I just think the more Atlanta FaZe get to play it, obviously the better they're going to be.
Totally fair. So Miami do break up this Spanish flu curse, able to find at least themselves 1 map win, but they drop into the lower bracket with still a very tough path ahead of them. Whereas for Atlanta, small hiccups here or there, but the body shotting did not stop, did not pause, was not even a consideration of stopping. Cellium, I don't even know if he's got enough ammunition in any given life to continue to do this, but still finds ways to make it happen. And with that, we also have, again, a great opening performance from BZ, who is on stage with Blaze with their post-game reactions.
Thank you so much, Alan. I got Mr. Too Easy for a Beezy on the main stage. Show him some love, Toronto, as Atlanta stays perfect. And speaking of perfect, how did you guys just do it against these guys on the stage? Even though you lost to S&D, what was the game plan to close it out against Miami and keep your streak?
I mean, we're just so confident, you know. I feel like we were just firing on all cylinders. Even in the S&D, I was still like shitting on them. Like, I was literally just like shooting their bodies. Like, I mean, it was crazy.
You know, so you guys come off a Major 2 win in Miami. You go back to the drawing board and you say, guys, we want to stay consistent. We want to stay perfect going into Major 3 quals. What was that talk like? How did you guys want to build off of that? Did you add anything in there? You just kept doing what you've been doing?
honestly just kept doing what we've been doing and making sure that we're always putting in that extra like 10% effort, you know, like in scrims, whatever the case may be.
New maps and everything.
Exactly. Always just putting in that like, you know, 100% pretty much.
Okay, all right. Now, I know you want to give 100% to this crowd and everyone at home cheering for FaZe. What do you want these guys to know and everyone out there in the world?
Hey, appreciate all the FaZe fans. I know, like I said, there's like a little bit of you guys, but appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love.
All right, make some love, show some love to Atlanta FaZe. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Bucket, take us away.
We're getting rowdy up here in Canada. Love to see it. Love to see the smile on a BZ's face. And, of course, Atlanta FaZe living up to the hype. Now, they did slip up a little bit in the search and destroy. But it looked like the team just had a statement to make in that game 4, Allie.
Yeah, no, it's funny because now both our game 4s have started so handedly one-sided and favored. But for Atlanta FaZe, maybe you're a little worried with that 6-star S&D. Like Ann said in the pregame, like it was their first time playing this map and it did not go their way at all. Even in times when they got the first blood and got that opening duel, they weren't able to convert those rounds.
Yeah, you know, it's their second rep on it. And this time around, like, it's just a guessing game. You saw some huge rounds out of Heretics. Their retake on B, and then Atlanta FaZe is like, okay, we don't like our B offense, so let's go over towards A. Well, Heretics is all ready for that pushed up, right? And then the damage is done. You're down 4-1 at that point. I still have full faith in Atlanta FaZe in their search and destroy game. But yes, this was a statement in the respawns. You're talking about a team, they outslayed Miami in this series by 79 kills across the 4 maps.
Can you say that again?
79 kills they outslayed them by. And by the way, 31 of those were on map number 1. Like, despite it being close, they were running around. Abizi was doing whatever he wanted, just running it up on them. They weren't worried at any point throughout this series, and you could see it in this game for Rio.
Abizi averaging 30 kills per hardpoint, I think, and that includes a 100-point club performance in there. Wow. On the other side, Miami Heretics, I do want to say congrats on taking the search and destroy from Atlanta FaZe. If you look at what Atlanta has done here in Major 3, they're 21-4 in map count. This was just their 5th map loss coming in, and you got to think maybe Miami can do some work in that elimination bracket. They finally got the monkey off their back. They got that 1 map win.
I do love that for them. They did, in fact, finally get a map not only against Atlanta FaZe, but on LAN versus Atlanta FaZe, right? And Real, not the best map one out of him, but he slowly got a little bit easier as it went on. So I still have high hopes for Miami in that elimination bracket.
We see the numbers piling in here in the chat. Everyone getting excited to see the hometown squad Toronto. But first, if you missed any of the gameplay from Abizi, let's relive it in your Scuff Play of the Game Nameless. We got all 40 of them.
Man, listen, this guy is just unbelievable. You know, we were talking about this match going into it. We talked about how Abizi loves this matchup.
Yeah.
He's always dropping numbers against these guys. And this is the map that I was talking about. Like, it was close in terms of score, but he was doing anything that he wanted. He was like 34-18 when it was all said and done, until the end where he goes on like a 6 streak to actually get that 40 bomb. Like, this guy's everywhere. Everything all at once. Abizi is him when he plays Miami.
And he was him throughout the entirety of the series. I mean, yeah, 40-22, tied HP kills on lands with Pred from the side of Optic, but even following that into the search and destroy, he was 10-7. He was still going out getting those first blood, still trying to keep them into the mix. And then the game number 4, 19-12. I mean, unfortunately for Miami, they just did not have the slang to hang with Atlanta FaZe.
Team diff.
We're only 2 matches in, and already I feel like we have 2 event MVP candidates in Abizi and Hydra. Finding out next, though, who will be the star of Toronto, because we have a big matchup coming up. Real quick, though, upgrade on the bracket, update, I should say, on the bracket. We have your lower matches figured out. The Heretics will drop down to play Las Vegas Legion, and LA Thieves are going to be taking on Boston Breach.
I mean, honestly, I was going to say that's a tough draw, but there really is no easy draw on the elimination bracket side of things. I think Heretics will match up really well versus the new look Vegas Legion, but we still got to figure out who Minnesota Rocker and LAG is going to play.
Yeah, I'm just excited for this Ultraverse Surge match. Listen, man, we haven't had an upset yet. That could be the one. Surge are new and improved. 04 looks like a beast, and it's his debut on that main stage.
Frenchies, make some noise. We got Abuza and Brezzy taking the stage when we return against the hometown team, Toronto. Coming up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm operator skin, Dystopia weapon blueprint, Iron Lung charm, Vroom animated calling card, Alpha vinyl guiding light emblem, and Scratch Tally weapon sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please.
Not the headset, please. Not the headset, please.
Joe, do I actually got to do the whole maple syrup thing?
Yeah, I mean, at this time, you've committed to it.
What do you?
You were committed.
It smells horrible.
Yeah. You're actually going to do this.
Oh, Joe! It tastes horrible, Joe!
Oh, wait, that's not even, what is
I don't know, it's awful! It's horrible!
Why is it so liquidy?
Because it's sugar-free synthetic stuff!
What is that, dude? That looks like, that is disgusting.
It tastes like squirrel pee.
Enemy marked.
Nice. Hey, well played.
It's complete.
Yes.
Good work.
Stops the clock. You have to do a selling on the top side of the flat. Does indeed. That's good. Oh, the snap! Max stays alive. Another for Mac. That's unreal. 23 seconds. Pause.
Red dot, and he's going to chase it. Hungry for the streak. Checks it. God, yes, come on, son. You cannot ask for more than that. The third kill for Fame as well. Give me the AC screams in the player cam.
Just have no aim assist on this kid.
Finish the only you remain.
Oh, snap.
What is he doing?
Get him off of me!
God.
Get him off of me!
Yo!
Get him off of me!
Oh my
Who are you?
I'm not mentally ready.
Get them off of me. It's time to start match number 3. Welcome back to Toronto, where we have the major winners round 1 underway. Love the new graphics package, and we love to see all of your beautiful faces. Welcome to everyone just coming off of work. We're 2 matches in. The favorites are through, Atlanta and New York. And now we've got our 3rd seed, Toronto Ultra, taking on Seattle Surge. And excuse me, Toronto coming in with that number 2 seed. Let's talk about this squad that won our first major. Alley Cat, what have you seen from them?
I've just seen resilience. I feel like from the Toronto Ultra squad, I feel like even though they had a player in Envoy struggling severely bad in Major 2 quals, like now that we've come into Major 3, they fixed these issues, right? They focus on their search and destroy. They've gotten better there to try and separate themselves from the pack. And Envoy's put in the work as a player to now come back, hopefully stronger heading into their home major, because historically speaking, Boston home major, they bopped out. Miami home major, they bopped out. Respectfully, they weren't top 4 teams, but you know, the curse could follow them here.
Look at the numbers Makeovers, though. They are on the road, Nameless, to repeat what they did at Major 1.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, a lot of other teams have gotten way, way, way better as well, right? But for Toronto Ultra, it's always been their search and destroy, which we'll dive into. But I heard, Allie, you mentioned Envoy. Also Insight. And Hardpoint search and destroy has not been the same, right? Like, and when you think about Major 1 and how they dominated, completely different map set, and Kleenex was God himself on the map. True. It hasn't been the same. He's still absolutely amazing, but not the same as Split 1. You could see, goes into what Ali was saying in the Monster Energy pregame, the X factor has been Envoy. 0.86 respawn KD, 1.2 in search and destroy. 7-0 in respawn maps when Envoy finishes with a positive KD. Yes, listen, he's just had these maps where he has dropped the ball, but this is more so playing into when they play against the top 4 teams, they need him. So in this one, they should be just fine without him.
And on the flip side, the search and destroy on the attack, again, they went from the number 3 attacking team during Major 2 to now the number 11. So they are 9-21 in attacking opening duel win rates, meaning they're getting in these first engagements and they're not winning the gunfight. Specifically, Kleenex and Insight rocking a 0.7 right now in that game mode with a 20% opening duel win rate. It is unacceptable for a top 4 team.
Yeah.
We're not online anymore. We're on LAN, and that is where this young man shines. A 1.12 in S&D. You saw him top in the leaderboards for the control damage. Scrap has done it all this season. The question is, who is he gunning up against on the Seattle side? Who do you think could square up in a one-on-one today?
Well, that's a loaded question. I mean, honestly, like, it's more been a team effort for these guys. When you look at them and, like, their stats, they're all actually negative, especially when it comes to that hard point. But they've been getting it done. They're sitting at 6-6 in hard point throughout this split, and the damage is there. So to answer your question, I will say Brezzy. I think Brezzy has been extremely underrated since the role change, going over towards that AR and bringing in 04. 04 plays extremely fast. He sets his ARs up for success, and they've been finding it in hardpoint, but you can see the control has been a struggle online.
This has been a pretty, or this is going to be a pretty mismatch when it comes to these teams going against each other, because whereas Toronto has struggled in search and destroy, that's where Seattle Surge has soared, right? And Toronto is also one of the best control teams, and that's where Seattle Surge is struggling. So for the Monster Energy pregame, the X Factor is going to be 04. He's the newest player on this roster. It will be his pro LAN debut as well. Going up against the home team will certainly kind of test what kind of confidence and what kind of player he's going to be.
Nameless, I got a chance to run into 04 backstage. I asked him, so how many LANs have you been to? He's like, all time? I'm like, yeah. So, well, this will be my third. Third LAN, and you are going up against some juggernauts on the other side of this stage.
Major, by the way.
Throw these stats away. Let's talk about the nerves coming into this one as we take a look at our maps and modes. How do you shake these nerves if you're a rookie, or how do you just come in with the confidence he's shown online?
I mean, listen, man, you just got to rely on your teammates, right? Like, remember when we talked to Hook in the interview, and he's like, I'm just trying to be a leader for these guys and get them in the point them in the right direction. He's done a good job so far, man. They've really impressed. And when you talk about map 1, it's going to be important for nerves. Well, Toronto are 11-2 on that map throughout this season. But that being said, Seattle have also liked that in this specific split. So if you talk about maps and modes, this is actually incredible for Seattle. They've got basically all their best maps and modes from this specific split.
I would have to slightly disagree, simply because maps 1, 3, and 4, the exact same one Seattle played Atlanta against, and they weren't necessarily close. They went to a round 5 invasion. Naturally, that fell to the defensive heavy side of things, where Atlanta was able to take it, but 6-star was a 250-148.
Well, it was as soon as I heard that, I'm like, well, yeah, that's true though. Toronto are very good. Not Atlanta, but they're very good.
Toronto going up against Surge.
Yeah.
It's time to make your official pick 'em. You ready to get another one right, Allie? Make it 3 for 3 on the day?
I am ready. Do you really have to ask me? I'm going with the home team, Toronto Ultra.
Going Ultra. Nameless.
I'm going to go with Seattle Surge.
What?
I'm going to take them in this series. I think the search and destroy for Ultra just hasn't been that great. And Seattle, they're going to impress 04. This guy might be the future prospect. Who knows?
I got bad news, Toronto. Nameless is normally right. 110 correct picks on the season, but I got your back. The Squirrels take care of business tonight. Scrap and crew, get it done for Toronto. That's how we have it all here on the desk. Let us know in chat which side you're on as we send it to the stage with Guy Blaze.
All right, Chris, I am ready for this one. Even though the desk is kind of split on where this one may go, I'm excited to bring out the home team. But before that, we got to bring out their opponents, looking to drown them out in the hopes of the crowd. Get ready, because here comes Seattle.
improved roster. 04 has breathed new life into this team. Hook now being that veteran leader, and the role changes have worked for Abuza and Brezzy. Remember, this team is top 3 in Search and Destroy on the season as a whole, and they have improved in hardpoint. Is it enough to beat a top team like Ultra? I think so. It's possible. We'll see. Let's bring out the home team guy.
And let's see if you're right and how well that prediction shall age. But Toronto, I gotta ask you, are you ready for the hometown team? Everyone at home, here comes Toronto.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safe. So take the check, finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint a fan of spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Canada, show some love to the Toronto Ultra! Here comes Scrap! We got Envoy! Insight! And Kleenex! Toronto, ready to go, plus Ultra!
There is no better feeling than exiting that backstage to a sea of purple. Toronto Ultra now taking in the second seed for Major 3 qualifiers, heading into their home major, looking to not disappoint the 6. They have looked disgusting, and with the crowd on their side, there is no reason for them to fall short in this matchup versus Seattle Surge. It's time to just get the job done for the hometown team. Blaze, third match of the day. Let's get it started.
Yeah, Allie, the third match of the day. And Toronto, let's set this stage right. Are you ready to get this game started? Oh, I love that. Casters, let's get it going.
Thank you, Blaze. Ready to roll. It's good to be back in Toronto, and we have a fantastic match to get our winners bracket. Continuing onwards here, Seattle Surge chance. It's not as clean cut or as easy as it looks on paper, though, is it?
It's an interesting one on paper, as Nameless was talking about on the desk. Like, Seattle Surge basically got the best map set that they could ask for against this squad. Admittedly, Ultra, they're a dangerous squad, and it's so much fun seeing these guys on the main stage, too. Like, Insight and Kleenex have been a part of this team for so long. They're like, you can fall in love with these guys. You've seen them. The Ultra fans have cheered for them before. They just want to get that dub, and this is a great way to get the ball rolling.
Hey, one map at a time is what it's going to take. Seattle Surge, a feisty team with plenty on the rise.
Oh my God.
What do you know? It's a very long-necked dinosaur there and a very familiar face on the front of that one. I was warned in advance there would be a dinosaur in venue, and it's good to see it made it through security. My good God. But that man on the far left-hand side of your screen is the man you're going to be watching. Scrap coming into this series. Incredibly spicy chance. 04 on the other side of the stage, though. His first major land. This is going to be an incredible test for him. Will the nerves be an impact? Will it be anything to slow him down?
That's his third land ever.
Yeah.
And the first time he does it in like the show on the big stage, he's got to go against some world champions. Like, this is going to be absurd from him. And 04, a very exciting player to watch. One of the few. He is a rare and distinct breed because he can match the pace of Hook. These two, when they fly together, when they are on point, they find their form destructive. However, Scrap, we saw the energy he's come out with. We see the energy that he brings to every single map that he plays. Scrap and Kleenex, they might be the players to simply take over.
Here we go. Map 1 of our winners round 1 for both of these teams. Into the hard point, first and foremost, it is Kleenex. Lovely shots into the first, and the bounce back from Seattle Surge. They win the opening gambit, they get the time.
And Envoy just trying to be a nuisance. The team leaves or loses the main gunfight. So, well, now he attempts to flank, but great reads by 04 and Brezzy chopping up the kill feed. And, hey, a P1 and opening break that Seattle needs just to get the ball rolling. And again, it is difficult. You got the land jitters coming out,
As soon as the game starts, though, they just melt away.
It's fine so far. Solid setup here from Seattle. Ultra with a chance to bounce back in a moment. Kleenex and Co. playing it very slowly. Information pass now. 2 on the rotation towards Nuba. That's where Ultra are, so don't worry. If you're a Toronto fan, that scoreboard could change in a moment.
Well, Surge have actually played this incredibly well. No one's fallen on the rotation. Looking for the entry gunfights, and well, Scraps there to shut down 0-4, but so much pressure towards the middle map, and Seattle might be able to jump on the break.
You may have run to the stage real quick, boys, but it looks like Seattle Surge have run over towards the new hard point. Can they get the kills? No. That's going to be a nice trade. Not enough to keep the play going. 0-4, the man of the moment now creeping his way forward. He's going to run into Kleenex, or rather Kleenex runs through him.
And Ultra keeping these players at bay, watching the cutoffs. Great information coming through. Every single life right now from Ultra. Taking advantage, getting the intel. But Hook actually able to make the break. But, well, they are converging. They are swarming to take him down. But 0-4, that dynamic duo at least attempting to keep him at bay.
Pace is still good. Kleenex finding a couple. Hard point wide open. No one there in it. Kleenex is going to have to double back, get that time. Over towards the new hard point, though, all Seattle.
And, hey, look, opening break. Big right hook coming out from Seattle. Well, Toronto respond with the left of their own, but the setup over towards P3. Hook might spawn out on the left side of the map. No, he gets a close once the Surge set up around this time. It's their turn to strike.
Brezzy trying to keep it down. Envoy there, cutting his way through the defense of Seattle. Now over to Hook, trying to keep them back. That tiny little cafe on the corner, that's the target. Inside, in behind. Scrap finding the kills in the front line. Oh, doesn't account for Brezzy. Scrap goes down. Abuza gets his, and that's going to be a solid hold for now.
This is a gunfight, though. This is the gunfight, maybe to get the time. Envoy applying the pressure. He's got his teammates on the pitch, so Kleenex there for a cleanup kill, and Envoy gets the man out of Hill. Seattle, though, at least started keeping it scrappy around the time, but Ultra, they've done their job. They have gotten this break.
Not able to get quite in just yet. Inside, holding on. Through the front, Kleenex keeps him alive and safe. Time now ticking for Ultra, looking to retake the lead. 20 to go here on this point.
That's still that big moment, though. That was the momentum shift, at least on the P3. Surge not able to hold, and hey, even for that scrap time, Ultra maybe on point for it. Inside, such a good job of staying alive as Scrap, the overseer, gets to be the dealer of death. Players spawning up and instantly taking gunfire.
10-6 for Scrap as well. 3 spree, looking to get a few more. Over to the street. New hardpoint open and ready for anyone to dive in there. Seattle will be the first in, but that just means Abuza becomes top of the menu. Will he be taken care of here? Kleenex trying to maintain position, waiting for the rest of the squad to line up. They don't get it, and it's all Seattle.
And those are such good routes being taken. I think Kook especially off spawn. That's who Kleenex is looking for. So Surge playing the mind games right now and collecting some time on a very difficult hill, but they do not have the power positions. That's what Brezzy right now desperate to get, but while his team is falling, Ultra just playing bully ball, outslaying and even clearing out their own spot.
It's a slow and steady climb into the lead now, and that's a nice set of kills. Kleenex gets his also, looking to keep Seattle trapped on the left-hand side of the map. Bad place to be for them. 15 seconds to go here on the streets, and it's been sweet for Ultra. Nice chance to take the lead and push it ever further forward.
Hey, Hook, though, 5 and 13. This is the moment that he needs to get rolling, trying to win the rotation over towards Junk. You are down by 20, and you are in a pinch as well. 2 players from Surge are not here, so play the corners. This is the duo Surge that have to pop off in 0-4. Well, can't get that second player, setting up Hook for the kill.
Hook's still got his job, though, on this side of the map to watch out. Gets picked by Scrap. 3 down, and Ultra in the point. What a break.
Just the perfect convergence. Now Kleenex is getting the distant spawn kills. He might get traded out, but Surge so far away before they can even think about breaking this hill, and if you don't have pressure towards Coop, this break is nearly impossible.
Yeah, there we go. Envoy 3 spree. Couple more now for him. Hook from down low. 0-4 backing him up. Cut to pieces. Envoy can't get both, but it's good enough to get the damage. The open hard point for a second. Insight on a 4. Scrap now pushes that front in, and that's going to be a nice hold again from Ultra.
Yeah, these guys head on a swivel. Insight on a 5 in a moment towards Junk, where Surge, they won the entry gunfights, but simply made nothing happen. Now Envoy gets to collect some freebies. Him and Kleenex, that little duo. Players are one shot, and the trades are there. Dylan Envoy, hard point. He has been struggling for the moment. 17 and 9. This is his flow state.
We could be looking at 2 potential cruise missiles now for Toronto Ultra. Flow state achieved. Let's go for a listen in.
I have my one child. He's got church though. Behind your market. Behind your market. Response that. Yeah, response that. Market then. Nice. Come on. Down to 5, yeah. Going into red right now.
We don't see red.
Nice deal. Go red. Quick. Top right. I have a kill. Just there. Top red. Weak. Top right. Nice. One on time. Time. Nice. Behind her.
mid cut already.
Already one shot mid cut on time. Time's out of time, I think.
Still Talus?
Just them though. Elsa? Already mid cut here as well.
Still Talus now.
Yeah.
Send. Don't mid cut, I think.
Mid cut. And then it made it.
Yeah, it's on time from Secret Side time. Challenge me.
Jeremy. One more mid cut, I think. Yeah, mid cut, Hugh. Still on the mid heading.
Dead.
Nice, you guys.
I'm on. What time AC again?
He's still top AC. I'm in red boys already.
Alright, one new. They're gonna be dumpster. AC 04. Dead.
On the way, Van Den. Yellow Van Den.
Hold across.
Take over dumpster. Yep. Coming over.
Only one at a time. He's still red stairs.
Stairs.
Nice scrap.
Trying to run at it, brother. Could be Calf. That's you. Calf weak. That's my bad. Back tunnel, one top out. Back tunnel, one top out.
I got it.
Nice. Top out.
Could have jumped off.
Hey, we're super deep. Coming over though. He could have slayed forward.
One top dead. No dumpster.
Top red, you said?
If he's right time now, one top red.
I don't know where. He's low ending. Low ending coming up us. I think he's still
I'm just waiting dumpster.
Yep. Bust dead.
One on me.
Nice. Calf dead.
Yeah, oh, dumpster in time.
Thanks for time. Coming over. Running at it. Dumpster over. One shot out the back. One shot. Absolute back counter.
Cover's really big.
Alright, absolute back counter. That's true, Jimmy. Lane back down. Okay. Yo, big E3 boys. Mid lane's open.
Semi life, right? Mid lane's open. I have a cruise still.
I'm on the right. Nothing mid. Hold low for you. I'm mid, dead.
Alright, sorry, give me low red.
I'm all low, like. I'm low.
I'm getting turret, bro. I'm getting turret. There's a big fucking holder.
Yeah. They. You have your own mid alley? Yeah.
For the more regular viewers of the CDL, that's the traditional comms of Toronto Ultra, but on LAN, it's a little bit more spicy. You can hear the absolute fire there as they manage to walk away with a much larger lead since the listen-in.
Yeah, now these guys are going to be on cruise control. This has been a perfect P3 hold where Seattle, not even a thought to contest the time. They even got a kill in a minute. 3 different players on a 2 spree for Toronto, and the time easily collected. Surge, desperate for a moment of just some teamwork on the break to hit through Chunk, but too little too late.
Oh boy, gets another. 25 seconds to go here. Scrap up close and personal. Oh! Where the MCW finds 4 in a row.
Gets the roar as well. Easy reads on the spawn, and him and Dylan Envoy, 26 and 13, both on a 4 spree. The absolute wrecking crew. Business as usual. 70-point lead. They're feeling good on Karachi.
He could get another set of streaks, another cruise. Nearly. Abuza there guns him down. This is enough to get towards that hard point. New street open. You had a decent look. Seattle the first time round. Can you get it done here? The answer is hell no. Scrap. A couple for good measure to make sure. Envoy on the flank. The street's wide open. This could be game.
MCW with that range. Scrap simply does not care. Torching him in the feed and torching him on the time as well. 80-point gap between these two teams. Ultra, they're looking fine on Karachi. An 11-2 record on the year.
Oh.
And they are at their finest.
Calling the cruise. Let them know you got it at the very least. Scrap it inside now. Stacked up 3 members. You'd think they were playing control by the amount of bodies in that point. 20-odd seconds to have it, and that should be Matt for Toronto.
He just does not care. Scrap just wants that next kill, and frankly, they're too slow to give it to him. He's waiting for the pressure to come, and he's bored by the time that it gets here. Surge trying to get that last break, and hey, Reggie, him and Abuza picking up some extra kills to get it, but 7 seconds left until Ultra win this game, and we already know they got double cruise missiles to break this hill.
I mean, you could break the hard point, you can break the forward positions. Here we go. Choices. Brezzy finds his on the opener. Envoy now slowly through the flank. Stunned up. They'll know he's coming. Can they find the kill? Here's cruise number 1. No kills. Brezzy holds. There's still another in the back pocket.
Okay, hey, we'll see if they can make this happen. Insight looking to pinch in the middle, and actually he just finds the route. Headset not working on land. Hook didn't hear him coming, and well, this is going to be the break, and this might just be game.
Scrap. He's piecing inside on the pinch. That's it. No need for the second cruise. It's all good. Map 1 goes to Ultra.
And this is the expectation from Ultra on Karachi. It is their map pick. It is their bread and butter. And my God, did they make it look good. Scrap frying main slayer as is tradition. But I know from Ultra fans, they love seeing a performance like that from Envoy. Kept up in the slaying department as well. Both those guys getting cruise missiled out. And hey, Kleenex, the only player on Ultra going negative with a dominant game like that for Toronto fans, you absolutely love to see it.
A certain degree of showmanship as well, I think, from the Ultra fans and the Ultra players especially. We saw Insight there getting the crowd going not only in the walkout but towards the end of the map there. So a very, very delightful start. The fans loving it, as they should. Here are the highlights from that one, and a lot of the Ultra boys chance. Seattle just not enough coming out here in map 1.
No, not at all. I mean, two things really to pay attention to as you look at the highlights. One, the scoreboard for Seattle, who was struggling in the slaying department. He's 4-8 in this moment. I mean, this is early in the game, and he only finishes with about 11 kills. So Hook simply stopped producing on the map, and then even for Insight, this is the hill over by Shaxx Junkyard where he's 6-6. This is where he goes on his spree, but he quite literally had his feet up for most of the game because, again, Scrap and Envoy having themselves an absolutely dandy time.
Having a wonderful time on Karachi to start things off. I think statistically, if you're a betting fan coming into this matchup, absolutely Toronto Ultras go. If Seattle put up a good show or won the map, then there'd be serious concern. But right now, this was Ultra, another day in the office for these boys, and a lot of bodies getting shot.
Yeah, two great moments. It's not just Scrap winning those difficult gunfights, but even Kleenex. Again, he goes negative, but it's moments where he's sliding out and baiting for Envoy to set him up for the cruise missiles. I mean, Ultra just in way too good of a spot in that game. But for Seattle fans, this is the expectation. It's Karachi against maybe the best team in the game on this map. You're almost expecting to go down 0-1. That, of course, leads into the next situation, though. Seattle on land, they have never won a single round of control. So in theory, if you're starting the series down 0-1, well, now you're down 0-2. I know you got 0-4 on your team, but he needs to pop off an S&D, especially on 6-star, to try to take any advantage you can over Toronto.
Oh my, we'll find out what happens in a moment. But the Karachi, there is the game flow. You can see a couple of moments where, of course, Seattle did have the lead, and things were close.
They had a great opening break, boss.
And there was the battle of the bowls towards the middle of that one, cleaned up indeed. 6-star, search and destroy on its way. A very, very different look chance. You're right, we'll get towards the invasion control, see if Seattle can find a round win there at the very least. And God only knows, 6-star hardpoint invasion S&D to close out. Big question for me, have Toronto managed to find the search and destroy woes? Have they cleaned them up? We'll find out in a moment.
And of course on 6-star, it's an interesting map too, because Toronto haven't played it a ton. They have a few reps in, but very limited. So of course, we're not going to see sort of that intel game, and obviously search and destroy, the big question. But I know from what we saw the New York Subliners earlier, there is a stylistic shift between the way you're playing search online versus LAN. It's a different environment. The pace slows down, and it's going to be very interesting to see if Ultra want to mix things up, and if Seattle just play at the same speed. Again, 0-4 and Hook, lightning fast, maybe the two fastest players we have in the league. And doing that on LAN, it is a challenge to be able to orchestrate it. But on a map like 6-star, we saw Heretics do it in the series before. If you're flying and the gunny is flowing, you can absolutely make an impact.
There's a ton of opportunities, especially on 6-star, to still catch some of the top teams unaware. We'll find out how much homework both of our teams have done in a moment. And for 0-4, again, his debut here in the big leagues on LAN. We've seen him online. He's looked fantastic. If he can bring a smidge of that to this day, it could be a good one for Seattle.
And especially so for an S&D kid like he is. They're playmakers. They are constant. They are aggressive. They are willing to take those risks. And I know a risk against Ultra. This is one of the top teams that can absolutely punish you for it. Now, their S&D hasn't been the finest, but when it is together, well, I mean, hey, they were undefeated quite literally at Major 1. They're looking to bring that same sort of impact, but of course, Bregia on LAN, some of those stats were completely absurd. Opening duels, perfect record for him, and I know since the role swap has been made, Bregia also a player that has been frying.
See if the young Frenchman can find the same success that his stats have lauded him in the way to 6-star S&D. Here we go, round 1. Slow look here from Ultra on the attack.
And you at Seattle on defense as well. They got so many nades and tacks out over towards the A site that if they didn't connect on anything, a quick rotation. So a 2-2 split, but the A site mostly left open by Surge, and well, Ultra reading the map pressure as well. Envoy making his move over towards the A bomb site, has Scrap to work with.
It's got coverage, so now they've got space to work with. And that, again, no one drops yet. 0-4, will you be able to catch Scrap out on the transition? The answer is absolutely not. Scrap wins the opening duel, first blood, and the bomb down for Toronto.
And that's beautiful. You wait out the tacks and nades, you read the pressure on the map, and you make the instant play. And we talked about 0-4 being a playmaker. Well, Scrap doing the exact same thing. But here we go. Smoke's going to be out. Chaos around the A site.
Here comes the chaos. Oh, can you deal with it? Surge are in. Surge flying towards the bomb site. And Envoy, can he get all three? The answer is no. But Ultra They blow their way on towards the bomb site, and after that, it was curtains. Good first round.
And for anybody that has paid attention to the challenger scene, that is the strat for the retake. You throw smoke down, and you pray to the COD gods and hope they're on your side. But in this lobby, the gods have been Envoy and Scrap, and these two guys still on point. So many tags up through the smoke, easy reads, easy two-piece, and so much damage on Breji as well. Him and Scrap have continued to be the wrecking crew.
A delightful opening round for Envoy there. 393 damage across those 2 kills and the assist. Good work. Seattle now their turn to attack. 2 of them going through the middle. Now 3. No, still 2. As 0-4 waiting to get him on the board. Plenty of information passed over, and he saw at least 2 players over by the DJ booth there for Ultra. That bomb and the rest of the squad now making their way over towards B.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on CleanX too. He's going to be the lone defender of the site, and by the looks of his positioning on the mini-map, they might be giving up this plant for free. So Surge might be able to get this bomb down. That means Ultra, they're playing for the retakes, and they are grouping up together for it.
All of them have the high ground. Here comes a potential counterattack. Will they even let them get the bomb down? Opening salvo of fire. 0-4. You might not want to make that jump, my friend. Oh my goodness, the kills erupting already. Trades back and forth. Seattle Surge win the opening duel. Stop, heal, go again.
Oh, it's in the smoke though. Somebody got out, but it doesn't matter. Surge slamming the door in your face. And Ultra might have been grouped up, but they simply fly out into death. Those are the mixing moments, and well, it's that duo. Abuza picked up 2 in that round, and Hook got the stamp on the rounds. And these sort of rotation mind games that we're playing with, well, right now, offense having more success. Defensive teams might need to jump on the ball.
I think the moment there for the Ultra squad, they're like, no way, all 4 players are down here. Surely somebody's playing in the middle. Surely somebody's out by pool. Nope, they were all there holding hands, and those rival 9s singing. Symphony of 9 mil there on the site.
Yeah, we saw Surge last time. So many attacks that were out over towards A, but now we got trophies of CleanX. He's made it. He is aggressive, and he's cleared out this site. Great tags as well, but Hook, well, the Enforcer able to get that first blood. That might just fall into Inside's lap.
Has it fallen in his lap? The answer is no. The nuke continues. Envoy now over towards the site. Brezzy from the smoke catches his. Can't get 2. Hook, his spree comes to a close, and now it's a 1v1. Abuza against Scrap for the round.
Rookie versus the sophomore. And Bomb is down as well. Abuza holding the cross, but this is a test of his timings.
And the timing, and both players have made the read. Who will find the tail end of this chase? It looks like Scrap has the advantage for now, but Abuza will go around and around again. Scrap can recover the bomb.
Yeah, Abuza's expectation is that Scrap had the bomb, so he ends up just guessing wrong. Scrap has cleared out effectively everything. Final check for the sort of outer underground push, and now you're just forced. Less than 30 seconds on the clock, get the bomb down, but problem for Abuza, he is so far out of the picture that now he just knows the bomb planted, doesn't have any intel on where Scrap is going to play.
Scrap has no idea where Abuza may be coming from either, so now it's a 50-50. Will he come through mid? He does, and Scrap, an immediate dispatch, a merciless defense of that bomb, and he feels good after that.
I mean, look, the biggest criticism that we have had against Scrap this entire year has been his search and destroy. 6-1 start already, winning the 1v1 in the clutch as well. Got the final 3 kills of that round, I believe a technical 1 versus 3, and for him, just easy reads, elation on the faces of the Ultra faces. They are not feeling stress on that stage.
And after the walkout, they've got the right amount of excitement, and I think they're trying to keep it going through a search and destroy. Typically a lot slower, a little calmer, but not here for the Ultra boys. A 4 spree from Scrap of 6-1 overall. Envoy, here they come. 0-4 over the top, managed to get his, over to Scrap, gets the 5th kill in a row.
And CleanX, maybe the cleanup crew as well. You got the man advantage, and that is actually bombed down inside of you, and everybody's falling. Abuza, if he gets lucky and can pick up this 2-piece, there's potential. There's 1. Second doesn't line up for him.
Doesn't line up, and here they go. They're going to line up for the 2v1 situation, and Scrap doesn't get it. So he's still on a 5, even though Ultra get that round. A 3rd now for them. Surge, little shaky, but not out of this yet.
I mean, they're just jumping all over him. Instant reach out, Inside and Scrap working together. Both players getting the tags in, and I thought that clutch had a little bit of potential with the Abuza sneaking through, but reaction time on point on the Ultra boys, and a 3-1 lead for the moment. Nice and comfortable. They haven't even needed those first bloods.
Surge, we'll see what they do now in this defensive round. Still eyes on Scrap for that single first blood. He's been good so far for him in the map. If he gets it here, he gets a cruise.
And Ultra once again just spreading the map and playing for information, so waiting for the tax to roll through. Middle of the map domination. Envoy might have a stave off 3 of them, and he can't get it done. 0-4 with the MCW, that first player to strike.
He hits it and he runs forward as well, so you're trying to take over as much of the map as possible. You don't, whoa, you spot Insight. That's a big one. A lot of information passed over now as they start to encircle around the Ultra lineup.
There's so many corners to check in the back of the map too, so Insight is taking some space, but it's one player to look every single direction. Kleenex is responsible for mid, and everybody's rolling through. Seattle with the trade, Seattle with the domination. Scrap just wants the cruise. He's able to get it, but it would be a 1v4. That is not gonna happen. So big victory by Seattle for the round win. Small victory for Toronto. A cruise missile can be devastating on 6-star.
We've seen it. There's a lot of open rooftop spaces. There are some particularly well-designed skylights that do allow an object about the size of a cruise missile to fly through. There's almost a guarantee in the back pocket there for the Ultra boys. Still only 1 round difference. And Surge, again, with these incredibly strong defensive rounds. When they are decisive, it is a thing of beauty.
Aggression has been this team's key to success, and on offense, well, looking to fly together, looking like a full-on A hit, and the site mostly left open, maybe a triple up through the U side of the map, and Ultra, well, they're going to be able to spot you on the cross, but that's a peach of a nade. 0-4 going to back him down.
It's going to be perfect. Lands, nails it. A little bit of coverage there, just some suppression. To just keep those players at bay. They're trapped in the connector. Here comes a 3-man hit through that. And Abuza's got to watch the back line. Scrap versus Abuza. Here comes that opener. Reggie gets his. Meanwhile, the flanks, Abuza keeps it safe. Life in very much in the real strong look there from Surge. All down to Insight. And it's a clean sheet. Ultra down and out. Surge equalized.
They just clobbered him in that round as well, and that is no hesitation coming in from Seattle. Surge, all 4 players clear out A. They get the space, and again, no waste of time. Get the bomb down. You got, what was it, 0-4 backing up, watch the flank, 1 guy push out, all bases covered in an easy and efficient round there by Seattle, who, by the way, they have been dominating this first blood battle. Right now, 5-1 in favor of Surge. I mean, Ultra might be a tie game, but you need to get one soon.
We'll see if the first bloods matter. Hasn't mattered so much for their success. Over towards A immediately. The bomb might already get planted there. You've heard a lot of noise in the background. You can count the sounds of the frags. You know they're on that side of the map. Get the bomb down.
Yeah, Surge also need to kill Scrap to make sure the cruise missile does not just call this round.
Resi trying to keep his spree alive now on the retake. Looking out for Scrap. He's going to be the first line of defense. Bring him down, and it's a good look. There's the feed. Oh, big win from Scrap. First blood.
He's insane. Can't win a gunfight like that. That is going to make this round nearly impossible, but now Insight might be forced to clutch. Him and Envoy running for the hills.
The king of clutch now makes it. Oh, wow. Makes it a 2v2. 20 seconds on this one. Envoy. Smoke through mid. Insight back onto it. Wins a big one against Abuza. Can't get the second. Hook. Waiting for the immediate trade, but no. Envoy's playing it slow on the back line. He's never going to guess this. It's not going to get checked, and that is the lead for Ultra.
And I tell you, that first gunfight win by Scrap, I thought they had him dead to rights by that statue, but his gunny simply hits different. If he loses that one, that round collapses immediately after the fact. Instead, well, Ultra in a position to clutch. Insight catches Breji or maybe Abuza, not gun ready. Surge feeling the pressure of dealing with those major 1 champs.
I mean, that B-bomb site as well, the A-bomb site rather. There are 4 if you count the secret sort of stairwell entrance, lines of attack on towards that site. So such a tough spot to be in for Hook.
And you see this A site being left completely open. This might be the call to use the cruise missile. Scrap playing on the back line, and what a beautiful first blood. Ultra, well, they will take that every day of the week. Now you don't need to use the cruise.
Yeah, you've already been gifted that one. Bumping over to the absolute silence, the rattle of gunfire. Scrap can't win it. Hook, last man alive for his team, now done. Down, out, 5-3. Map point, Toronto Ultra.
And look, Ultra, they're a team you could not afford to make a single mistake against, but normally we talk about the devil being in the details, the small mistakes. A first blood, team killing your teammate first hit. You lose the map when you make a mistake like that. Surge back against the wall. And honestly, that is not the first time we have seen Surge make a mistake like that. So they have not cleaned it up for land.
It's a stinger. but it's not going to slow down the Ultra boys. Here we go, attacking round to potentially close out the map. Scraps 11 and 5, certainly helping there, and don't forget the Cruise in the back pocket as well.
Yeah, if you get the bomb down, just go ahead and call that GG. Right now, Aboozes so much pressure on the defensive side to maybe get one, but he needs to stay alive.
Nades are out with nearly at empty pockets. Here comes the Cruise. A clear line for it. Through the roof. No good.
Envoy, though, at least going to be able to get the bomb down, so a pure 4 versus 4, and they should know no flanks rolling through.
Here we go. Envoy will be the first line of defense here. Kleenex on the outside pool. Will he catch the players coming down the stairs? Is there anything left to throw? No. Scrap, first blood. Here comes the smoke. Kleenex might be able to go very large here. He catches out one on the cross. Inside there for it as well. Trades coming down. Abooza! Gone! Toronto Ultra take map number 263.
And Ultra, again, these guys starting their tournament off right in the hard points. The only bit of criticism this team has really faced is for guys like Envoy. Do not go double negative. Well, he comes out map 1, absolutely fries. Second bit of criticism is that man on that dinosaur where his S&D has not been in its finest form. What does he do in his first search and destroy map? He goes 14 and 5 and absolutely calls game. Getting the first bloods when you need, getting the cruise missile, dealing the damage as well. One of the better S&D performances we have seen all year across all players, and certainly for Scrap, the best he's had. 4 first bloods as well. You could not ask for anything more.
All right, congratulations. There we go. So far, the first 2 maps in the series have been an easy one for the boys of Ultra. Will this be a clean 3-0? Potentially, yes. Oh, yeah. We have a tough one coming up for Surge, Invasion Control. That will be the next map in the series, and there's no getting around a chance. Surge, not fantastic at the mode.
Now, there's a sales pitch for Seattle Surge if they had won the map 2 for being able to do something on Invasion, but now there is too much pressure. We're watching them make the same mistakes they have made online, and, well, they brought it into land.
Well, folks, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, an opportunity for Surge to find themselves, get well composed, and hopefully not tilt. Get out of the way, Tilty. The boys have got one more map to play. Invasion Control coming up after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, we'll see how the clutch can continue. Scrap finding success in search and destroying. However you paint it, whatever way you look at it, chance a dominant map from Ultra.
I just think Surge liked to die to Scrap, you know, running straight into his bullets, and then obviously it was an elongated clutch where he just plays with the timing. Nice rotation, all the duty timing at its finest, and of course, after he gets the bomb down, it's just easy reads. It was the same thing in the hard point. Scrap is just like unkillable, it feels like, against it. You have to trade him out because the 1v1 gunfights, I don't know if he's lost a single one. Dude's walking into map 3 with like a 2.2 KD. He is feasting on Seattle.
He's feeling fine, isn't he, guys? Well, we'll see what happens in the next map. We're going to Invasion to play Control, map 3 here in our series. This is to advance onwards into the winner's bracket. Loser goes down. We'll find out if that's going to be the case. Scrap's feeling fantastic. And the record is pretty good on Invasion as well. Not so much for Seattle Surge. This is going to be a real tough map for them.
Winless in Control on land, so these guys have certainly struggled, but they've had a bit more success in the Major 3 online stages. There is a small sliver of hope, but again, I don't think Scrap's even going to give them the option. Him and Envoy still have been on point, and you see the setup from Ultra. They were just so concerned about an A hit off the rip that they basically quadruple stacked it. They barely care about this B zone.
We care not for B, it's but A where our love lies, and Abuza's doing what he can to get onto it. Go on, son, get in there. 0-4 backing him up, and there's a 2-man cap now.
You quadruple stack it, maybe just to get bodied. Envoy wins a big one though. You challenge off the time, and Abuza killing everything in sight. This is a force spree from him. Finally gets cut down, and you haven't got that single tick just yet. Hook, he cannot get it done.
No one seems to be using their minimap right now. We may as well take it away in the next game. Let's see what happens over by B. The second segment is nearly done, and that should be it.
That's such a big missed opportunity from Surge. It nearly was perfection. Just like Karachi, opening breaks were on point, but now you're fighting tooth and nail with a slight reflector over towards this B zone. Capture just about gonna roll through. So Surge, plenty of potential now in this round, but a long way to go.
Scrap loves those. I'll run past you in my slightly higher sense. I'll win that fight 9 times out of 10. Force spree now for him. We saw him go ham in the S&D. Nice work from 0-4 there. Stops that spree dead in its tracks. You have 2 minutes to play right now if you're Seattle Surge to throw yourselves towards A, and loads of lives. 21. Oh, it stays in
fight. Ultra don't have a ton of pressure on the front side of the map, but Kleenex found the timing to cut down the reinforcements, but Abuza might have the route with 0-4 to get the time, and Surge, the pressure's on. They could triple stack this.
Surge have done it again. They managed to get themselves in there. Here's the triple stack. You have to go, Ultra, or you are about to become a statistical anomaly. With Seattle Surge on the precipice of winning a round of Control, there's no one to stop it. It is seemingly untouchable. Into the contest. Done. Seattle have done it.
That is ungodly. They had 2 strong breaks to get over to the A zone, and they jumped on it. Maybe a little slow reaction time to make that commitment to go towards that point, but once they got it, no time wasted. A 7-2 round from Abuza, and now a massive advantage on this map.
And memes aside, that was a very clean round from Seattle. That was very, very good. First major success we've seen them have here on the mode. And damn, it was a good one. Can they keep that going on defense now? Shy of just 2 minutes that round took. Brilliant work.
That is unreal. And I mean, now Ultra, you're forced to respond. You have to win a round on offense in this moment, but no cheeky stuff coming out for the moment. Scrap being left towards A Street. Maybe he wants to make a late hit towards that zone, but the primary play for the moment over towards B. Kleenex, good damage done, but you're losing the opening break again. Surge are swarming right now on Invasion.
Scrap continues to win these gunfights. He is indomitable up close, even with the MCW. Clock stopped. Oh, looking for the avenue towards A. Not going to happen as Seattle retained some control. Slow cap at B, not necessarily a problem. They're worried about these shenanigans mid-street.
Ultra, they're toying with the idea, trying to apply that pressure and keep maybe a little bit of that action open towards the side, but Surge, they've stacked the pressure well, making sure you clear out all the funny business on the bottom side of the mini-map and turn your attention towards the top, where Ultra are actually struggling to get near this zone. Big gunfights being won by Scrap, but Hook's still there to take you down, and you got the spawn trap set up. Surge at this moment, they could dagger Toronto.
Oh, the opportunity to do it. Envoy buys them a little bit of air into the lungs as they get forward. Hook. Oh, a classic corner, but even better, Gunny stays alive. His position very much known. On towards B. He's going to be able to get a hit in there in a moment, but nothing left to throw in this life anyway. We should see B captured. A minute 44 will be the play at 20 lives either side.
Yeah, Surge, well, maybe not able to apply the pressure enough to stop B, but the gunfight's flowing. That is 11-4 from Abuza as well, as they have Ultra basically cornered into the top side of the mini-map. So all bases covered. Ultra going to be real far away from that A zone, and again, it is a necessity at this point for them to get it.
Good God, what a gunfight that was from Insight. A little slower now on the attack. Scrap with a fantastic power position. That's to cut down these players. Brezzy, the last man. No one in position now. Hook, he's going to be trapped to the inside of that garage. He ain't getting out with his life. This could be it from Ultra.
Oh, big win by Hook, though. You don't go for the stack, so it's only 2 on the point, and now make it 1. Envoy has help on the cross, but that was all that he had. Position given up, and only a single tick able to roll through. Typically, that is a good thing for the team on attack, but from Ultra, it is still a problem.
There's one segment captured. Great work from Ultra. You're looking for a couple more, though. On the slow and steady crawl through the middle of the map. Every corner checked, every player tagged.
And because it's Surge, these guys play at such an electric pace that you might actually lose this on lives. You're down to 10, so if Ultra can keep the pressure up, maybe you could achieve that rare feat on Invasion and win on lives. But with 48 seconds, it's looking more and more unlikely by the moment. Scrap, though, still unkillable in the feed.
Yeah, right now the game for Seattle Surge, secure the map, control those zones, and protect your lives, because it is not going to be an easy thing to do. An anomaly on the approach now as Envoy cuts his way through the backline. You're running out of space, Seattle. You've got 30 seconds on the clock to stay alive.
And he's keeping track. They knew Brezzy was there, so good stuns and good trades. That's another 2 down in the feed. Last 2 guys by the point. Envoy gets caught in no man's land. 0-4 there to strike him down. Kleenex, that next player in line. 15 seconds. You gotta go. It is a desperation effort.
Every second counts. Inside. Can he get the second? He should. That's going to be space to move forward, but not necessarily the health. Final 10. Scrap might be able to dip a toe. Abuza tags him up. Hook surely reads this on the minimap. Wins it. Inside. Wins it! That's the round!
And with 3 lives remaining, Seattle Surge keeping that big bad wolf at bay. By the hair there, chinny chin chin. They go up 2 rounds to none. That is an absolute class round there by Seattle. This map firmly in their grasp.
I thought Hook's house was made of straw for a moment there, but he somehow turned it from wood to brick. And they're bricked up going to this. 2-0 so far in control. We asked for 1, Seattle. You've done it even better.
Yeah, it was a hell of a stun grenade, too. I don't know who was connecting on those players trying to make that initial break, but Ultra is simply not enough in the tank in that moment. And Kleenex, I mean, I know he was baiting a lot for his teammates in map 1, but struggling here on Invasion. Of course, as an SMG player on a map like this, if your team is behind, well, it'd be like that. But now Surge just doing the easy thing. I mean, they're out slaying. They're going to get this B zone. They have set themselves up so well.
Who is this, Seattle Surge? Where have you been all season? Kleenex, though, he gets himself rolling. He's had a slightly slower game, 8-14 overall, but again, difficult for the submachine guns to find a huge amount of success on Invasion, and success is going to be the name of the game right now. 2-man stack, Brezzy on the flank. Oh, Insight managed to cut through, so they don't capture B.
Yeah, I was about to say, they went from 3 players on it to everybody chasing kills towards the middle of the map. So Surge still got to go back to square one. Still could be problematic. You want to make sure you get this extra zone and stay on top of the ticks just in case Ultra went around, because Ultra right now, the pinch of time. 2 players going around on the flank. Almost every single player has fallen. You have not gotten this zone yet. In Ultra, they have the blender of a spawn trap being set up.
Insight looking to save the B zone and somehow pulls a kill out of nowhere. Abuza cuts him down. Scrap should be able to trade this one out. Oh my word, there was a moment there where I thought a beatdown may be in place. Onto the B zone you go. Scrap does have a frag to work with though, so here comes the hit.
Hook's got 1 gunfight, by the way. Hook just wins the gunfight, so the A zone's open. So Surge, they might have been dealing with some pressure over towards B, but Hook might make a hero play and open up the door for his teammates.
Hook knows though he has no trophy. He has to take the fights on the outside of the zone, so he may be able to find a kill or 2, but it's done. Great work there. They overcommit from Ultra. The numbers, the resources pay off. Just about 20 seconds to play here. This is not over yet. 1 good hit, Seattle Surge, and you might be able to get B.
Well, this still could be a painful round. Those are nice nades from Abuza, but you still got to run through towards the tank. And Surge with 10 seconds left. They're making their approach. Kleenex on the cross. Going to be skeet shooting on these players trying to fly by. It is a crossfire. For 2. Last player alive. 0-4 without a trophy. Can you get him off the point?
Onto the rookie. Oh, he wins a big fight against Scrap and a teammate. Oh no. 5 seconds. You've got to fly towards the point. Envoy might be able to stop them, but that could be the capture. Kleenex. The capture's good. Over the way we go.
11v7 on lives as well. Surge, now you gotta pump the brakes, slow it down, and do not throw anything away, or maybe cut your losses and be happy you got the B zone at all.
Well, Seattle, you've got 5 lives. That's 1 mistake, and here it comes. Scrap on the dance. Reads Hook, no lives left.
And I gotta say, with rounds like this, it's gonna be interesting. If Ultra managed to win this next offensive round, you could actually maybe tie it up on Tiggs. It'd have to be a pretty dominant performance, but they're also up on slaying as well. So Ultra in a bad spot, but maybe they could pull off some magic as Hook, last man standing, just waiting around to die.
Ultra get on the board. They managed to save face here on Invasion, but yeah, this is going to be interesting. The kills department looking a lot more solid. Scrap has started to turn things around. 20 non-traded so far at 24 kills in total.
Still need a very big round of Toronto if they want any hope, though, of winning this map. Back against the wall, you got to win in offense. A very difficult task. The rate, I mean, one of the worst we have seen in control in CDL history. So a difficult map to do it on. But Ultra, well, they are one of the very best. So pressure still on Surge. You want to get it done here, and it's a full-out A hit from Ultra.
All right, boys, all aboard the A train.
Nice shots.
0-4. What a lovely first blood and second, and Hook picks up his as well. So last man up was Kleenex. The gamble has not paid off, and 0-4, he reads the reinforcements immediately. Over towards the B zone you go. Slows them down, but not enough to stop them getting on the point.
Yeah, that man is flying around the map. Those are long slides into just absolute hell, and Hook again. Cleanup crew does get traded, but you got number 8 Breji shooting you as you cross off spawn. So Ultra still feeling the pressure, and this is going to be a slow grueler of a round.
That's so tough. Able to eat that stun grenade, a concussion, and just crawl around that corner. One segment of B done, halfway through the B zone. Standard stuff so far for Ultra. No shenanigans just yet. The opportunity for Scrap to keep that mid-map safe and maybe transition towards A, but as you can see from the mini-map, it's a lot of work here from Surge all over the place.
Yeah, and Ultra, yeah, I was going to say, Scrap putting himself in an interesting spot. I think Ultra, they're just hoping for that one moment to slip through and maybe punish a mistake of Surge. But Surge, no mistakes just yet, although the gunfight's not flowing. A little bit of pressure. You do have insight behind you. In Seattle, no one on the minimap is turned. Finally, with that spawn coming through, those arrows turn right around. So heads up gameplay right now. But as you're looking for insight, now Envoy, the reinforcements are here.
Oh dear, you find one more kill. It's going to be Hook hiding in a corner. They're looking for him, though. They haven't found him yet. Oh, spotted it out. This might be a big deal. Insight. He loses the fight to Hook somehow, so you're safe and sound now in the base for Surge.
And just to keep track, it is 9-7 on the tick count in favor of Seattle. So, of course, Ultra, they have to win this round, but if you capture the A zone, you get defense for the round 5. So, Ultra, make no mistake, they need it. They got a minute to make it happen. Oof. But you are still so far away. Surge, they have been on point so far.
There and back again. The tale of Toronto here on this map. 1 minute to play.
Wow, there it is.
0-4. Strong stuff. Hook on a force spree now as well, looking to get himself streaks. He's definitely in the spawn of Ultra now, and I'm sure they know he's there. They're on the prowl to try to find him.
This is hell. This is absolute hell.
If this is hell, whoa, then Hook might be the devil. Gets one, pushes Ultra's life count down even further.
I mean, that's a 25-second investment just to get out of Palace. You got such a long way to go. You do not have any time. It has to be this push right now to get to that A zone.
Beanboozle, will he have the fortitude and the constitution of that tank he is on top of? Yes, he does. Scrap trying to get the trade immediately. Beanboozle just staying alive. The only man on that side of the map. It's not going to matter. Brezzy through the middle. Here comes the funnel. Fly, Ultra fly. Final lives in the round. Oh my goodness. Here comes the streaks as well. Seattle Surge, we merely wanted a single round from you. We didn't necessarily say you should win the map. What a bang. The Surge get on the board, and they make history for themselves.
Yeah, and we just looked at Scrap kissing the sky and saying goodbye. That cruise missile, the stamp on the game. We were gassing up the map too, because the expectation, Surge, they have been winless in control on land. You almost virtually start the series out down 0-1. But they just had a clinical performance on Invasion. You get the offensive round, and you get one of Abuza's finest maps of the year. 33-22, 6,200 damage. You needed an answer for Scrap. Abuza delivers.
Well, 2-1. We will be seeing that 6-star hard point in a moment, but there are the stats. Again, Abuza, absolutely deserving of the flowers there. 15 offensive kills, 18 on the defense as well. The man was on the OBJ. Great work there from Surge, finding some success here in what was a grueler of an invasion control. Very much for the boys of Ultra there. Tough looks from them across the highlights as well, Chance. Hook with that crazy two-piece to secure the round as well from the inside of the A zone. You name it, we got it.
And you just had Surge doing such a much better job of creating those moments for the actual A pressure. This might have been a crazy round where Hook sorted that iron defense towards the end, but great stuns from his teammates, an annoying, cheeky spot, and even with no respawns, able to get it done. And the reason this series is going to be so interesting now, because I know the Karachi did not look good for Surge. The guns were not hot. Hook starts out double negative, but that was not their map pick. This is the map 4 they were looking for. Very happy they are to see 6-star, so maybe an opportunity for Surge to pull off the upset.
Yeah, that's a scary thought, Toronto fans. You're now in Surge territory. They want to be later into the series. The deeper you go, the more frightening it gets. We'll find out if that is the case. Confidence has to be starting to swell for the Surge boys now. Again, 0-4, major debut for him. An incredibly difficult series against one of the top 4 teams here in the league. And so far, he's got the ice, he has the composure, and things are looking good. 6-star hard point coming up next in Invasion S&D. We go back to it for the final map in the series, and dare I say it, Chance, what a banger that could be.
And I do know one of the points the Des made is how this isn't necessarily the strongest map on the side of Surge this 6-star, because they got beat by Atlanta FaZe, but Toronto fell to the exact same fate. So both of these teams have gone up against the best in the game. Obviously Ultra among that conversation, but Nixie looks on 6-star. There is no clear-cut advantage in my mind for either of these two teams. I know Scrap has been that main factor, the consistent main slayer, but Abuza was there to match him. You need a performance like that again.
We'll see. The smiles are gone from the Toronto boys. It's strictly business now.
You spoke too soon.
Or is it? Or is it? No, it's strictly business. As we look across their hard point here from the qualifiers and the build-up to this LAN, 86% in the whole percentage. That is an incredibly strong stat, Chance. Anything else there that sticks out to you?
Well, honestly, this might be a situation where the 12th might look bad on the rotation game, but it might be a situation where Ultra just know the game so well, they know where and when they need to rotate towards, because not all hills are built the same way. So Ultra, they have been the best hardpoint team in the game, convincingly so from the start. I know a few teams can go toe-to-toe, but these guys have been destructive. But maybe those new maps that came into the mix, the new look on 6-star, who can take advantage of the pool hill? Maybe Hook or 04 can make that their home.
We'll see if Seattle Surge can drown them out and stay on brand when it comes to that pool hill. We're not too far away from getting into this hard point, folks. An opportunity now still for Seattle to close, or to try to take the lead at the very least, or get into this, because Ultra is still map point. One more and they move on.
And we talk about the homework being done by these two teams as well. I know Surge, even where the respawns have faltered, at least that first hard point, you still have the opening breaks for these guys that have been on point. Even on Karachi where they got bullied out, they started with a 40-second lead. We saw the same thing on round 1 of the invasion where Surge, again, devil in details, these guys have put in the work, looking for another strong opening break here just to set that tone.
Here we go. Map number 4. Ultra looking to get the win. Into the hard point, you send it, lads, and here comes everything. The kitchen sink hits that hard point. 04 gets it done with a gunny. Brezzy joins him there, and that's such an opportunity to get into that hill, grab some of that time, lads. Watch out for the steps, though. Scrap's going to get his, but nice work there. Everyone on Surge finding their kills. Can Envoy get 3? Hell yeah, he can. That point is his.
Yeah, Brezzy, he has been hesitant to chow in this series, and he gets punished for it there. Kleenex, no fear of the chow. He'll fly into 4, and he might fall, but not before he picks up 2, and now you're just getting cut to absolute ribbons, as you are not going to be able to get towards P1. Brezzy, a little bit slow in these moments.
Also, an awkward timing there. He does bring Hoop down with him, Envoy, once again. He has been the absolute tender of the bar. Cuts through, gets those big kills, 4 in the opening rip. And the final 5 are now going to be done. We'll go over towards the lounge. Anything but relaxing, though, so far.
And yeah, I mean, they're not even shooting back with Kleenex right now. So rotation towards P2. Surge are going to get here first, but Kleenex, he is waiting for these gunfights. Nice little slide, better reaction time as well. And Surge, they got the back spawns, but they also are going to be in their spawn, getting cut down. Easy trades there from Insight. Next player in line, Breggy. You know he's gonna fall as well. They're not shooting back. That is domination from Ultra.
I was going to say, you had it all there. Not even a single second of friendly fire. Jamie Craven gets himself another scrap. Picks up where he left off. 0-4 though, right out of spawn, right into the fray. You're still not able to break the hold that Ultra have had on this one. So far, disgusting work. And that's a sweet 3 from Envoy.
And Surge, they're not even thinking about teamwork, not a thought in their minds, and that rotation not going to be a thought either. You're taking gunfights just to take away 10 seconds, but you have such a long way to go and scrap the back line. You know he's challenged.
He's challenged, he's holding it down. Here comes a cooked frag. Will it be to perfection? Yep. Rezzy's gone. New hard points up from lounge to bar. Here we go.
And they're just cutting him down. I love the little jump peek by Scrap too, just to get the intel on Hook as he tries to find that timing. So Ultra doing the little things right, always getting that extra little bit of information and holding this hill down for a moment to perfection.
Seattle on the slow approach. You've got to open up another lane of attack here, lads. Oh, the timing has paid off. The break is magnificent, and that's a good 30 seconds to have. Seattle, enjoy it while you can.
And these are going to be split spawns as well. So 2 players from Ultra in the back, 2 players are going to spawn out towards B2. So Ultra, honestly, in position to re-break this time in 0-4. Well, you want a better trigger hand in that moment. Gonna get punished. And, well, look at the spawns now.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it while you could there, boys, because Toronto right back in it. Oh, that ass got kicked. Hard point broken wide open once again. Surge now have got to fight their way through towards the new one, over to the bottom side of security. And this is going to be a tough battle indeed.
I just need to see Breggy start to shoot with some confidence. 3-9 for the moment, and well, leading the charge. Triple hit from one direction and the flank from the other. Big gunfight for 0-4. Insight shuts it down with the rival 9. I'm surprised Insight doesn't have PTSD with that gun, but hey, getting it done for the moment.
Boozer only finds one here from Statue. Over towards the hard point again, and Ultra very much in the driver's seat. Slow looks from Surge, but they might be able to turn things around here. Nice 3-man break. That's going to be it. You're in. Can Kleenex clean house? He might be able to. The second to his name. That is sensational shots for the rival.
Tobias is insane, and now he's even playing the time. He picks up 2, doesn't get traded out. Now the reinforcements are here. So you had a nice break from Surge that collapses instantaneously as Ultra continue to pump the score up.
There was simply no answer for Kleenex there.
And by the way, Surge, they're hitting all the way to 8 seconds, not even thinking about the rotation. Breggy's going to be by himself, so that's a big investment for this old time. And Ultra, you're going to have so many bodies just to deal with Breggy, who's been left completely by himself.
50-plus point game over towards the pool is now up, and you've got a bad situation to be in if you're Hook. Envoy cleans him up. Breggy now alone in the pool. Nobody to help out. Can he win at least one gunfight from down low? It's an awkward one indeed, but he's staying alive. Reinforcements by time. Envoy, though, reads the play. Can he get the second? No. So you still have control, Seattle.
I mean, Breggy, he has been sink or swim in this moment, and he's actually done an electric job. He got left by himself in the water, but, I mean, hey, Slim Trunks on. He continues to fry.
Breggy finds another kill. He's got a 4 spree. It finally gets put to the bed. But wow, what a hold. 20 seconds to go, and Ultra do dip a toe. They get a little bit of pool time, but not enough.
Turnstile wrote a song about Breggy, that underwater boy, putting in some serious work, but still a decent lead from Ultra, and for Seattle, still a long way to go. Rotation of P1 can get bodies in the hill in a cheeky spot from Hook. Able to get at least the trade, but here comes Kleenex. No wasted time.
So nearly gets away with his life. 0-4 though. The battle continuing, but trades are done. Envoy wins his 3 now in a row. And a perfect spot to find another. Can he stay alive? Oh my god, he does one better. Gets a kill. Inside. The dance is on. He has coverage. Oh, over peaks. So Boozer's there for it. And now Surge swarming the point.
And Hook's just going to be soaking this time. Well, never mind. It's Hook. He's going to be challenged, and he's going to be dying. 50-point lead, and Ultra right side spawn still attempted to clear out this time, and eventually they get it. The dam breaks, and Surge back to square one. Wrong side of the map, and you are not getting this hill time.
Ultra holding it down still. Trades only in the feed. His insight's there, going to be in the middle of the point. Breggy and Boozer, they battle their way through. A little bit of time here. Envoy once again. He has been running circles around players in this bar. All hard point long. Oh, gets another one. God. Somehow walking away with it. Rotation of P2 done again. And Ultra chance. They were immaculate the first time. Can they do it again?
Yeah, Envoy's loving his new controller. Him and Strap again just having a kill race right now as he gets set up towards P2. And Envoy, that front man, gets the nade kill as well. 0-4 trying to make the break. And hey, nice 2 kills. Looking to trade out Envoy, but Envoy, the untradeable, continues to be a threat.
Oh, he somehow manages to find that as well. Hook in. Takes care of business at the kiddie pool. Over to the flank now. He might be able to pick it up. No, Kleenex is there. Too much to handle. Concussion lands. 0-4 slowed down now as well. More time to Ultra.
Yeah, Envoy just went God mode on this hill. 24, make it 25 kills now. I mean, he is called at the moment where you need him most. This has been a dominant performance on 6-star, and maybe Hook, the guy that's feeling that pressure the most, him and 0-4 cannot get any production on the map. Ultra are slamming.
I would love to know how that second kill went through. Brezzy wins a big one against Envoy there. Rotation complete. Once again, Ultra are in. We saw breaks last time round. Will that be the case now? Brezzy forward. Damaged into 2 players, went after the kill. Who can he get the trades? He can. Stay alive now and try to get the hold.
That's a big read as well. You know the back spawns are coming through, so this is the moment of Surge. If there was ever a time to turn it around, it needs to be on a P3.
You have to win a lot of fights. Here comes the opener. Inside gets his. Hook is in so much trouble. It's a day 1 spot. Envoy reads it. They line up. But it's Ultra with the cleanest break you'll see on P3.
Damage done, and that might be the moment where they just call game. Inside off spawn, well, he picks up 4, and this is easy time for Ultra to collect.
You break the hard point, and maybe break the spirit of Surge here on 6-star. Envoy, nice transition to a boozer, not enough for the kill. Insight's there for it, that's a cruise, and that is a huge win here on the map. 200 points crossed as well.
The rare collateral coming in there from Insight. They're getting achievements while they're dominating Seattle Surge. They might not get the 100-point club, but this is an easy look for them to call game. 1 good break, it will seal the deal.
Here we go. Crunch time, Seattle. Security is the name of the game. It's the name of the hard point. 3-man hit through the middle of the map now for the Ultra boys and the crews to work with as well.
There it is. Get everybody in position. You trap them in the sight, pin them in the back, and win the gunfights. If Insight can even pick up 1, that's great, but everybody indoors. And they're winning the gunfights as well, so Surge, hey, there you go. The bulletproof glass, their best friend.
You survive the opening salvo. You hold the line from the back as a boozer. Nice work here out of Surge. 30 seconds to go. Scrap, patient. Here comes the hit through Sneaky, dives to the point. 0-4, hot on the trigger, stays alive.
Yeah, Scrap confused in that moment. Weird timing there from Surge, but hey, you deal with the cruise missile, you go into an open hill. Ultra might have loved to have it for the moment, but at least you get the rotation, but the pinch is coming. You got Brezzy working one angle, you got a Booza coming from the other. Surge, they're trying to orchestrate perfection. They even got the entry kill.
You had a lot of time to make yourselves known over by Pool. Scrap. Oh, the timing is magnificent from him. A little bit of damage. Abuza's there on the inside of the pool once again. So Seattle try to hold on. Oh boy, big wins, but Abuza sadly a team kill. You've still got the time though. Surge, hold on.
Yeah, Insight hoping the kill is going to fall into his lap. Abuza, this is the timing. Envoy, great technique, great form. The speedy swimmer, and the break on the pool is in. 0-4, last man around the zone. He falls as well. Ultra swimming their way to victory.
Oh my goodness, they're in. Last chance now, Seattle. You've got 30 seconds on the clock. Scrappy shooting hot. Can't get any more out of the life. Brezzy's there for it, but the hard point is still on the hands of Toronto. On the break forward they go. Contest nearly done. Clean house. All on a Kleenex. Can he win his fight? It won't seal the game, but it'll keep Seattle away from it.
Yeah, kill the respawners, and there's a nice win. Now you make your way towards the pool. Kleenex trying to figure out where he's going to be. Pick up the extra kill, dive in with the Renetti. Or maybe play on the outer edge. An awkward moment in 0-4. Pieces him up. Surge still desperate to stay alive, but that rotation, well, Ultra here first once again.
And Envoy once again, he's on 35 kills. Say what you will about his hardpoint game, he has turned it all around, as have Ultra. Final moments here. Surge, last shots, here we go.
And look at the beating heart of Envoy, 36 kills, 2 minutes in the hill, and a 4 spree at the end of the game. Envoy can do no wrong. 39 kills, an electric performance. If only there was more time for the kill record.
If only there was more time, where his teammates won't be getting off it. They'll be closing the series out and they'll be moving on. Ultra put on a show. for this stacked out crowd here on the Thursday as we send Seattle Surge down to the lower bracket.
And everybody knows how the tides have been turning in MW3, the top 4. Well, they've achieved separation. Today was the day to test that theory, and so far, 3 for 3. The top squads remain perfect. Ultra able to get it done. Maybe a painful round of defense on invasion control, but outside of that, these guys have been nearly perfect. The hardpoint woes of Envoy have been answered. 2 absolutely dominant performances, and even Scrap, 14 kills and 4 first bloods on the S&D. Couldn't ask for anything more.
I keep wanting to go back to the story of Envoy because he has had the most spectacular turnaround. His hardpoint game was abysmal, and now you're looking at 39 and 21, huge damage output. He's not necessarily, and he's got 2 minutes in the hill as well, so that guy is doing absolutely everything for the squad.
It is truly hilarious, right? Everybody that was on Envoy's head, people calling for anybody in the top 4 to make a roster change have been insane. Envoy world champ for a reason. There was never a doubt he was going to respond and rebound in the game mode. So there you go. Toronto starting their tournament off right. Clinical in the hard points, fantastic on the 6-star, and doing it all for the fans.
Doing it all. The fans have been absolutely loving it, and they still are. Well, a lovely start to the tournament for Toronto Ultra. Nerves there a little bit. You never know what's going to happen on LAN, even in MW3. Spicy stuff all around. Congratulations once again to Surge. And with that, though, we throw to the man of the moment. It's Envoy on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much. Toronto, show some love for the home squad as you guys go plus Ultra and get another win. Envoy, you're up here playing in front of the hometown team. What does it feel like to get a win for them?
I mean, it feels amazing to be on this side of the stage this time with you guys behind us. It was absolutely amazing. You guys showed out, and we can't wait to see you guys more this weekend.
There we go. Okay, now you get this done in a 3-1 fashion against these guys. I want to say Ultra is 4-0 up against the Surge. You haven't lost to them. What was the game plan going into this matchup for you to make sure you secured that 4-0 victory?
For us in this match, I think it's just more about the search. So once we won map 2, we felt really comfortable in the series, and I think that's what's going to be our focus the whole event is search, because that's what hurt us major 2, and it helped us win major 1. So.
All right, there you go. Now, you know, in this series, you know, you guys are one of the best control teams in the league right here, and you went up against one of the worst, but they took you guys down there. Is this something that you wish your squad would have did better, or something that they did great to get that map off of you?
I mean, their break on the first round at offense really threw us off, and it was just good plays by them. They obviously win an offense, which is hard on the map. So once that happens, it's going to be hard to win the map regardless. So props to them, but we got to be good or better this weekend.
All right, and lastly, what do you want these fans to know so they can stay hyped all weekend long?
Hey, we'll see you all Saturday. Thank you guys for the support. Welcome to Toronto.
Welcome to Toronto. We want to see this place sold out on Saturday as you cheer for the home team. That'll do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Envoy chant going down here live in Toronto. The new addition, the missing piece that this squad was looking for to eventually win a world championship. They're looking to a guy who's done it before. And can we start out with a comment on the hair? The man is brave enough to rock a mullet during the hockey playoffs. Mad respect up here in Canada.
You picked the wrong person to ask that question to. I don't know any of what just came out of your mouth because we're not watching hockey, Chris.
Do you want a mullet, though?
No, I don't want a mullet.
If Toronto gets a 4-0, will you get a mullet for Major 4?
I'm not going to get a mullet. Why are you keeping
I'll get
my
a
hair
mullet.
on
All right,
mine?
thanks, Nameless. Somebody's got my back.
I want to say, I don't know.
But that was a spectacular performance by the Toronto Ultra, and specifically Envoy, a guy who was struggling that we've been highlighting for weeks. He bounced back throughout this one. 30 bombs and 2 hard points, almost a 40 bomb in this last one, and really primarily came down to their breaks. There were a lot of times they needed Envoy to get that huge 2-piece. Think about the water hill. He finds 2 through the back. You think about the P3. By the way, both times on P3, Seattle Surge was set up, ready to get a ton of time. Toronto Ultra completely slow down, take their time, and it's Envoy spearheading it, finding that first blood. That is why you picked him up, and now you can see. Like,
it was really impressive performance, especially in those hard points. Ali, on the other side for Seattle Surge, you were able to take a map, an 0-4, his first CDL appearance on the main stage. Didn't seem to be bothered.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't, I feel like the 0-4 that we had seen during the Major 3 qualifiers, but again, they are are going up against Toronto Ultra, the home team, as their first match of the weekend. So not going to go in on him too much. If anything, I really just want to focus on the turnaround of Envoy. We saw the stats heading into it, a 0.86 respawn KD with a 0.77 on land. He came in against a team like Seattle Surge that has known to upset these teams, specifically in the respawns, and he was able to do it in both hard points in this series, going 30 and 18 and following it up with a 39 and 21, showing out for the hometown crowd today.
Yeah, and then also they had some massive search and destroy improvements. Scrap went crazy.
14 kills, is that good?
Yeah, with 4 first bloods as well. You know, this team, they were last in first bloods coming into this event, so that's something that they really had to focus on, and who better than your best player? Scrap, unbelievable performance in the series.
Speaking of Scrap, he earns our Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at it. It's the 1v3 as he picks up 3 of his 14 kills from the search, silencing all the haters in the chat with this one.
This play out of Scrap was just insane, because I remember watching this in real time, be like, oh, Scrap got 1, Scrap got 2, and now he's got all 3. He goes for the ace, right?
And so he's slow-ass 1v1.
Yeah, he's stuck in this 1v1 that is literally taking forever, to the point where we can fast-forward the minimap. COD timing at its best, unfortunately, for the side of Abuza, but he allows this bomb to go down, and unfortunately playing this retake, Scrap already has the info where he probably is. He's already cleared out the backside of pool and is able to get this one.
Yeah, and he also like set it up to where he planted on the other side and then played the opposing one. And anyways, like, you know what? I'm just gonna challenge him anyways, right? Gets the win, stands up and starts going crazy. That's what you need in Search and Destroy. It's that type of energy.
And it's that moment that kind of sets the tone for the rest of the team. So shout out to Scrap, shout out to Toronto. They get the job done today, and as you heard from Envoy, they get to chill till Saturday. So here's a look at your updated bracket. Out, we still got Optic and Royal Ravens to go. How do you feel about that elimination bracket that kicks off tomorrow?
I just feel like it's so funny, because on the left side of, not our left side, on the top side of the bracket, it's like as the day goes on, the underdog team just keeps getting harder and harder and harder. And we have Optic versus Carolina Royal Ravens, which I feel will be the closest matchup on the day. But Seattle, again, a pretty good draw in pulling out Minnesota Rock.
It's got to be an upset, right?
It's been all 3 ones. Chat, let us know. We're heading to a break. When we come back, Optic Texas takes on Clayster and the Carolina Royal Ravens, live from Toronto.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if Easy's been seen, he will drop off the map. So now, as hot as the game may seem, I know one thing that won't be that crazy, and that's the comms of Toronto Ultra.
We kill him?
Calm as ever, Toronto Ultra. Now to the other side of the stage.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1 down doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we got our scope play of the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Get your cowboy hat out. It's time for Carolina versus Optic Texas, live from Canada. Welcome in, everybody. Major 3 continues on with our winners bracket coverage. This is the opening round, and so far, 3 of our top 4 seeds have powered into Saturday to play in that winners round 2. Alley Cat Nameless, let's now talk about the final team in that top 4. Optic Texas is taking on Carolina, and almost everybody in the chat right now is demanding an Optic win.
I mean, I would expect so, right? They beat everybody below them except for Atlanta FaZe, which leads you to believe that is their end goal at the end of this weekend, is to make it to that grand final and be able to take that chip home at the end of the weekend.
Allie, when you're looking at this team, what's the identity of Optic Texas?
The identity of Optic Texas would be a roster of very talented players that goes against the statistics. The reason I say that is because you look at the stats, and their map 1 record is number 1, their map 5 record is number 1, their series record is number 2. Notice how there's no actual specific statistics in that sentence, but their 10th in break percentage, their control round 5 win percentage is 9th in the league. So they're going against all odds and still being one of the best teams in the league.
Listen, this team would be considered dominant if Atlanta FaZe didn't exist. Let's just be honest. Like, when you watch these guys play, they are thrashing everybody. They've only lost to Atlanta FaZe since January. We talked about it in the pre-show, and they're improving with every single match. Throughout the stage, they're playing all their bad maps to prepare for this tournament. And your X Factor and Kenny had his best stage so far. Yeah. He was lighting people up, especially in the respawns. And you could see they're 57 and 15 in maps, 16 and 2 in series when Kenny has a positive KD, and with a negative KD, they're 20 and 33 in maps, 7 and 6 in series. So he's very much important to this roster. He's a playmaker at times. He will get it done also on the intellectual level. And you can see the red flag, round 5's in control, 1 and 3 in round 5s. They've been working on that. They tried to play invasion towards the end to prepare for the big match.
All right, small slip-ups in those round 5s, but Optic has been able to get the job done in a lot of game 4s. On the other side, Carolina has shown already that they can beat a Power 4 team. They took down New York subliners, and we saw it was Gwyn who really took over that series. Does it have to be one player to take down Optic? Can you rely on Gwyn to brute force it once again?
I mean, listen, they're going to need a team effort, but Gwyn can take over a series.
Okay.
We've seen it happen. I won't say that he can't just take over, because he absolutely can. And you can see here, they're so much better on land, 6 and 15 online. They finally got everybody in the same place for their last match, and they looked absolutely incredible. To me, though, like, they have a much better time when Clay and Fellow are playing consistent, especially in those respawns. They have been up and down throughout the entire stage, and, you know, in terms of their team identity, the Masters of Camouflage, they play to their competition. That's the way I look at this Carolina Royal Ravens team. And as I just alluded to, Allie, Fellow is their X Factor.
And I completely agree with you. You know, and Fellow in this series is going to have to kind of compare himself to Kenny, who has been my favorite pickup on the side of Optic Texas right now. And like you said, has had an incredible Stage 3 qualifiers. And their best time is when Fellow is doing well. And their red flag is going to be in hardpoint. 1 and 7 in the last 8 maps, 3 and 8 on the qualifiers so far, and 17 and 27 on the season. They just haven't been able to put it together. They keep these series close. They keep it within about 50 points, but they cannot close out these hard points.
Yeah, they were very bad at search and destroy the last couple of splits. Well, they put so much work into it, and throughout the split, it paid off. 7-3 in the mode, but their hard point took a big dip. So for them, can they get back to where they were in HP? I think they can.
What I love about this is Carolina has a guy named Clayster. He always tries extra hard against Optic, especially this Optic Texas lineup. And today, he is going to be playing on sub base as well as Rio for hardpoint. Did not see this coming. Nameless, did you expect a sub base in this series?
I did. I think Optic, you know, they've been undefeated on it throughout the season. They're like, you know what? If somebody's going to give us a sub base, let's play it. But the thing is, for Carolina, it's one of the only maps they've been able to win recently. They won it 2 times throughout this split. Been one of their best maps on the season. And when you look at the rest of it, same thing for Karachi. That is Carolina's best control. So they feel very confident looking at this spread.
How do you like this best of 5 for Carolina?
I'm gonna have to say they don't get the high rise search and destroy that they were able to take last time versus Optic, and now they're gonna have to play a Karachi versus an Optic team who's very comfortable on that map, but they don't have as deep of a map pool as Optic Texas anyway, so it's to be expected.
We got about 60 seconds until the players are ready to take the stage, so let's take this moment and lock in our official Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless has been on fire.
Well,
You're
last
3
one I
for
kinda
3 on the day.
I picked
you?
Seattle. I trolled in the last one.
Yeah.
But hey, they showed some fight. I'm going with Optic Texas in this one. I think they take this one 3-1. But it'll be some close maps.
I thought you said Clay and Fellow got this.
You're gonna hear it in the
Not
group chat
officially.
later,
Not
I'm sure.
officially. Allie, where are you going?
Ooh, this is the hardest series on the day easily. I have to go with Optic Texas. The crowd buff goes crazy every time.
And I, too, have to choose Optic Texas. Carolina Royal Ravens have looked strong at times, but nobody's looked stronger outside of their matchup against Atlanta than Optic Texas. This is going to be a great one. Final question for you guys. If you had to pick one player to drop biggest numbers for this series, who's the MVP?
Kenny.
I'm going to go with Pred.
Kenny loves land.
I think the last couple matches, Pred has really turned up. He had that takeover series in their last one. I think he's feeling good. It's his time.
All right, guess what? The players want to wash their hands, take an extra minute here.
Honestly, I respect that.
Let's break down the first hard point here on Subbase. If you're Carolina, if you're going to repeat and get that first map win, kick off your series well like they did against New York, how do you beat Optic on it? Because they haven't lost this map yet.
You need TJ to transfer what he's been doing in Search and Destroy to that opening hard point, because Optic Texas has been so good at these map ones. I believe they're 6-1 on this season, so that's already going to be hanging over Carolina Royal Ravens' head. So they're not expecting to win this map #1 early in the series, but they're able to take it. It's going to have to be off of both SMGs and Gwyn and TJ.
I mean, Carolina are comfortable on sub-base. I mean, a lot of times you watch Optic play the map, they just had a rep on it. You know, I think it was their second to last series. They're so good at spawn manipulation. When it gets to P3, they pin you in the back there, and they just rally up their points the next couple of hills there, just force people to spawn bunkers. So if Carolina, you know, they're on point in their rotos, they can absolutely take it. You can punish teams on sub-base, and they have great players. They can slay with them.
Bad news for Carolina fans. We're about to dig into the numbers, and I have a feeling these are pretty good for Optic Texas. Stage 1, they were 6-1 in hardpoint. Stage 2, 6-6. Not great, Allie, but these game ones have been looking pretty nice in major
so this
qualifiers.
is specifically, like I said, talking about the map 1 improvements. They went from stage 2 being 6-6, just even across the board in those opening map 1s, to now being 6-1, which this is huge for an Optic Texas team, which at the beginning of the season had the clutch to win these series. It was a lot of insane plays off of players like Shotzi and Kenny to win these hard points, but now they're doing it comfortably because they're all on the same page, and like you touched on earlier, Pred having the stage of the year.
Yeah, and more bad news. In this specific matchup, Optic are 6-1 map record against Carolina. They've been frying them. They've only dropped a search and destroy. So for Carolina, it does feel like you almost have to Neslo Optic throughout this series. But listen, crazier things have happened. We haven't had an upset yet today. And Clayster has made miracles happen in Call of Duty for years. It is entirely possible. I'm just excited for the match.
I think Pred is done staring down people in the bathroom. The match is ready to go. Let's send it to the stage with Guy Blaze. He did it to Sully.
All right, Chris, it's time to get this last series of the day started. And it's the matchup we've all been waiting for. And the first squad coming to the stage is coming from the Lone Star State. But I'm going to let you know they are not alone. Get ready, because here comes Texas.
city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Green wall, get loud for Optic Texas. Give it up for Kenny, Shotzi, Brad, and Dashy. Looking to get another win. Brick back brick, kill back kill. Optic Texas is ready to go.
Fans travel far and wide to watch this team play. They travel well, and listen, in this year, it's for good reason. They have the right pieces and the right players striving towards a goal, and that is to win champs. They've been improving with every single match, meticulously with their coaching staff, and I'm excited to see what they whip out here in this tournament. It starts versus Carolina. Let's bring them out.
I'm excited to see them as well, but the next squad has been circling the stage for a hot minute, and they're ready to touch down. Toronto, get ready to give a warm welcome for Carolina.
Right now, lining them up, or Ravens, they win the majority of them.
Clay through it too. This one is done. See you later, New York. Fly on home. Felonies rallying up the side.
Pistol hits!
Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Carolina Royal Ravens. Here comes Clayster, Felony, Tej, and Gwen. The Carolina Royal Ravens have touched down on the stage and ready to get a win.
The Carolina Royal Ravens in the best position to cause an upset today. Does Lan revive them once again, having their first stage in the same building? But in the past, they haven't had to go up against the green wall. Clay has some fans, but not like that. It's going to be blue versus green to close out day one of Toronto Major number 3. Let's go, Blaze.
Oh, Allie, I'm so ready to get this one started. It's a lot of fans in the building, but Toronto, set the stage. Are you ready for the last series of the day? Merc, Maven, let's roll.
Roll on. This is, listen, it's a big one for our final one. The one we thought maybe the biggest chance of an upset. For Clay and company, one story. Like, it's your first time in the winner's bracket, right? For Optic, business as usual. You want to win a tournament. But you thought it was kind of interesting how the maps played out, because a lot of the best ones for Optic, also strengths now for the Carolina team.
Yeah, I think if you look at Carolina, sort of when they've caused upsets, it's been to the sub base. Now, call me faded, but like, you know, they're obviously undefeated as Optic. They opt to play it. I probably wouldn't have. I think you have a deeper map pool in the hard points, but they opt to allow it. And again, that's just my opinion on it, but we're playing this map one here because, again, they are undefeated. They don't have the chance to play it that often. They are that good on it. I just felt like they were a better hardpoint team.
Well, I think, yeah, in a lot of matchups, I get it, but like this one's a little weird just because that's like the only hardpoint that's been okay, really, for the Ravens side. Like, they've been struggling there mightily. That's been the one where it's been good. The one where, like you said, you got upset against New York. Granted, they lost to Seattle after that. They were kind of floundering, but like, we'll see. On paper, it looks so good for Optic in the maps, but yes, again, just some strengths here for this Royal Ravens team. And, you know, Clay's going to be fired up on the main stage. They want to make a run. He's had his frustrations about showing up to a major, playing one match, then going home. Well, guess what? You got everybody throughout the qualifier together. You guys grouped up. You made it. You're in winners. You had the chance to lose to and go home. Can you make a run?
And this team really hasn't had many mistakes this year, right? It's really just a phase matchup. Every other matchup they have won.
For Optic, yeah,
they've had some close series throughout this, but there you can see it's 6-0 undefeated. Pret is just a madman. I don't know. It just feels like every time he is on this map, he's got to run a 2.0. He can easily take over. It is his home.
He can be an absolute freak here. And what do you know? Shotzi straight to the water as he'll look to make the play. Pushing through kind of right between that cut will be TJ, who try and get in behind. Not going to happen as Kenny is able to pick that up. To the depths goes Shotzi. now out to make a play, but the rest of his troops dropping.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Carolina, they just kind of know something is up, and Fellows able to win the gunfight. So you are just kind of out of the game there for 15 to 20 seconds. Carolina's able to earn some time. They pick up that pinch. TJ having a one-on-one, but Pred is going to take him down. A nice trade from Gwyn, and now we're focused on the left side of that mini-map over towards that P2 rotation.
So we know this has been a strength for Optic Texas. I mean, one way it's been banned quite a bit for them because they've been so good on having lost it. Carolina's only been able to play, I think like 2 or 3 times throughout the stage 3 qualifiers targeted against them as well. But for Carolina team to struggle a lot in hardpoint, why do you think this map has worked for them?
I think they're just sort of well, Gwyn's had some insane moments on this map, right? Just sort of what it really is on this is if you control the middle of the map, you just can find so many easy kills, right? And that's where Optic, they thrive. It's just sort of control easy power positions, flood them coming into you, and then Shotzi can go on, take a route, flip those spawns. It's just a map where this man can get lost. He really can.
Yeah, there's like level 2 headies like everywhere, right? Like all those power positions as you're talking about. But as he tries to get through the door, it's Clay and Fellow that are shutting it for now. Dashy and awkward timing as that'll be 2 now for Clay. And so far, so good for Carolina. We cast them here as of late. They have been strong. What, the one loss was to Toronto, right?
Yeah, 250 to 150, right around there when we were looking that up. So Toronto, a great sub-base team, but yeah, I mean, it's been a strong one they have relied on throughout the year, especially early in these series. But big kills here for Optic for this P3 rotation. Dashy just putting pressure on, able to win that one-on-one. You see what this does. Fellow Clay have to take such long routes where Gwyn just spawns. He is going to be out of play for the next 10 seconds before they even get to P3.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to probably try and take the chow, pick somebody up rotating from ult. He's got such a hike to get across. We'll see if they can deal for the player rotating out of the hard point. They're able to do that in Dashy. He should be spawning safe with his squad. No, actually, he'll be spawning out. I thought he'd be spawning deep, but he'll spawn in behind. So can he get there in time? Can he get shots in behind? So far, looks like Shotzi and Ken have been able to hold on.
And you're at least keeping them off the hill is Carolina. They still have Gwyn around, but Shotzi with some great shots from up top. And now this is the problem with this map. You have to be careful if you're Carolina here. Do not overcommit. You see Kenny, you see Pred sticking around P2, trying to flip for this P4. Fellow's gonna spawn up find one and then just kind of play his life so they can win this rotation.
Yeah, they're trying to set up the trap. It looks like you'll be okay for now if you're Royal Ravens, at least with 15 seconds left. You don't get pinned. You know what a major swing moment that can be. So they'll try to set up an answer. But it was a great start from Royal Ravens. You bounce back now if you're Optic Texas. You take the lead, go out in front. We'll get over to TJ's POV, maybe to see what kind of plays he's able to make. He's going to kind of be the point man now to deal with the pressure that's coming in. You got 2 Optic players starting to move on forward. Chance for Royal Ravens to hold.
In Carolina, have to be careful. You're really towards the front. They only have 2 players. That back spawn could be open for Optic. So let's see if they are aware of that. But so far, so good. But that is going to be 3 dead. Now pressure on Clay. And this is what I was talking about. Shotzi's starting to get loose, using that movement. The close spawns are in for Carolina to try to look over this player on the hill. And they're able to find 2, so things slow down. It's just been this back and forth battle. Who's going to find the break?
That was a great job by Clay, like knowing everyone's dead. Get forward, cut off like every angle where somebody might be able to pick you and rely on the boys to spawn in and then help you out, where it looked like it was gonna be a really tough position with 3 down. They might get broken, but the close spawn does what it should. Clay able to make the play as he's just soaking up the time right now. 44 seconds in it before he drops. And you enjoy this 30-point lead. You get the final 10 to 15 seconds now if you're Optic. But what do you see on the minimap for next?
That's a huge kill right there by Pred on the Fellow, because now they know where the spawns are. And you kind of have them trapped on this right side for this P5. You would have loved to have that player out and win this rotation. Instead, you earn this scrap time. You're going to get set up for this P5 where you could really take over this game.
Well, we should have a lead change here, Lumia. They are set up to do just that. A couple of kills through for Royal Ravens, or maybe they can push off that and find an opening, but you'll have the troops here to deal with it, and Dash will be the first man up to try and shut this down. We'll get right back to his POV. As he's looking for number 3. He's got eyes on multiple. Just playing from second story. Coming through in the pinch is going to be Pred, who's finding the opening as Dashy kind of slows them down. Pred tries to put them down. 7-point advantage still for Royal Ravens, but nice sequence there for a moment for Texas.
And it feels like Carolina is really playing around sort of a 4 MCW setup here, right? I feel like sometimes you see Gwyn or TJ pull out, double rivals on specific kills, but maybe they're just trying to slow the pace down versus this Optic team so that when they get into these setups, they're not losing a crazy play. They're trying to slow the game down. Everyone can watch specific angles, and now they have this 30-point lead.
Well, I mean, that's how Optic Texas can play too, like kind of slow it down, get to their spots, just lay on the kills. and a better chance to maybe pick some people. You haven't got an MCW in your hands, but we'll see if Pred can get the work, just able to dip and dive and get away with 24 HP. But as you got the little bit of scrap time there for your Royal Ravens, it's Optic Texas' turn to now try and go out in front again. 3 kills through. Clay, the last guy up to pick up. He's able to stay alive. What can he do with his life as the rest of the team coming in with the reinforcements? They're going to hunt him down.
Yeah, they're going to hunt him down just the other 3 spawn out. Shotzi was able to make a play through the window, through that P2. He went on one-on-one. That put all the pressure onto Clay. TJ, though, able to find a double to get them off that hill. But this is what Optic's so good at, recovering, again, just playing around the kills, and now they have position for P2.
So we're basically through a set of rotations, just about a tie game. Any big adjustments maybe either team need to make?
No, it's really, to me, it's just a question of who is going to sort of chain 2 hills together so far. It's a back and forth. You're winning rotations. When you don't win it, you're rotating, getting set up. Everyone's had great holds.
Yeah, it's kind of the nature of sub-base at times, right? Like, get into your setup, spawn them out, rack up the time, but it will be an Optic lead, and that'll continue to grow now as they've got a good setup here onto P2. Guy forward will be Gwen. He's trying to be the difference maker, maybe get in. Dashy will shut that down. We'll swap right over to his POV. It is not the easiest of shots, but he's able to pluck off TJ's head. Now, good job getting underneath, staying alive, trying to bait for the help to come in. Survives longer than maybe had any business doing, but it's a break right now, at least on the board for Royal Ravens.
Yeah, and Carolina's going to need this time. They push with 30 seconds left, so they're going to need this because the spawns did flip. But Optic up 25 right now, trying to take this map 1, stay undefeated. Let's go to a listen with Optic Texas.
Absolute P1. He's going dark. Dark going. Dark going. I hear you.
I go one. Back up.
Nice job.
AP2 fell one shot. Absolute. He jumped out front. TJ low.
Okay. Get top of spawn.
TJ watch out. Watch out.
I will up. They go top side. That's it. I can try to pick him up. First guy. He's already stunned. 2.
I touched on every. I still good up.
Right, dead.
I have
35. One shot.
You need help.
Right, dead.
Time fellow dead.
Low left. They get spawned back.
Queen back. Absolute time. Queen.
Yeah, they spawned 2. P1 Clay, bros. He's in server. In low server Clay.
In low server?
Yeah, it's low server. You need to kill this guy right.
What is P5?
I go right.
I'm playing for Clay. Where's he got left?
Put him
server Clay. One shot. He went lockers. Absolute.
I'll take the right.
He went server Clay. He went server now.
Put it there.
Alright,
Mr. TJ fellow. Lower TJ. I didn't hit him. Lower.
Dead.
Nice shot, fellow.
Make sure you're blocked. P5 fellow. What's your roll? Literally pull it. Back corner one touch.
P5. Late tunnel spawn.
I have P5 again.
That's fine.
P5 dead. I'm on shot. P5 on me again. I'm on shot.
I'm running out of AG. I don't see him.
You got me, Brandon?
Lower Clay dead.
One more.
Give me another. I left him.
I think they went tunnel, Ken.
I have tunnel.
I get P5.
Low server. TJ.
No P5. I'm right
P1.
I got up P1. P1.
It's a nail biter right now. 180. You heard the comms of Optic Texas. Let's kick it right over now to 1 with Carolina Royal Ravens.
Everyone's right on 5 top computers, guys.
Yep, once they're top man. We should probably rotate here. Mid-map, Shotzi, mid-map.
Right, it's top computers.
Yeah, I stunned him.
Dead.
Top computers dead. I got him off his streak. I got him off his streak. Hill one shot. That shit over.
1 P2.
One's back to
Gotta be loading.
Back to P2.
I'm holding it.
I got 4-6. Yeah. He's out. Top snow. Going straight to God hitting. Shotzi weak top snow. He went God hitting. I'm gonna pinch P2, bro. I'm gonna pinch P2. One is P2 on you.
One trips on me. One top 10.
Yeah, I'm top 10. Got me, Brett. I'm staying alive. One top God hitting on me.
That's my now computers, guys.
That's up to. I got Kenny on top. Computers. One's God hitting, I think. One's God hitting. He's top 3. Top 10 guys.
Weak.
Top 10 guys.
Jumped out on hill weak.
Okay, I know top 3rd, right? Yeah, chat our side time shot.
And top God Heady.
All good, slow down.
Red has a streak, right?
Yep. No, I killed him off. That Heady Fred on one shot there. I'm gonna hit tunnel, bro. Unless you
we're going tunnel.
I'll wait till
we have 20 seconds, guys.
Need to chain together some points, he said, Joe, and they look to be doing it here. 10 points needed for Optic Texas, and they pulled away in this map 1.
I mean, they have just taken over in the slaying category. Everybody on a spree. Map control on the side of Optic Texas. They stay undefeated on subbase.
I think when we transition between the listen ends, we were looking at a 180 to 180 score line, and just from that point forward, the absolute clamps go on to Royal Ravens. They dominate from that point forward. I think you heard in the listen at one point, like, I think fellow was like, let's get a full 60 here, let's set up. And then, like, from that point forward, it was like death, death, death. Their setup fell apart. They weren't able to get any kind of hold to maybe make a late rally.
I just think, I mean, listen, you hit the P3 break from Carolina, but after that P4 hold, when we were on the listening, Pred was top snow, just slaying. You just saw they couldn't move. And then finally they have to flood through the front. They're able to adjust. It's just, this is what Optic does on this map.
Listen, it was a close one.
Close,
like, yeah, you played them tough, and that was maybe your worry a little bit is that Carolina Royal Ravens, that's their one solid hard point. Maybe they come in and shocking. Granted, there were opportunities. It was tied at 180. But the confidence was there for Optic Texas. You know about the Vetoes. They thought they were the better team here. They're undefeated. They want to keep that streak going and assert their dominance, and they do that especially late in the game. But for the most part, it was, yeah, you hold, we hold, you hold, we hold, just back and forth throughout the course of it.
And I just think nobody wanted to make mistakes. Like, if you saw this out of Carolina, everyone's got an MCW out. You're playing all of these different angles. You're slowing the map down when you do get map control, forcing the other team to really have to take their time, fight over specific positions. The problem is Optic got out of those situations. On the other side for Carolina, again, around 180, we're going to get to that point, and then Pred just controlling top snow, top servers alongside Shotzi, and I mean, just the trap was on.
He goes on, what, 5 in a row before he drops his next life. I think it's 4 or 5 in a row. Pred taking over. I think like 10-1 stretch or so for him late in it, but you can see just the surge. It is so back and forth until just the final 2 hard points is Optic will lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the break comes in, right? You see 145, 151, there is a break. You had some points in for Optic, but you get the break out of Carolina. They're up to 180, and then that's where it stays. They just lost map control, can never get out of that trap. I mean, beautifully done by Optic.
Yeah, anytime like the lead was like carried through a couple of hard points, like it wasn't for much. It's like the lead stayed the same for the most part. That was the first time there was like kind of that big swing, and they closed it out. Now we get ready for Invasion, Search, and Destroy. You know, when this team first came together for the Carolina side, you know, we were wondering when the improvements were going to come there. They looked so good in hardpoint to start. They've, well, maybe fell off a little bit in hardpoint, but there's been some improvements in Search and Destroy, and why? Maybe a chance for an upset.
Well, that's really it. I mean, this Invasion has sort of been their go-to on the year, right? We saw last major. They had so many, like round 10, round 11, some big clutches. But you had some moments from them. But yeah, a focus has been the Search. Yeah, a drop off in the hard point, but got more competitive here.
You had to, because you really weren't winning any searches. Like, you needed to get something going there. Talk to me a little bit about Optic, though, and them in Search and Destroy.
Well, I mean, they've just been consistent as ever here in the Search and Destroy. Again, just really testing that map pool. They're probably happy here they get a Karachi rep, because if it goes to a game 5, because what, 9-2, they were like undefeated last stage on it. They were getting better and better, allow Shotzi to really have this flow. I think a map like Invasion they let through, because this is a chance for them where, all right, if we're going to play a New York, if we're going to play a FaZe, we are without a doubt playing Invasion.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens, and like when we talk a lot about map pool and wanting to have a wider map pool and how important it is, because you're talking about some of these maps that like you haven't seen much if you're Optic, because you've been so good at them, whether it's like a sub base or a Karachi, whatever it's been. When you're Carolina, you don't have a whole lot of choice. Like, you end up going to those. Like, yeah, it works out for them because they're pretty strong there, but you don't usually want to be playing the bread and butter of like the one of the best teams in the league.
No, you do not.
But you just don't have choice.
Yeah, they don't have a choice. What they veto Invasion control. So what's open? Optics like, do we want to play High-Rise? You want to play Karachi? Like Karachi? Yeah, we're gonna play Karachi.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, the best Karachi team in the game. We'll see if they can get that effort going forward. What was it, like 2-0 stretch for on Karachi for the Ravens as well? I believe, or the Major 3 qualifier.
2-1
maybe. Okay. But they definitely had some bright spots there. We'll see what they're able to do. But yeah, kind of throughout this best of 5, it looks better for like Carolina that has in a lot of their series, just due to the fact that's what Optic wants to target as well. So we'll continue on to this. Get ready for the Invasion, Search and Destroy. Ravens look to answer back now. Taking a look at Felony, S&D on land this season, 1.15. He had that crazy ace on Invasion. He had the situation he's calling the streak, comes up a little bit short on the time. Like, he had some heroic moments on this map in Mo. We'll see if he's got some more, if Optic have got this one of the bags. We now get rolling into the map 2.
Yeah, and this Invasion right now, 5-4 for Optic, but throughout the qualifiers, 2-0. So something they've been working on getting better and better at. Showed throughout these qualifiers. On the other side for Carolina, sitting at 1-1, but I don't think they played it very much because they just didn't have the choice to. It was one, again, at Major 2, they relied on.
Well, somebody they're going to need to really likely take over if they're going to get some upset victories here will be Gwen. Rookie of the Year candidate. He has been spectacular when he is on point. We'll see what he is able to do, but they get the first blood. They have the 4v3 advantage. Pred taken out of this one now. It's just about executing. You get some information there if you're Gwen. You might be able to isolate Shotzzy in the back before you work on getting this down. And they're just trying to play for that. Able to do just that. Nice patience there. You get the eyes if you're Gwen. Set one up for Clay.
Fellow now just trying to take the fight, at least force the trade. He does just that. TJ near the bomb and to start the plan. Dashy gets taken down, and that is just great patience. Reminds me of a New York round we saw earlier today where you find the first blood and you kind of just stop. Force the defense to have to make a play. It's on Shotzzy. He gets spotted trying to flank.
And maybe if you're trying to get bombed down in that moment, he does get through with the timing. And trying to make sure, yes, those timings do not happen, because if he gets in behind, Shotzzy gets to a position where he can kill maybe 2, 3, make an insane play. He's had those moments on this map. But there you spot him, and he thinks he's getting to his spot, just doesn't realize he's got a target on his back.
And a lot of the times you spot him, but it's like, who's going to run in there and maybe try to fight him?
Yeah.
So, but Clay just stayed patient, able to win that first offense.
Now Optic's turn. Take a crack at it. Pred got dropped in the opening moments of that round one. In trouble there, but able to stay up. Now Shotzzy with a little duel of his own. He did get eyes, I think, for just a moment on TJ, who was coming in to maybe chow, but he's got a little bit of help here. They're going to try and work this 2-on-2 game. Stuns out, going to hit. Looks left, there's one on the right. TJ repositions, get the angle. That's a nice little dynamic 2v2 around the site.
I mean, really? Do you see a two-man setup the way we just saw from TJ and Gwyn? There is a quick trade, though, and it is going to get messy as Shotzzy's able to find 2 in the round. Fellow, though, through with the Renetti. Clay gonna shift on over. A smoke still to work with, 40 seconds to work with, and Kenny's gonna find Fellow now down to Clay. Able to find the first pre-fired for the second. He knows he's weak, can't get up top.
He's just trying to maybe get a different angle so he can get first bullet and catch him off guard. Not able to get the movement on point. And Optic will take the round, but Shotzzy with some bright moments there. I think his gunfight when he had like 12 HP, just able to scramble away.
Well, the fact that like there's not a pre-fire in at him, or a trade, but honestly, the TJ Gwyn sort of setup, normally there's one like mid-tank, but they're kind of on either side of the door watching both ways. Don't always see that, and I was afraid like the stun, if it hits one player, that player looks out the door one way. TJ was there for that trade, so nice little setup there, trying something, but Optic still with the win.
Gwyn was able to get the first blood last time they were on offense. We'll see if he can maybe find an opener for them again. But similar kind of setup. Just no early first blood. So still, again, all be about the execution here on the A site. With eyes on that, we'll go to Dashy, who's playing from the tank, has a trophy to work with. Can he get a line of sight to maybe get a kill? Pred just get away again. I think he knocked out like 40 HP the last round. This time 7, but gets out. And then Kenny able to get the first blow into TJ. That'll be bombed down right on top of the site. And now your push and execution has come to a standstill.
Yeah, Kenny then now on 4 in a row. He's working through the flank with Shotzzy. There is the team shot. Gwyn is able to find 1, but Kenny, he finds number 6, I believe, gets the cruise as well. Great shots out of Kenny, and last year they were a little pissed off when that man was laughing on the stage. This year we're happy because he's on our team.
Yeah. Isn't that the truth? But Kenny shooting absolute beams out to 7-1, finding everybody. The opener on to TJ, and they're just challenging him one by one as he's singing through the round. All the crews to work with, massive advantage now over to Optic. As Kenny has been huge for this organization, and a massive moment there. Just give them the edge 2-1, and we'll see when that streak comes into play. But he's got 7 of their 9 kills. Kenny is on a one-man mission.
Yeah, Pred and Dashy are hanging out. Dashy's probably got like 4,000 damage, though.
Yeah. 4,000 damage through 3.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff. But Gwyn will follow up with that's his second first blood in this one. Last time it led to a round win. That was on offense. Can it lead to one here defensively? Clay will be the lone guy over towards B. As Kenny continues to inch forward, playing for info, but also probably just playing for a one-on-one. I'm sure the man's feeling himself right now.
Yeah, a bit of heat check, and he's just going to go for it, trying to find this player in Clay. Clay's going to need some help, some assistance here. He's like, hello, did he cross? I think he did, and now during the mid-tank push, Optic's able to find 2. Now Kenny is flanking, so there's just movement all over the map. I don't think Clay's going to have any idea Ken's going to be here.
Oh, that timing. Oh, it's absolutely atrocious, but he's somehow still alive. Ken continues to dance, able to get a bullet in, but will drop. What a weird one this this is now to a 2 versus 2. TJ's got Pred locked on bomb, able to win that fight. They had a 4 versus 3. It fell apart, but still a chance to maybe close it out. It's all into Dashy. So many clutch moments. Now the 1 versus 2, down to a 1v1. Dashy, Clay, 30 on the clock.
Yeah, it's just a question of, does Dashy check this bomb? Clay just trying to find the angle. He really hasn't peeked the angle quite yet. And there we go, Dashy with the beamer. I mean, Clay could have hopped that multiple times. He never checks it.
It's like the one pull side from Seller. Like, he was never going to check that thing. He was good. He was set up. Dashy, just confidence that Clay's going to take the fight. He does just that. But that was a weird round. Like, you get that first blood. We're all focused on the kind of push through for Kenny. He's on a heat check trying to take a one-on-one versus Clay because he's feeling himself. He ends up getting the whole way through without Clay seeing him somehow. He gets that awkward timing after a whole skirmish goes down mid. The map like flips on itself. That was a nutty one.
Yeah, and you had the first blood if you were Carolina. So one you just have to take advantage of, especially on a defense. Some cracks in the armor and Optic take advantage. Kenny just going for a pre-fire, allows Shotsy maybe to get into that spot, but TJ just runs at him. Just runs at him. Now Pred trying to get that trade. Sorry, it was Pred.
Where did he go?
In that spot, and there is the quick one. But you can see Carolina just playing so patient to get another first blood, waiting for Optic to find a trade.
Pred's leading the way in damage taken. That much I'm sure of. Like another time where he gets away with single-digit HP, just able to snap away. He gets another before he falls. Dashy to try to follow it up. A Felony with a big multi-kill as he's able to survive. Now to a 1 versus 1. Fellow. Shotsy. Another wild moment in this game too. Bomb down between the players right now. And Shotsy.
Yeah, if he checks this is some next level stuff out of Fellow, I'll be honest.
He's just tucked away, and he's got eyes on bomb, obviously. Very, very clear line of sight on that one, as you can see from the third person cam. Not going to check it. Shotsy in the rafters. 4th round on the board now for Optic.
I couldn't think of 2 players with different play styles than those 2. I mean, yeah, Fellow, I doubt he's going to check this.
Different wavelengths when he's players, yeah.
Fellow, obviously a great search player, but Shotsy just watching the bomb. Able to put his team up 4-1, but another first blood, and you lose the round after.
Yeah, I mean, you've done some of the hardest stuff, and like they've been like clean for the most part. I mean, what? Yeah, Gwen's was clean. TJ's there is clean. He's able to get away with his life. You've had great openers that are not traded. Nice tracking there and good help on the cross as Gwen gets the other. Okay, this is a little bit more of a first blood. You get the first 2 now. You have 4v2 advantage. This is one you cannot let slip away. You got to close this out. Stay in the fight here on the map too.
Yeah, you saw Fellow just sort of in between the rounds, talking to his team, trying to make adjustments. They have been through so much on the stage. Guys like Fellow, guys like Clay, been in these battles before against the green wall, and that's a clean round. Just a nice little hard counter through that push on Cafe.
Well, yeah, just sort of like, boys, we're all right. These are winnable rounds. We've gotten down to, what, a couple of 1v1s? Or like a 1v2 for Dashy, I guess, but...
And then 5 first bloods, a 5-1 in that category.
Yeah, and that's... 4-2 scoreline's pretty painful when you have the 5-1 advantage. So what, Gwen has 3, TJ's got 2. And we continue on here. Kenny hasn't got a kill since that 7-1 start. He slowed down a bit, was kind of the powerhouse for them. The rest of the boys started to step on up. As Clay looks to get a little damage in there. It'll be tough to get the kill, but he gets a few headshots there onto Ken.
They spot Shotsy crossing, so now maybe focus on isolating him. Ken wants to get into a position to help his teammate out. Shotsy can be so difficult to deal with here, inside of Broken. So many eyes on him on the other side of the map. It looks like bomb's starting to work over towards A. That's going to be TJ again. So maybe just knowing there's 2 towards that B street, you think the A defense might be a little bit softer towards that spawn, and that is the right call.
Well, they were worried. He's checking Raptors. He was worried they got aggressive because they had no eyes on this side, right? Like you
just got to check it, you know?
Yeah, check everything because you had really no info. Shots at range from the rival. Good luck with that. But the way that Ken's been shooting, you're getting stunned up, so you can't get your health back. Very tough one-on-one for Gren. He's got 12 HP. Nice little peek there to win it, though. TJ manages to stay up. Clay tacks on another, and it's a clean round again from Carolina as the First Bloods, they're starting to play behind him.
And it's just sort of this reaction. All right, we see 2B Street. Let's force them. Let's get over towards the A-bomb control. Force some players out. What that does, that forces Ken through connector. You see TJ's ready on that. Gwyn's got, you know, his crossfire. So they're playing these angles and these rotations well.
Well, I think you said it right at the beginning. Like, they saw Shotzzy cross. I'd just be like, all right, have fun.
Yeah, we're going to keep you over there.
Yeah, we're not playing hide and go seek in there. Yeah, we'll go to the other side. He can be so elusive. It's either he gets like caught in that spot and provides like nothing for the team, or he ends up killing 3. It just depends on the moment. But they opt to not deal with him. Go ahead and work the A site. Aggressive up the B Street this time is opting.
They might catch Ken on the cruise. He is very close.
To drop, and it is another round where you get the first blood and then the wheels come off. Granted, you got some info behind the streak. You're able to get them out of some power spots, but like it's another first blood that slips away.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, you know, TJ gets aggressive again towards back DVD, and then I think Clay just gets some bad timing. He's trying to get into a spot to help his teammate out through the smoke, and then Ken just walks up the street, gets a freebie, and then they just sort of know where fellow plays. So able to watch that pinch. But I think Clay just a little impatient there. Not really know, do I help him out? Do I not? And while that happens, he got caught.
Call of Duty, in a nutshell. One more round needed now for the 2-0 edge here for Optic Texas. Tread spot in the cross. And so play from mid, MCW in hand. He's had some tough fights in the early going. I think he's had like 3 or 4 first deaths, but he's also been elusive when he's needed to be. The Shotzi's POV will be playing deep now. He's on 3 in a row. Some shots through from Gwyn. Gets him to about half HP. Just trying to stun for info, and it looks like
I think that might have been the smoke, because you see TJ, after that doesn't go down, they kind of wrap. They're able to catch Ken in the spawn.
I was wondering if that's what it was.
I think they're going to turn their heads that they're like, we cannot push this. Now middle of the tape, Pred locking it down with Dashy. Shotzi going to get aggressive, and on rotation behind another first blood for Carolina. It looks like Optic going to win the round and go up 2-0.
I think you are spot on. Trophy eats the smoke, plan falls apart, but yeah, you end up with what? 7 first bloods?
I might have been 8.
8?
I think it was 8-1. Yeah, 8-1 in the first blood category.
8-1 in first bloods, and you lose 6-3. That is a tough one. If you're Carolina, but also show maybe the resilience there for Optic as they're able to bring it back when down players and clutch up to take the map 2 and go up 2-0, but yeah, that's about as lopsided as going to get from like a first blood into round win ratio.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
That conversion rate is way down. I will tell you that. As you just look at the scoreboard, you would not think this is a 6-3, but it is a very back and forth battle. But I mean, Optic with their playmakers able to find multi-kills. When it gets a little crazy, their players staying alive, and in every clutch scenario able to win the round.
Fantastic job there from Optic Texas, from man-down positions, taking rounds, taking it 6-3. It was a close one in the map 1 until they ran away with it around the 180 mark. I guess, it felt like more back and forth than it actually was, I guess, in the search and destroy. It felt so tight, I think, just because the number of times that it felt like you had advantage if you were Carolina, but ends up being 6-3, ends up being kind of a resounding win. You're in control of the series. You're looking good. The upset potential is seen to be there for Carolina. Seems to be walking out the door.
I mean, again, your chances are here. You play 180 to 180 in the hard point, and then you just door slam shut. You get 8 first bloods to 1. Every opportunity in the world again, and Optic just take over with their raw talent.
Yeah, the talent taking over right now. You can see the firepower certainly there on the Optic Texas side as they continue to rip and roar, looking for a major 3 victory. But this is just step 1. Looking to get past Carolina. We move on to the control after this quick break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Hello and welcome back to Toronto. We continue on as the fans get ready to go here for what could be our final map. We'll see if Optic can close it out in 3-0 fashion. Well, a couple chances maybe for upsets across the board today when you think about our 4 matches. Some tough round 1 matchups. So far, the top 4 teams handling business. You thought maybe Ravens chance to upset the first 2. The opportunities were there. I know you've got some fundamentals in search and destroy. I know you were a little peeved with how the first blood conversion ratio was going.
I mean, it's just one of those things you go back and watch, just figure out what you wanted to do after the first blood. Just feel like they were not on the same page, Carolina, but into the Karachi control. You see here, I mean, Opti has not played this in a long time. They played it once throughout the Major 3 qualifiers. Normally, teams veto it, and you see why. On the other side for Carolina, though, they've been trying to find more success in these respawns. They've been 2-1 throughout these qualifiers.
And it's one of those things, I mean, yeah, okay, you haven't had it in an official match. You're still scrimming it. I'm sure they're still staying in form. But it's a little different when you're not playing it like in the actual official match. So we'll see if they still have the sauce. Are they still the best Karachi control team? Are they able to bring the Thunder here and get it going early against Royal Ravens and shut this series down? As it's a 3-man hit towards top 3. We'll see now if Shotzi can go over the top. Is Kenny and Pred able to find openers?
Yeah, you're going to have Pred already put pressure over towards B. And sort of Shotzi, due to that, just kind of play around the spawn. So Pred just going to slay middle of the map. You have nobody on the objective at the moment. Kenny's getting to that spot, and Shotzi, he's just going to be annoying.
And those are the kills do they just get under your skin. The more of those that happen and you just see a kill cam, you're like walking by somebody, they're posted up, just shooting you in the back. But Pred looks to win one. Dashy there with the help as he's able to line up a double. Progression there at A.
And this is what Pred and Shotzi do at times like this. You're going to check it again, and TJ back on spawn as Shotzi just continues. And if it's not Shotzi, it's his duo in Pred. They are such good at roaming and slaying around the map this entire time. You've had Kenny and Dashy just work on the objective.
Yeah, and the progress will be through. The minute extension about to be in, and we'll see if they can now bring it on to B. You've got two people backed up trying to deal with this. Kenny trying to finesse. He's in kind of a 1-on-2 there until maybe the help gets through. A wall bang is in from Pred. He's going to pop that. He's 4-0, so a good start from him here. Maybe a chance to get a cruise. Thought maybe one there if his teammate and Dashy dropped, but he was up to the gunfights. He moves to 3 straight. You got 3 basically stacked on Diner, 1 spawning up back alley. Trying to set up a kind of pinch here. Will be Shotzi working back alley. What kind of work can he do as the rest are working their way up through red?
Yeah, nice stun by Gwyn to be able to catch him. Challenge that well, but they are down 6 lives. So Carolina, they have to use that first kill and start to get some aggression inside of red, but Kenny holding the line. Next player up is going to be Fellow. Did have the crossfire now with Gwyn. So doing a good job, but already through the back will be Kenny, but they're able to find 3.
Yeah, it's one where you kind of snap the next gunfight. You think you have 1 done. Doesn't end up getting any, but yeah, the presence has been here. The aggression has been here. Still leading by 5 lives. It just takes one big moment where you start to transition this onto the point and things start to unravel. You really just get one person across, though. It's Kenny. It's going to be the lone man.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that you had these close red spawns opted. You had TJ inside of red, but with nobody inside of junk, it's always an option. There we go. Now they're going to spawn out TJ. You're going to start to get aggressive. Dashy's still there in Carolina. They've stabilized well, only down a life.
Yeah, I mean, since this has gotten really to the B attack, and since you had a pretty good position set of red early on for Optic Texas, I thought it was simply going to be a matter of time, but you really have stabilized. You slow this down, you put the clamps on, but now another chance here. Shotzi looks to make the plays. He pushes in.
Yeah, as soon as that spawn comes in for Gwyn, Fellow turns, starts shooting. He knows Shotzi in this position. Now he's got a little help from Dashy, so Carolina trying to sandwich them early before the reinforcements get there, and they're able to do so. It's what makes Optics so dangerous on this map. Players like Shotzi and Pred finding those routes, but you're now on 4 in a row. If you're TJ, maybe you can carry that into a 5 or 6.
Yeah, solid job here. There's number 5. Relies teammates are going to make the play. He's trying to get back to full HP. Doesn't get back to full, but doesn't need all the HP. He'll earn a cruise. The defense there at Diner is perfect. Not a point given up, or a tick, I should say. They're on the Diner control, but and the fact you're able to earn this cruise. I mean, I thought with like how it was going early on and just the positions, all the kills coming through for Pred and Shotzi, it seemed like they had all the position in the world for a transition and setup maybe onto Diner, but calm, cool, collected.
And that's just why it's easier when there's 1 point left for the defense, right? There's less map for those players to roam around, to take routes. It's just sort of that singular objective that you can set up in. And you had those close spawns at times for Optic, but you not get through red, at least cleanly. So nice job by Ravens.
Let's see if Ravens have any more success on that side. You'll carry that streak in if you're TJ, but Pred will quickly put him to bed. Almost getting put on skates, I thought for a second was Gwyn, but he's able to re-snap and center or at least get 1. But the rest of the kill is going to go the way of Optic Texas. Number 3 and Pred, just a guy kind of lurking. Looking to maybe make a play as you start to fan out for Royal Ravens. He's got a chance to come up behind really anybody at this point.
Yeah, they have to know. You see 7 and 8 trying to check corners, look for him. It looks like Fellow's able to spot him. TJ working through the rest of the map, but they get onto the objective with 2 players, so progress being done. Gwyn just watching over, but it's going to be Shotzi on the flank, maybe to shut this down.
See how many he can get. Already able to lock down 1. Second bit of progression, though, will be done before they're cleared off of it. Everybody basically wiped off the board except for TJ. who's still trying to finesse. Good luck with that one. You see the top of Dashy's dome before he peels you out of this and sends you back to spawn. Still 45 seconds remaining as you look for the extension, but still dealing with shots he was lurking.
This guy flanks, runs back to the base, gets behind the door. The stun connects. Clay doesn't check it. Just so hard to deal with. They still have to get A.
You thought a pretty good defense once he held on to B. Pretty satisfied with that. But yes, you need to answer and at least get A. You got somebody onto it now, so you pause the clock with 31 seconds. Off the top rope is going to go Shotzzy, who's trying to collapse on this. They're able to clear TJ out of it now. On the other side of it, you're going to have a 1 versus 1. Able to win that. That'll be number 7 in Felony. He was able to take it, pause the clock again. You get out to mid-map. All the kills go through for Carolina Royal Ravens. So now an interesting moment here, Joe.
Yeah, now Gwynn's going to try to get here to help his teammate out. He gets there quickly, but he's not done up. They're going to try to use the cruise to help out Fellow. 1 tick is in. It's going to connect with 2. Clay is here now. Pred, the last player alive for Optic.
He got some progression done here. Second bit nearly here. 3 people now stacking it, looking to rip and roar and close out this second round. Just a second to go. And Royal Ravens behind the cruise, the mid-map plays. Shock him in the round 2 to take the offense, and they are going toe-to-toe with Optic here.
I mean, props to Carolina, the way they set that up, but it was really Fellow. He knew he was the lone player. He was able to spot Dashy. He knew the route that he was taking. The rest of the team, they were Coop side. They were trying to find the players lurking top 3 from Optic, or they're thinking about going towards A. As soon as Fellow gets on B, they're like, all right, how do we get to our teammate? Able to use that cruise, and that turns into an offensive round win.
Yeah, I was worried it was going to fall apart when Gwen. I thought Gwen had like a freebie at
Me
first.
too. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
No, I know. It's like, did you not see him? It looks so weird as we transition. Maybe it was just for us, but I was like, oh, he's got a kill there. Good help. And then I thought it was going to fall apart, and suddenly, no. They're able to strike again. You carry, 4 over, make it 5 now for Felony. Won't be able to earn a cruise. Well, you got a lot out of TJ's, obviously, as he was able to take out 2. Just sort of flooding over towards Diner, but you don't get a second one to work with. Last time, you're able to get A pretty easily here for Optic Texas, but just could not find an opening in the armor of the B defense for Royal Ravens. Clay working on a streak as well. Just 3 still work to do as we'll get back to TJ here at mid-map. He's having a hell of a map, 15 and 10.
For TJ to get onto the point. So nice little teamwork, sort of covering fire. Preddy's on 5 in a row. Dashy gonna win that gunfight. Gwyn just been playing safe. And then, of course, if it's not Shotzzy, it's Pred in your base.
Yeah, Pred, he's thinking 6, but, shooting through the chain link fences could always be the hardest thing in the world. He doesn't get the kill the first time. Clay able to chow then, so that'll be no streak through. Now, Shotzzy, Daddy out, looking, lurking, killing as TJ's going to drop.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody here on B from Carolina. Just due to Shotzi's play, they are so far out. You still have Gwyn hanging out junk. Clay's going to get caught, and now you're relying on Gwyn to make the play. They're trying to find him. That's Dashy. Fellow with the stun is like, all right, we got rid of Shotzzy. But again, just waiting on Gwyn. They're able to spot him. But he at least finds 1, so I guess you deal with this.
I mean, they got Carolina spawning like they're the offense there for a while. Like they had them out due to the setup, but you're trying to get back in. Such a good job holding this last time. We'll see if you'll be able to do it again on to B. Shotzzy fighting, pistol dropping 1, can't quite get prone in time, so Clay will be able to trade that out. You've had enough bodies here to make sure there's no progress, but you've got that close red spawn. You keep funneling it through and continue to try and do damage, and there's your chance.
And that's just it, and you were up 5 lives, so these funnels, the trades going their way, that is the advantage. You finally stack this point, does Optic. Have multiple players on it. Gwyn trying to work the pinch. 3 players. Shotzzy still finding spawn kills. There is 1 kill through, but Carolina not going to get there in time.
Yeah, you got like the ultimate setup there. You got exactly what you were looking for with Shotzzy's position combined with the rest of the team just spawning an absolute Narnia is Carolina as they're trying to battle back, but it's like you spend such an effort battling back. By then, it's like, yeah, red's wide open, obviously, and things just, it's like, it's just eventually it's going to fall apart once you get to that position.
Yeah, I think they had 1 chance, but once those red spawns came in, you got the 3 dead right away. Like, there was the opportunity. Once they got Shotzzy out of their spawn, they were trying to get over that dumpster and get set up Cafe, but they just get caught. Just looks so annoying to play against. These 2 players who...
They're so good. They're so good.
They're good. Yeah, and I don't even know if it's the right play at times. They have chances to stack the point, but it leads to round wins.
Yeah, and you got the win there, and you're in control of the series is what matters. But you need to get this round if you're going to go to a round 5. Shotzzy still hit. Is he works to get back to even? On the point for now will be TJ. He tries to get in some objective work and wins another up close and personal fight. Right over to a drop shot there from Gwen, but Shotzzy is prepared for it. Working towards that second bit of progress. It's close. TJ just trying to step, maybe get that done. Not able to do it as Shotzzy. He's got the height. Woohoo! All over the map.
And this is why people don't play them on this map, because now you just lose Shotzzy. From top 3, now in a chicken coop. 1 kill does go down, so maybe you transition. Huge kills by Kenny. Not able to find the 3rd, but if he goes down to that first player there is a chance for that B point to be open.
Yeah.
You finally deal with Shotzzy, and I think you can get onto A.
Maybe an opportunity. Now his fellow is able to win a tough one. Dashy, though, still set up here at the car. He'll get dropped. And now the presence is here, or is it? Because you still have Shotzzy alive. Kin from top AC able to take one down as well. Lurking in behind, though, is going to be Gwen. Did they lose him in this madness? It seems they may have.
Yeah, they might know someone is here. You get the progress done. Number 1 and Kenny, though, going to go on that pinch. So 2 dead. The transition could be here for Carolina. He's going to get on to B. Maybe distract the players off spawn.
We'll see what they end up opting to do. You're winning the fight still at mid-map and right back onto this if you're TJ.
Okay, so yeah, okay, looks like number 4, Dashy, is going to ask for Kenny to back on up and help him.
Yeah, I think you got on this like right before they were on A, so they should have realized the gig was up. And it looks like that will be the case. He's able to get 1 bit of progress done. You'll also finish A. You've got everybody backed up the diner. You deal with TJ, who's the point man now for Carolina Royal Ravens. So you got 90 seconds to work with. Lives-wise, you got a 4-life advantage if you're Optic Texas, so advantage is there for you. Just 2 ticks needed right now for Royal Ravens. And what? You're looking at a round 5 defense if we go that way, because, well, they just got 3 the first time through, right, if you're Optic.
Play going to get picked by Kenny. That's 5 in a row for Ken. Not going to find the 6. Good trade. But it's got to be cleaner here for Carolina. Down 4 lives with Fellow through the middle of the map and controlling top AC. Maybe that's where it starts.
Here we go. The push is going to start. Gwen just trying to get back to full HP. I think a stun hit him for a second there. TJ, the same thing can be said. He's trying to get on forward. 2 people looking over him. Crawling forward to take the first fight. He's able to find it and able to pounce. TJ just popping up, and a 3rd will drop. He's weak. 4th falls as well, and they are stacking the point. Round 5 may not matter. Just trying to shut him down. Alley looks like this series is going a bit deeper to a map 4. We go as Carolina's strike.
And that was just well played by Carolina on their attacks. Just both times, there's a couple of moments where, again, Optic is in their spawn. They're keeping it hectic. You can hardly get onto the A point, and then someone finds a kill or 2, maybe put some pressure over towards B. In the transition from A to B, so clean out of them to set that play up. And then TJ just knowing all the spots to check.
TJ, he's been playing well, but like this is like, I thought it was going to be the same as like the first 2 maps. Like you play them tough, it gets away from you, you lose it. It's 3-0, and all we're talking about is, oh, Carolina got 3-0, but they played them very tough on each map. Like, but this, you come in and get the victory. You brush off maybe the first bloods you threw away in that map too, and you're able to get the victory there. As you said, it's been a long time really since Optic got a rep in an official match there on Karachi Control, and Carolina make them pay.
No, I think obviously the first offense was just job well done with the crews on that transition. I mean, for Optic, a lot of the times it felt like you got what you wanted. You got Shotzzy loss, you got Pred loss. It looks so difficult to play some of these situations from the Ravens POV. Just how do you deal with this time and time again? But when the openings were there, they found those kills. That's when they took advantage of it.
Yeah, well, when they simplified the game, I think. Like, once they, like, knew where all 4 players were, and it became this sort of, like, 4-on-4 fight. Like, you think about the round 1 defense, or you think about the moments there at the end of that. But it's not like the 2 points and people getting lost and tracking people down and tracking names. It just became, like, the 4-on-4, and they took their time and set it up. I mean, it was effective. They were executing.
They're just waiting for that right moment. And now we go to a real hard point where it hasn't been great for Carolina, but this may be one of the weaker maps on the Optic Texas side, right? 3 and 4 on the year in an opening. I mean, you picked this if you were Carolina for a reason.
Carolina, I mean, the times that we've cast in there and they've found their victories, I feel like it's usually been a hot start by TJ and Gwen. They've sort of been the leaders.
Well, that's their search. Their real search is insane.
Well, yeah, but no, even though we've cast some real hard point, like when Gwen and TJ are popping off, like that is when they've been able to find the few wins they have. And TJ, I mean, the way he's been playing, at least in that map 3, you feel good about it. Now, can Gwyn step up on the main stage? We know how hypercritical of himself he can be, but God, he can bring it. As we continue on now, if you're going to get this done for Carolina, you've got to take it in a reverse sweep fashion, maybe get it to a Karachi search and destroy. But you finally get to be in a winner's bracket. Do you really get to kind of flip the bracket now, throw things on its head if you can somehow pull away a win here?
I mean, yeah, you absolutely would. They still got more work to do.
They do, lots of work, lots of work.
I mean, Optic sort of got a lock back here on this Rio hardpoint. You probably don't hate to play this. You have the talent, no matter what, if you are Optic, and that shined through the first 2 maps.
Yeah, it's like a weird one because, you know, if you think about it, like what is holding Optic back right now? You haven't lost to anybody but FaZe, right, in months. You are going to be playing Rio hardpoint, but it's still one if you think about the rest of the competition, the rest of teams you need to be, it's one you want to improve on for sure, but yeah, one you're more than likely going to be banning.
Yeah, I mean, Major 3 qualifiers, they only played it one time, so 0-1. On the other side, there for Carolina, 0-2. But you can see, but hardpoint metrics, one of those losses for Texas. Again, we're on this Rio, but 4-9 for Carolina, but the plus minus, that plus 40. That is very strong there from Optic.
They've definitely been the better hardpoint team. I mean, without question. And one of the big things that we talked about, I mean, you get that map 1 win. It's really been their improvements there, I think, has been the big talking point. Just been the map 1s have been a lot better. But that's also, it's not just the map 1s, just in general, it means your hardpoint's improving. It's not like that's always your pick or always the opposition's pick. You get a variety, depending on who you're matching up against and or how the league schedule goes. They've been improving in the mode. Now can they close it out here? Or, I mean, I know most fans probably in the venue aren't about it, but map 5 sounds kind of fun to close out the night. They're like, close this out, let's get it done, let's move on. Let's prep for Saturday.
Yeah, and they really haven't had this sort of, for Optic, they have controlled the first days very well. Winners round 1s, Shotzi and Dashy have been dominating on Thursdays at tournaments.
That's like
they haven't had this threat.
Yeah, he tweeted out the Thursday stat line. They've been unbelievable. They've dominated, but can they shut it down here? I'm going to have eyes on Gwyn and TJ on one side to be the playmakers for this squad. We'll see if they'll be able to do it. The first engagement with TJ and Shotzi, it'll be an awkward one, but it's Fellow trying to trade it back into the point first and starting to rack up some time. Will be Optic Texas. As they let one slip away, now can they put the clamps on, close it out?
A nice start here for Optic. Dashi watching over his teammates, and just too many bodies there for Fellow to deal with. Pred now able to find a double already, 30-0 for Optic.
Yeah, this is about everything you would want, because you know how difficult it can be to get time at P2 the first time through. No trophies, you're getting smoked a lot of times with nades getting through. Or if you got one down, can it deal with everything that's be coming at you? But they're going to get their setup. Can you answer back though? Because there's going to be 50 seconds at P1. That's godlike to start this off.
I mean, we've seen that at times, but usually not the break. Fred now trying to take a round. He's going to find Clay. That will give them those back spawns. So Carolina didn't have to adjust, but it looks like Kenny still spawns out. Now maybe with that one, yeah, they should have the spawns. Now going to start their break push.
Yeah, I mean, you got pushed all the way out to garage, so you got what you want if you're Royal Ravens for one side of it, but now can you deal with the pressure from the other end? So far, so good. TJ going massive. They smoke them. Fellow finds the third, and I mean, that's what you want. That's what keeps some of the utility away from the point. Push out garage side, deal with it, get the setup you want. It's 3 straight for Fellow, 3 straight for TJ. Nice little 6-1 start for Fellow.
And Gwyn goes all the way through boxes, picking up middle of the map flank. And he's going to go right back towards lobby because they want to rotate. They want spawns for new. So I think you do a pretty darn good job. Now, Optic, they will take those 15 seconds all day on that scrap time. But there was an opportunity for Carolina to keep them pinned back there, get all of that time and win rotation over to P3. But you keep a 30-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, you win on both sides a little bit, I guess. Well, okay, if you can get this time early. If you're Royal Ravens, like you give up that 15 to 20. Now can you secure a lot of time here at third? But as some of the openers come through for Dashi and Shotzi, that might not be the case. You're at least going to take down one if you are Clay. Shotzi will be through on the trade. You get a little breathing room here for a moment. A bit of a split spawn, I think, for a second for Optic Texas. You got one out on the other side of it's Dashi. Everybody else hitting through the back.
Yeah, I don't know if Carolina's going to be able to read this. No, Fellow actually does.
Sure
Fellow
does.
turns, was ready for that spawn, ready for that route, and Fellow goes massive 8-3 to start for Fellow. As they recover on this rotation, I thought maybe with Shotzi getting them those close spawns, they were going to flood on through.
I think oftentimes, I swear to God, when we've been talking about there's been a spawn or something, you're like, I don't know if they're going to read this. Like a split spawn, it's been like Fellow that's picked it up. I swear, I mean, he's on his game. We know
they just know it's an option.
Yeah. They're ready to deal with it. And now lead change as Carolina Royal Ravens will go back in front, but a tight one obviously here early on. You see the lock bottom left of the map getting ready to pop near garage, and early on you're looking to chain maybe 3 and 4 together if you're Carolina Royal Ravens. In this, if you think at least of the sub base, something they really struggled to do was put together 2 body of work in a hard point. Chance to maybe do it here, but here comes the onslaught now of Optic Texas.
Yeah, what's the timing to be like on the pinch? Shotzi's going to win it, so it's a 2-on-2, and you have no idea where Shotzi is. He's spawning your teammates out. There was a chance for Gwyn to win that one-on-one, and now from up top, it's going to lead to an Optic break. There is a stun. Fellow was on 5 in a row, but you disrupt the setup from Carolina.
Yeah, I think you're happy if you're Optic Texas that you break this up.
What the hell?
I think you're happy if you're Royal Ravens and you sort of at least keep them out of the point. Don't let it be a time. Keep it a bit scrappy, but it's still going to be Fellow leading the way at 13 and 5. The monster moment there for Gwyn. You take a 40-point lead, and now we hop all the way up the bridge side.
I mean, you had, what, 50 points from the first hill? Since then, 17, and Carolina have taken over on this rotation. Fellow already in a great spot for that trade as he is still double positive having a map.
Can you chain together 3 now? If you're Royal Ravens, or this is when Optic maybe start to answer back. Shotzi, he's been spotted, thinks he's tucked away in the bush, but he repositions a little bit deeper, and then the help gets there from Clay. So, I mean, if you're Carolina, at least you haven't allowed them to get much time here early on. You get 10 to 12 seconds, but then you've had a fight here. You've had a contest here. This has been a really solid 2 to 3 minutes out of Carolina Royal Ravens, but still very much in this fight right now if you're Optic. 30 seconds left to go, and yeah, you'll take that break. You'll take that time. Great stretch here from Carolina.
And now Gwyn is in a spot for this rotation over towards P1. They're still finding kills at ult. TJ trying to get aggressive, will stagger the push. What is the timing going to be like for Gwyn? I thought he was just going to lurk, stay on P1. He tries to get aggressive and get aggro. So that will find an opening, for Optic to get back to this P1 where they were so good to start this game.
I mean, he was going to have so much to deal with, but yeah, he'd love for him to maybe be tucked away, get a kill, maybe surprise too. Instead, they're able to push out behind that kill onto Gwyn, and now your chance to, in the second set of rotations here, to kind of flip the script, start to rally some points for your Optic Texas. Like, what do they need to improve on? Because it felt like Royal Ravens were a step ahead throughout that entire first set.
Well, I think really it's just a P3, P4, right? You have to be able to win one of those rotations.
You got 50 seconds on P1, then 45 on the rest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to me, it's a P3, P4. I think they did a good job at P2, not having spawns, finding time, and getting the break. Can they win that rotation later in those hills?
We'll see if Optic Texas can now pick it up, get this one to be a bit tighter. So far, so good. I mean, they dominated the P1. That's been the one they have locked down. 3 through now on the feed. As they start to fan out, get position, keep Carolina spawning out wide left, as they've been able to do on the minimap so far. Rotating early to bottom will be Shotzi as he gets set up for that P2. The rest of the team positioning or transitioning now through mid-map. Got a 2-on-2. For the next bit of control, but it's Fellow. Clay able to set it up. Shotzi, though, lurking and tucked away in a corner, able to win it as the SMGs pop it off quickly here for Optic Texas.
Yeah, but Fellow almost able to win that second one. I thought if he wins that, he would have got his team spawns. So you recover behind Shotzi's play. He's up to 21, and now Pred reading the routes that Carolina are taking. Almost gets caught reloading, but has the pistol.
That's one of those moments, like you let your teammates take some fights, they lose them, sure, but you're just ready and waiting, chomping at the bit. The triple from Shotzi, so big, and now it's 5 in a row. Looking to maybe get a streak, but that's not going to happen as the utility hits. He will drop, stuns popping everywhere. Dashy trying to battle from the back, step as long as he can, but he will fall. We have a 12-point game right now as Optic have made the rally. And it's reminding you now a little bit of that game one, at least when you think about the score line, as we got to, what, a 180-180 tie. But it's Gwyn who's also on 5 in a row. Will he be able to maybe earn that streak? That'll be the number 6 on the minimap, and he looks to have an opening. So he's going to be the one rotating off ult. He might be able to get the streak as he lurks in from behind. We'll hop to his POV for a moment, just see what kind of timing he's going to get. There's number 6. There, I thought number 7, but the movement there from Shotzi to win the fight.
Yeah, you do get spawns, though, if you're Carolina. I think you get a little bit lucky to be spawning close here, but Optic able to read it. Able to find this fight, and this is what they needed to be better here. So far, they have been. You were hoping Gwyn timed it well, but instead, it was the opposite. It was a bad timing for him on that long route. But he's just going to try to fight on right through with it, TJ, to get on the point, but Optic now in the lead.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you're rotating off of ult, like, does it end up being perfect timing, or are you there just a little bit too late? I mean, at least he gets the streak. Maybe he'll be able to do something with that as we get later into this one, but it's been all Optic Optic Texas in this second set. You're enjoying the 25-point advantage, and it is growing. You'll give up the final 15 or so. If you're Royal Ravens, you'll rotate, maybe try to stop the bleeding. The game's gotten away from you a little bit. Take a deep breath, try to answer back as Optic have started to roll. Into the hard point, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, if Carolina, they would love to hang on to that cruise for P5, but if they can take this cleanly and save that cruise, but it may not happen. Dashy with a triple, and now you might be relying on Gwyn, because Shotzi was going on a crazy route, and yeah, you're going to get this out. This is not what Carolina wanted. You wanted to win that rotation, use this at P5 to break it, and have that lead. Instead, you have to invest it early.
You get them out of the point at least, but yeah, things unraveling late in the hard point, similar to the map one. We'll see if Royal Ravens can come alive or if Optic will just close this out. They'll rally right back into the point. Felony tries to hit over the top and get them out. 20 seconds remaining on the point. He'd love to get this time just to get it close, but Shotzi, another multi-kill for him, and you rally right back into it. You'll be at what? Around 220, up 60 as we get ready, and getting close to that point, but you really got to be perfect now if you're Carolina.
No, you do. Yeah, they're going to have rotation over towards P5, but they need to slow down Shotzi. 29 and 18. His timings have been on point throughout this second rotation. He does get taken down as Optic try to fight for top middle control, but Carolina with a nice start.
This is what they needed, just like a moment to breathe. It felt like the game almost got like a little too fast for them there for a moment. Like they were no longer ahead on the rotations when they were playing from behind. Just seems that they kept being on the short end of it. Can they continue to hold? It was a scrappy P5. Last time we were here, up over the top goes Shotzi. Another multi-kill for him, up to 31. Everything hitting him. About 72 stuns and nades going to connect onto him, but you get right back into it. 20 points are needed to get broken there. Too easy if you're Carolina.
Yeah, and then every couple of seconds is going to hurt Carolina. It's going to put the pressure on his Pred, controlling this bridge, throwing his nades, able to find another one. 1 HP is Shotzi. Forces Clay out of position, but able to hit the Renetti shots. It will be a 3 dead. Up towards top middle on rotation. Dashy's going to be the first one at P1.
Can they deal with him efficiently? The answers are a resounding no. Dashy able to get 2, and then the help comes in. Pred able to get there, and maybe a sequence where you can rally this to top mid and make a run. If you are Carolina, it's not going to be the case. They get to 180 again, and then they're not seeing another point. Optic Texas looking to lock him out here, close it out, and move on.
And they do just that. They win both of the hard points. It was close. Carolina played them up to a point, 75% of the map.
Yeah.
But then it's just a couple of situations that go Optic's way. Really, that P3 where Gwyn is holding at ult, tries to flank through the mid, and while that happens, his teammates die. They get broke, and then that P4 rotation where they have the early setup, then you have to use the cruise.
And before that, like Shotzi's triple, sort of to get him going as he set them up for the P2. And it just feels like, you know, when they were a step ahead, like when it was playing at their pace, when they were in their spots, it looked really good for Royal Ravens. And like Shotzi was kind of struggling to get going. As soon as like the map opens up for him, my God, he is a tear on the map. He starts to absolutely pick them apart, leads the team in damage, puts up 32 there in the map 4, had some huge multi-kills, nearly 90 seconds on the clock in the hard point as well, as he puts on one incredible performance. And on the other side of it for Royal Ravens, I mean, you're looking back at some of these hard points in the search to destroy and thinking, damn, we played them so tough we could have won these maps. 100%.
I mean, you just see the second, P2, P3, P4, you get 8 points.
You just plateau.
You plateau where you have the early setups and then Optic just breaks on through. But you see there just sort of a summary, a recap. You're able to win that control, but you drop both of those hard points.
Yeah, I don't know what the most frustrating one is. Maybe if you're a Carolina fan, I think probably a search and destroy. You have 8 first bloods. I imagine that's going to be the case. But Big Ken, we're looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do the rest of the tournament. Had some monster moments there. We've got him on stage with Blaze. Take it away.
I agree with you, Maven. He definitely has some monster moments in this series. Toronto, show some love for Optics Texas. Coming out with another dub, Ken. How does it feel to get that win in this crowd against the Ravens?
Definitely feels good because it's our first match. You don't know how your first match ever going to go. I feel like it went pretty good. We kind of tried to control, but the crowd is kind of crazy. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, they are crazy. You know, and so definitely could be a lot of nerves and unexpected things that happen in the first match.
Yeah.
And so the one thing I want to talk to you about was the S&D. You guys play 9 rounds, you win 6-3, won first blood.
Yeah.
Being down so many times in those engagements, how do you stay so cool, calm, and collected to even win in that 6-3 fashion?
I think to win like moments where you're down, you got to have a lot of trust with your teammates, especially like if I'm calm in like the first few rounds, I was kind of making plays. I'm like, yeah, I'm making plays, and my teammates trust me to like do what I can. So I feel like that's the biggest thing is trust. I think the S&D went so long because we were trying to force my streak and not really stand alive. But overall, I think we played it really good. Like I said, it's all about trust.
All about trust, okay? Now, I guess my next question is, Greenwald, do y'all trust him? They definitely do. What do you want to tell them so I can get you out of here so you can start preparing for your next match?
I love you guys. I appreciate all the support. We're looking to win it.
They're looking to win it. One more time. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and congratulations to Kenny and Optic Texas. They complete a day of 3-1s. Alley Cat, what's your takeaway?
My takeaway for the entirety of the day is that, you know, we didn't have any true upsets, but everybody took a map that you weren't expecting them to. Carolina Royal Ravens able to walk away with that controlled W, I think, is a pretty positive side for that camp.
Let's break down this Optic squad that was able to take both hard points. The second one a little bit closer than the first name was, but Texas gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think both the hard points were winnable for the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. Just Optic has been so clutch. There's like these pivotal points in the map. I'm thinking, you know, for this one, it's like that last rotation. They're down like 70 points. So what do? They end up getting the spawns for P2. They get a majority of the time there, and then they pin Carolina in the back of the spawn, learning from the first rotation, and then securing P3 to P4. We know how that snowball works. They're able to close it out. And then you think back to the map 1. You know, kind of a tough situation as well, but guess what? They get a perfect setup on P4 to make some plays. Pred up top, Snow just slaying them out.
Yeah.
They have their setups and positions that they like to play, and when they're able to finally get a 4 down, you cannot recover from, and that's what makes this Optic Texas team so dangerous, especially in hardpoint. They're never out.
And Kenny was an absolute demon today in this series specifically. I guess an interesting angle I kind of want to take here is in both of the hard points, Optic was kind of on the back foot. You talk about that sub base was 180, 180 at one point, and then they were just able to chain 3 straight in a row. Same thing on the Rio. They were on the back foot of it for a majority of the game. The second set of rotation, Shotzi and Pred are able to turn up and get those kills. That almost makes me worry and want to pinpoint to the fact that that might be where they struggle versus Atlanta FaZe, because Atlanta FaZe, you give them an inch, they take a mile. So with Optic Texas, with these slow starts, should they get to that Atlanta FaZe matchup again, that might be what hurts them.
It's a fair point.
We've seen some incredible final holds and some epic comebacks in the last 2 weeks. This is Optic Scuff, a play of the game. Let's take a look at the holds to close this one out. When Carolina got tight, it was Kenny and crew powering through, and Shotzi dropping a lobby-leading number of kills and damage, right?
Yeah, 5,300 damage, 32 kills in the game. Just beautiful plays at Optic, right? Like, they're able to flip those spawns, rotate over, and fix what they did bad on that first rotation, which was P3 into P4. You heard Joe talking about it. That's everything on this map. They did a great job on P1 as well. So it was spearheaded by Shotzi. Once he gets loose, he's up top. He can make plays anywhere. And that's the guy that you need going, because up until that point in the series, he wasn't having himself the best time.
Keep in mind, Optic is now done until Saturday, where they will be continuing on to our winners bracket round 2. Everyone else you saw is going to be battling out in that elimination bracket, with Carolina now dropping down to play LAG. How do you feel about that matchup?
I feel like that is not the last series we're going to see from Carolina Royal Ravens.
Royal Ravens, Liv Anchi says, how do you feel about the Ravens overall? Clayster and Felony, clearly something was off at the end of the game, despite Felony having a fantastic game for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about managing your lead, right? I feel like they had a huge opportunity on that sub base as well. And then even thinking about the search and destroy, so many gaps were left open from a team that was so precise in their search throughout this stage. I was not expecting that on the main stage.
It's been a lot of fun. It's time to recap all of the games, as tomorrow we head to the elimination bracket. Today it was all about that winners round 1, and it started with an upset. Technically, New York came in with the 5th seed, while LA Thieves in their 5-2 record had the 4 seed. But it was the Power 4 squad, the Subliners, back on top with a 3-1 victory.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though New York was the lower seed, as far as our statistics go and as far as the fans' choices go, New York Subliners was the stronger team heading into this. LA Thieves, a very strong showing. They were able to come out and win that first Rio, which is a shocking surprise because I expected them to take the search and destroy, if anything, in this series. But after that first map win, it was just all New York subliners. They were getting all of the first bloods. They were able to convert them to a couple of round wins, which allowed them to take that map number 2. And most impressive, the invasion in a 3-1 fashion. They were able to get that attack. And like I said, Hydra has been a different beast when it comes to those map number 3s. Now, if only he can translate it back into the search and destroys, New York subliners could make a run.
Hydra going on a 14 streak during this series, and of course another 38 kills coming out there in the game for us. New York gets it all locked up. Tomorrow they'll play against Atlanta, a familiar rematch, Nameless, and we got to talk about how Atlanta got there because they matched up against the A seed, and they made quick work of Miami Heretics.
Yeah, you know, the series started off really, really close. You heard Kenny talking about it. You just never know how your first series is going to go. Atlanta face outslayed them by 79 throughout this one, right? Like, they were, Abe was running around on map 1 doing whatever he wanted. That being said, 40-point victory. They lose the Search and Shrine 6-star. It's now 2 reps on it. But the last 2 maps, High Rise Control and Rio Hardpoint, masterful out of Atlanta phase. Like, that's the full-fledged dominant roster that we saw in the qualifier.
And the painful thing on the side of Miami is I talked about it before this series, like allowing High Rise to be map 3 wasn't my favorite thing I've seen out of them thus far, just because it's such a slay-heavy map number 3, and that's going up against an Atlanta phase where they're all positive, one of the #1 controlled teams, and we saw it, right? The first round ended on kills, then it went time, and then the final round ended on kills once again. And then the Rio, same thing, like Ann said, they got just heavily outslayed. The fundamentals were there for Miami, just unfortunately they couldn't keep up with the numbers.
So if you're looking at our schedule, Atlanta and New York will be facing off on Saturday. We will also see Toronto versus Optic Texas, and this should be another great series. Will we see a game 5? Because none of our top 4 went that way today, Allie.
I honestly, maybe not, because Toronto's hardpoint looks disgusting right now. If Envoy keeps playing like he did in that series, that spells some serious trouble for the other top 4 teams.
What you mean? We ain't gonna see. You don't think it's gonna go 5 and Optic Ultra? You think Ultra gonna beat them in 4?
No, I think Ultra might beat them in 4. With the Optic I saw today, I think unfortunately, again, they just started way too slow in the
Nameless, you called Surge though in this series, right?
I did. Obviously, it was a little trolly, but I did think Surge had the opportunity. You saw, I mean, able to take the control, pretty dominant fashion. I thought they had a huge opportunity as well when we got to the 6-star, just blowing up their P3s. But that's going to happen when you're going up against, you know, a team like Ultra who's 37-8 and hardpoint on the season. That being said, them versus Optic, that's going to be a banger.
On behalf of everyone in the chat, Nameless, can you answer this one honestly? Who won, Kendrick or Drake?
What?
I mean, I don't know.
Don't answer that.
I don't know. I have to think about it.
We'll keep thinking about it. The answer's coming by the end of the weekend. You guys got to stay locked in because we are coming your way each and every day with the headquarters crew. We'll be kicking off tomorrow's show at 1:15. Alley Cat, final thoughts here as this is the bracket going into day 2.
I'm still a little pressed that you got mad at me for saying I think Toronto Ultra takes it in 4. Listen, man, Optic Texas has beat everybody below them, but that involves Seattle, Vegas, Miami, Boston, LAG, LA Thieves. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, sure. I think Optic just look unbelievable. I think they'll take it.
There's a look at your schedule. It kicks off with the match. It's 1:30 p.m. as attached, and the Vegas Legion look to send Miami Heretics packing. LA Thieves versus Boston. We got the Surge versus Minnesota and so much more. Once again, it all kicks off at 1:15 Eastern. We'll see you for the matches at 1:30.
Yeah, I just came to win. Never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'ma add something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win. I've been off the shuttle and I'm staying locked in. I was always underrated, now I'm in the top 10, making big plays. I was going for the big stage. Suited up, about to take it over. I'm going hard on a rampage. I'm back up on my grind. Y'all be on the grind, watching from the sideline while I'm steady getting mine. Even on the road, we've been on the winning
Nice, they don't went off that, by the way. Double done. Nice, yeah, you're gonna be half for me. Nice! Okay, I'm a half full. Look my grass. I'm a half full. Go! Oh my gosh! Oh my god! 38! Come on, man. 38! Oh my god!
My son is currently playing the game, so I am going to play an episode of Merbalin.
Today, I'm going to share 3 progressively more disturbing stories, and at the end of each of them, I will share the photo that is famously associated with that story. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to give the like button acupuncture, but then after you put in all the needles in their back and you stick the moxa to the end of the needles and you light those, just leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. Just after 6 p.m. on December 27th, 2015, a woman named Sarah Robinson was getting ready inside of her cabin on the 7th floor of a massive cruise ship. She and her boyfriend were going to dinner that night with Sarah's parents in one of the restaurants on board the ship. And in fact, this entire trip, this whole vacation, was actually a big gift from Sarah's parents to Sarah and her boyfriend. And so far, the trip had been totally amazing. I mean, all 4 of them, Sarah, her boyfriend, and Sarah's parents, had got to go swimming and drink great drinks and have great food, and it was just like a total dream. But now, they only had 1 night left, tonight, and they wanted to make the most of it. And their plan was to go to the big buffet that the ship offered, and just totally indulge on the amazing food, and just have some laughs, share stories, and then the next day they'd wake up in the Florida port that they left from, and the trip would be over. But for now, they had this 1 dinner left. And so, after Sarah and her boyfriend were all ready, they left their cabin and they met Sarah's parents out in the hallway, and then Sarah led the way towards the stairwell that would bring them up to the 10th floor where the restaurant was that they were going to. Once they reached the 10th floor, Sarah could see right in front of her the entrance to this restaurant. And so she, her boyfriend, and her parents, all behind her, began walking towards the restaurant. And to get there, they would have to walk past this sort of lobby right in front of the restaurant, where there was this elevator bank that would go down to the lobby and all the other floors. And so, Sarah and her family, they walked past these elevators, and as they did, Sarah began to hear what sounded like rain hitting the outside of the ship. But that didn't make any sense, because that whole day the weather had been beautiful and clear, and Sarah, when she heard this sound, she instinctively kind of looked around the corner out one of the windows, and she looked out into the night, and it was still clear and beautiful out, so this could not be rain. And so Sarah, she turned around and she looked at her boyfriend and her parents with a sort of quizzical look, being like, "Do you hear this? Like, what is that sound?" And they clearly had heard it too, and were looking back at her like, "I don't know." But before they could even start to discuss whatever this was, a woman who they didn't know, who was standing near these elevators as well, began to scream. It would turn out just a few minutes before this woman began to scream, the cruise ship's chief electrician, 66-year-old Jose Sandoval Opazo, had begun doing routine maintenance on the elevators that were located a few floors below the 10th floor, but still within that same elevator bank that could bring you up to the 10th floor where that restaurant was. And while Jose was performing this very routine and quick maintenance on the elevator, something strange happened. But to understand why this happened, you need to understand a little bit about Jose and the other electricians on board this cruise ship. So there was oftentimes a lot of very quick and easy maintenance that would need to get done on these elevators, which would involve going into the elevator shaft to do it. But again, these are very short bursts, in and out, very easy to do. All the electricians know how to do it. And the procedure was to actually fully shut down that elevator, like completely, and then go inside and do the maintenance, and then go through the process of starting the elevator all over again. But that was so disruptive to the flow of traffic on the ship each day, and it was just kind of a hassle. And so Jose and the other electricians had come up with this sort of workaround that didn't require them to shut down the elevator, because again, that was just a huge pain and they didn't want to do it. And so what they would do is they would wait until the elevator car within the shaft they needed to do maintenance on was at some other level, like on floor 2, and they would go into the elevator on like floor 8, and then quickly do the maintenance on the inside of the shaft or whatever it is they had to do. Or sometimes they would actually have to do repairs on the elevator car itself, in which case they would just kind of go in real quick, do the repairs, get out again. But all of it was predicated on just kind of knowing where the elevator car was in the shaft and being really quick, in and out. And so Jose and the other electricians had done this many times and there was no issues. But on this day, Jose, he got into the elevator shaft to make these simple repairs. And so he actually was standing inside of the shaft on top of the elevator car that was down, a few levels down from 10. And he began making these repairs. And suddenly the car lurched into action because a guest unknowingly had walked into the elevator car and pressed floor 10. And so Jose is on this elevator car that starts moving, and before he can even figure out what's going on, the little opening that he used, the kind of service entrance into the shaft, had been covered up by the elevator car. And so his exit was now gone, and he was now, relatively slowly, moving up the shaft. Now, Jose would have no idea when this car was going to stop, but if it went to the top, he'd get crushed, and he knew it. And so in kind of a moment of panic, Jose attempted to step to the side to somehow go between the wall and the elevator. It was like he had nowhere to go and he knew it and he just took that path. But there was an inch of space between the wall and the car. And so the second he did that, the car kept going and it sucked him down into that space and just destroyed him. And so by the time this elevator car reached its destination, the 10th floor, and that guest got off the elevator car, by this point, Jose's body had been totally destroyed, and all of his blood was dripping down the elevator shaft, splattering into the walls and hitting the ground, and it sounded like rain hitting the outside of the ship. And so that's what Sarah and her family were hearing, and then the reason that woman started screaming is she was the first one who turned and saw all this blood coming down the front of the elevator doors. Medics would arrive quickly on the scene, but there was nothing they could do. Jose was deceased. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. Back in 2017, I was really struggling with my mental health. I had just left the military after almost a decade of service, and I was just really struggling to reintegrate into society, and it was making me totally depressed. Now, I had a great support system around me. I had my wife, my kids, my parents, my siblings, friends, but I had such dark thoughts and feelings. I just didn't feel comfortable sharing them with people I loved. I was worried it would kind of upset them, and they'd also view me differently in a negative way, which, by the way, this is a very common train of thought amongst people who are feeling depressed. So I didn't realize how common it was, but there you go. Lots of people feel this way, and I did too. However, even though I didn't tell my family or friends anything, they eventually picked up that something was wrong with me, and they actually approached me and said, look, I really think you need to see someone. I think you need to see a therapist. And honestly, I was ready for that help, and so I did seek out a therapist. And my goodness, unburdening myself of all that horrible darkness inside of me to a trained, neutral third party was so cathartic. And of course, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but if you're really struggling right now and you're kind of holding it all in, you really ought to give therapy a try. And a really easy entry into therapy is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. All you have to do is fill out a short survey online, and then within about 48 hours, you get paired up with a licensed therapist, and then it's up to you how you communicate and how often. Also, you can change your therapist at any time for no additional cost. Let BetterHelp connect you with a therapist who can support you all from the comfort of your own home. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallin or select Mr. Ballin during sign up and enjoy a special discount on your first month. At around 2 p.m. on September 24th, 2017, a 17-year-old college student named Sanjay climbed up onto this boulder that was right off to the side of this hiking trail that he was on. Sanjay was on a day trip with about 20 of his friends from college, and they were in this part of southern India that was really famous for its long, winding trails and all these boulders that kind of sat off to the side of the trails. And then at the end of these trails that are in this part of India is this beautiful ancient Hindu temple that a lot of people will go and take pictures in front of and go inside of. And so that was where Sanjay and his friends were ultimately headed, was this temple. And from the boulder that Sanjay had just climbed up on, he looked up the trail, and from his view now, which was now slightly higher, he could actually see just barely the top of this temple. And so he was really excited about going to see it, and he couldn't believe how close they were. But as he was standing on this boulder, staring at the top of the temple, he also realized that kind of off to the side of the temple, basically right next to it, was this beautiful pool of water with a big wall around it and cement steps leading into it. I mean, it kind of looked like a swimming pool. And so because Sanjay and his friends had been hiking all day to this point, and it was really hot out, Sanjay really liked the idea of going swimming. And so he actually jumped off the boulder and just started running towards the temple and this pool. And he was yelling to his friends as he did, like, hey, I'm going to go swimming. And so he ran, not to the temple, but to this random pool of water that was next to it. And he got to the steps, and he immediately took off his shirt, and he pulled his phone out of his pocket, and he put it on the steps. And then he walked his way into the water and turned around, hoping to see his friends coming after him. And sure enough, all of his friends were smiling and laughing and running after him, ripping their shirts off, putting their phones down, and jumping in too. And so pretty soon, this very quiet, peaceful pool next to this temple was packed full of very rowdy and crazy college kids. Now, to be clear, this pool of water was not intended to be a swimming area. It was dug about 300 years earlier for this temple, and many people began to view this pool of water as sacred because they believed it could cure diseases. And so what Sanjay and his friends were doing was totally taboo and not allowed. But I can promise you, Sanjay and his friends did not care. They were having a great time. And in fact, Sanjay was having such a great time that when he turned around and looked back up the steps they had all charged in on, he saw one of his friends, whose name was Vishwas, was standing up out of the water reading what looked like a plaque about this pool of water. And Sanjay hated the idea of one of their buddies not getting to experience this fun. And so Sanjay, a little out of pocket, yelled out to Vishwas, like, hey, stop reading that and get in the water. Let's go. What are you doing? And Vishwas was obviously kind of embarrassed to be called out so publicly in front of the, 19 other kids that were there. They're all looking up at him expectantly now, like, yeah, get in here, man. And Vishwas, he's like, okay, fine. And so he took off his shirt, put his phone down as well, and he got in the water with all of them. And very shortly after he did that, Sanjay kind of forgot about him and decided, hey, this would be a great time to take a photo of everybody here, memorialize this amazing trip. And so Sanjay, he waded over to the steps, he grabbed his phone, he came back towards the group, and, he's looking at this big rowdy crowd of his friends who were totally not paying attention to him. And he's saying, hey guys, come over here. I want to take your photo, gather up. I'll take a photo of all of us. And so it took a couple of minutes, but eventually, all these kids got in frame, and Sanjay, he held the phone out, made sure everybody was there, and they all smiled, and he took a picture. And then after he took the picture, Sanjay put his phone back on the steps and returned to just splashing and goofing around with his friends. About an hour later, Sanjay and his friends had left the pool and were now in the temple and were just walking around exploring. But eventually, Sanjay just got tired of looking inside the temple. It was not very interesting to him. And so he eventually just went outside again and sat down on this low wall that was right outside the temple. And because he knew his friends would not be done for at least, 15 or 20 minutes or so, he just pulled out his phone and began kind of scrolling through social media and, doing what we all do on our phones. But eventually, Sanjay opened up his photo album to look at all the photos he had taken during the hike in, and then also that picture in the pool, and then also some pictures he took inside of the temple. And so he pulls up his pictures and just kind of starts scrolling through them, and he eventually reaches the photo that he took, selfie style, in the pool with all of his friends together. And so he opens that picture up and he looks at it and he smiles because it definitely was the best picture he took. He got all his buddies in frame. Everybody seemed so happy. But as Sanjay was looking at this photo, he realized there was something odd about it. There was just something in this photo that just seemed like it shouldn't be. And as he looked more closely at it, the smile on his face faded, and he began to panic just a little bit. He didn't know if what he was looking at was real or not, but he knew he had to go find out. And so Sanjay put his phone away, and he looked up and began looking around outside the temple at all the other people who had left, and many of them included his friends. And they were walking around, talking in groups or whatever. And Sanjay, he began looking at all of his friends, and he would stare at their faces. He was looking for something, but he didn't see what he was looking for. And so after scanning the entire outside and not feeling satisfied, Sanjay got up and speed walked back into the temple and began going into each and every room, looking at every single person he encountered. And when he would find one of his friends, he would stare at their face. And when he didn't find what he was looking for, he just kept on going to every single room until finally he reached the last room of the temple and he found the last of his friends and he looked at their faces and still he did not see what he was looking for. And so now Sanjay is truly panicked. He's actually horrified at this point. He runs back outside and he finds their college professor who had come along to sort of chaperone the trip. And he ran up to this professor and he pulled out his phone. He opened up that photo of them in the pool and he showed the professor what he had found. And Sanjay pointed out the strange thing about this photo. And so the professor, he began looking at the photo too, and right away he also could see this very strange thing that seemed very out of place. And so the professor asked Sanjay a few follow-up questions, about like what Sanjay had done since discovering this. And after Sanjay said, I've been all over the temple, I still can't figure it out. And so the professor knew the police would have to get involved. And so the professor got in touch with police, and so the police came out to the temple not long after that, and the students, so Sanjay and all of his friends, had been instructed to stay right by the temple. Do not go down to the pool, stay up here, let the police handle it. And so when the police came in, they came running by the group, and Sanjay and his friends were just kind of watching anxiously, waiting to see what happens. And then as the officers went down to the pool, from where Sanjay and his friends were standing, they actually did not have a clear view. The temple itself blocked their view, so they could not see the pool, but they could hear what the officers were doing. And at first, as Sanjay and his friends are standing there really nervously, they don't hear anything down at the pool. But then they hear one of the officers shout something out, like he's found something, and then Sanjay and his friends heard all this splashing as clearly officers were jumping into the pool. And it was at this moment, when Sanjay heard that splashing, that he knew the thing he saw in this photo, it had to be real. As horrible as that was, it had to be real. The reason why Sanjay's friend, Vishwas, was not in the water with everybody else, why he was up reading that plaque about the history of this pool, was because Vishwas did not know how to swim, but he didn't tell anyone. Nobody knew this. And so he was probably kind of embarrassed about it, and so maybe he was reading this plaque as sort of a way to, act distracted, like the plaque is the reason he's not swimming. But then when Sanjay, who meant no harm by this, but he yelled out to Vishwas, "Hey, come on, dude, get in here, come swimming with us." Because he did it so publicly in front of all the other friends, it seems like Vishwas felt very pressured into getting into the water. And that's what he did. Instead of telling anybody that he could not swim, he just kind of shrugged, took off his shirt, pulled his phone out of his pocket, put it on the ground, and waded into the water. And as soon as he did, the entire group just kind of went back to goofing around and splashing and being totally chaotic. And then when Sanjay was like, "Hey, let's take that photo," he really did manage to get all of his friends in frame somehow. Except one of them was Vishwas, and you can only see the top of his head. It's because he was drowning in the background of that photo, just nobody knew it. And so obviously, an hour later, when Sanjay's looking at this photo, he sees the top of Vishwas's head, and he's like, wait a minute, is he goofing around, or is he drowning? And then he ran all around the temple looking for Vishwas. He wanted to prove that he was not in the pool still, that he was up here. But then after searching the entire area and not finding Vishwas, he went to his professor, they called the police, and the discovery was made. And unfortunately, by the time police pulled Vishwas out of the water, he was already deceased. Late on the morning of June 27th, 1957, a 25-year-old Austrian mountain climber named Kurt Diemberger plunged his ice axe into the deep snow ahead of him and then used the axe to pull himself up and over a big ice clump. Kurt was totally physically and mentally exhausted by this point and only wanted to stop for like 2 seconds just to catch his breath. But he knew that was just not an option. Kurt and his climbing partner, a 32-year-old man named Herman Buell, were climbing one of the tallest mountains in the world, called Chogalisa, which is located in northern Pakistan. And they were doing this climb all alone. It was just those two, and they had virtually no safety equipment. Now, for reference, this was not normal. Anybody who climbed Chogalisa did so with Sherpas and guides and oxygen masks. I mean, this was a dangerous climb, and so serious measures had to be taken to ensure it was safe. But Kurt and Herman felt like, that takes all the fun out of mountain climbing. You know, there has to be, like real risk here for this to be worth doing. And also, critically, Kurt and Herman were well aware of the fact that if they successfully climbed Chogalisa with no safety equipment, so what they were planning to do, that would be a new world record, because nobody had ever done that before on this mountain. And so that felt like a really cool reason to go for this. And when they began their journey a few days earlier, when they began the climb, it had still felt like a great idea because the weather forecast was perfect for the rest of the time they expected to be on the mountain. However, earlier that morning, Kurt had turned around to talk to Herman, and he noticed off to the south was a kind of ominous dark cloud making its way toward them. Now, obviously, when you're on the ground and you look up and you see a dark cloud, you think, okay, it might storm, or it's actively storming. Maybe it's rain, maybe it's snow, but, it's probably not a big deal unless it's like a tsunami or a hurricane or something, but dark clouds are just not really a big deal. But when you are 4 miles up one of the most treacherous mountains in the world, you got no other people with you, you got no safety equipment, and you see a dark cloud coming your way, yeah, that's terrifying. Because storms have been killing mountain climbers basically for as long as mountain climbing has been a thing. And so when Kurt and Herman saw this cloud, even though the weather forecast had been good, they knew that there was a real chance a storm was going to hit them before they reached the summit. And so they had to make a choice. Abort the mission now, go back to camp, and potentially give up on this climb altogether, thereby not getting the world record. Or they could risk it and just try to speed their way up to the summit before the storm arrived. And because Kurt and Herman were actually within about 1,000 feet to the summit when Kurt noticed this dark cloud, they decided, you know what, let's just risk it. We can get up there to the summit, get this thing done before this cloud ever gets to us. And so that was the decision they made, and it was also why Kurt and Herman knew there was no way they could slow down even for a second, because basically this was a sprint to the top, and if they slowed down, they might die. And so, panting and exhausted with the wind whipping up like mad, Kurt and Herman just kept moving up that mountain as fast as they possibly could. But when they got about maybe 500 feet away from the summit, so they're really close at this point, something changed. As Kurt was about to bring his axe back down into the snow to, pull himself up one more step, he suddenly realized he couldn't see the mountain in front of him. Like there was nothing. It was just pure white all around him. He couldn't even see the sky. It was like he was just in this void all of a sudden. And the reason for this is because that dark cloud had caught up to them. They were literally inside of the cloud. That's why they couldn't see anything. And so from behind Kurt, even though he can't see anything, he could hear Herman desperately screaming up to him, "Hey, we've got to turn around right now!" And Kurt obviously knew, yeah, it's too late. We are not going to make the summit. We got to go. Kurt knew Herman was right. I mean, this is an absolute crisis. If the storm that's basically brewing all around them didn't kill them, certainly the result of the storm would. I mean, all the snow that's going to land is going to fill in their tracks, and it would be nearly impossible to find your way back down again. And so this was like, we totally miscalculated, turn around and get out of here as fast as possible. And so that's what Kurt and Herman began to do. As fast as they could, they began going down the mountain, following along their tracks they had left on the way up. And pretty quickly, Kurt and Herman began making serious progress, and so Kurt was starting to feel optimistic that, maybe they had managed to escape this just in time. But right at that moment, the ground underneath Kurt began to vibrate. Then Kurt looked down, and even though his visibility was basically nothing, he could tell from his legs that the ground was basically shifting underneath him. And then suddenly Kurt felt this feeling that you get when you're on like a carnival ride and you're dropped, that feeling in your stomach that you're falling. He got that because the ground underneath him just gave way. It was an avalanche. And so in absolute desperation, Kurt, who knows he's about to be sucked into an avalanche, he just jumped, like as far away from the mountain as he possibly could, kind of at an angle to the right, like he was leaping up and out of the avalanche and over to the right. But you got to remember, he's on this really steep slope. This is not like jumping on flat ground where you jump up and just return to where you jumped from. He's on a slope. So when he jumped out and to the right, it was like he was jumping off a building. He fell something like 30 or so feet before he hit the ground again. But when Kurt hit the ground, he kind of expected to be gobbled up by the snow and keep being sucked down the mountain, but he wasn't. He hit the ground and didn't move. And then he kind of sat up and he looked around and he realized he had successfully jumped out of the avalanche. He had done it. He saved himself. And so he began looking around. You know, the visibility is still terrible, but it's a little bit better because now the avalanche has basically gone down the mountain. You know, the storm is kind of passing, and so the visibility is decent. And, you know, Kurt, he's looking around, screaming out for Herman. He doesn't see him. And then it's like suddenly the visibility just opened up, and Kurt was able to look to his left where the avalanche had gone. And as he was looking, he saw what looked impossible. Basically, the land where they had been walking down this mountain was gone. It was like the avalanche had removed that part of the mountain. And so Kurt is basically laying in the snow on the edge of a new cliff where the avalanche had basically broken away the mountain. And so he's looking into this crevasse where the avalanche went and thinking, I can't believe how lucky I am, but I gotta go find Herman. And so Kurt stands up, and he's pretty battered from this 30-foot fall, but he's got adrenaline pumping through him, so he feels pretty good. And he scrambles his way 30 feet back up the mountain to this ridgeline where he originally jumped out of the avalanche, you know, hoping when he got up there that he might find some sign of where Herman went to, because they were pretty close together when the avalanche started. But when he got up there was no sign of Herman, and, you know, he turned around and looked back down the mountain, and he couldn't see Herman anywhere. But when he turned back around, looking now back up the mountain, so in the direction of where they had originally intended to hike, and then where they had to come back down from when they were in the cloud, he noticed that he could see very easily their tracks, he and Herman's tracks. And so with his eyes, he just kind of tracked these tracks all the way down the mountain to where he was. And as he did this, he noticed something. At first, it was like his brain couldn't compute what he was seeing. But after a moment, he knew. Here is a photo of what Kurt would have seen. However, keep in mind, this was not a photo Kurt took, and it's also from a slightly farther away perspective. But conceptually, this really is what Kurt saw that told him what happened to Herman. So in this photo, you can see the mountain and the summits at the top, and there's a trail that goes straight down and then appears to diverge, where there's tracks that go to the left from our perspective, the viewer's perspective. They go to the left around that cliff line, and the other set of footprints that disappear off the cliff. Well, if you haven't figured it out yet, the footprints that go to the left are Kurt's footprints. He just magically jumped and landed on the absolute edge of where this avalanche was going to happen, and Herman is the other set of prints. And so when that avalanche started, there was nowhere for Herman to go, and he was sucked into that avalanche and dragged over 1,000 feet down the mountain, and his body was never recovered. Hey everybody, if you haven't heard yet, we announced some really big news recently. We are putting out a book, and it's amazing. It's called Mr. Ballin Presents Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, The Graphic Stories, and it's an amazing graphic novel we have been working on for over a year. And it's our very first book, so we're all very proud of this. We think it's going to be so amazing. So in this book, there are 9 stories, 5 of which are of the old variety, so you've heard them on YouTube, and they've been remastered and put into this book. And then you have 4 full-length, brand new stories, which are amazing, that have also been put inside of this book. And the way we made those 4 new stories is to have them replicate the feel of YouTube. In fact, I would say this whole book is like the written version of our YouTube channel. It's totally a throwback to our OG fans who found us on YouTube. This is the book for you. It's going to be so good. The book's not coming out until my birthday, October 1st, but you can pre-order it right now by going to book.ballinstudios.com. And also, after you pre-order, be sure to follow me on social media and all the other places that we put out content, because we're going to be teasing stuff about this book before release. Things like, sneak peeks into the book and some pieces of artwork and some behind-the-scenes stuff. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but it all starts with pre-ordering that book. So again, go to book.ballinstudios.com and pre-order our first ever official book. It's going to be great. Enjoy. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's stories and you want to hear more like it, be sure to check out the Mr. Ballin podcast, which is available on all podcast platforms. It has hundreds of stories, and many of them are only available on podcast. So if you're consuming this content only on YouTube, there is a whole world over in the podcast side of the house that you should go check out. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin podcast, and it's available everywhere. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here. And his friend would report that Xian told him that he was coming down Mount Miaofeng and he'd be home soon. But according to the note they found, that was not possible, because the note said Xian at 4 p.m. on September 3rd. You're listening ad-free on Amazon Music. Today's story is going to be really, really weird. And just know, going into this, that a lot of what happened in the story has never been fully explained. And so we did our best to make this make sense, but I'm sure many of you at the end of this story are going to be like, what did I just hear? And if that's you, I would highly encourage you to just Google the case yourself, because it really is a totally insane story. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time you see the Amazon Music follow button actively choking on a piece of steak, immediately get up and run over to them and perform the Heimlich maneuver, but on yourself. Okay, let's get into today's story. On April 15th, 2018, a 56-year-old woman named Yoshika Yasutake began dusting a piano inside of her family's very small and very clean home in the English village of Helmsley. Like she always did, after dusting the outside of this piano, Yoshika lifted up the lid and began individually dusting each of the piano keys. But as she did this, she was very careful not to press down accidentally on any of the keys and make a sound. That was the last thing she wanted to do. Every time Yoshika was in charge of cleaning the house, she always dreaded getting to the piano because she was so worried about making a sound. After Yoshika had finished dusting this piano, both outside and inside, she lowered the lid and then walked over to a bookcase right next to a window and began dusting each of the books. And as she did, she began to hear out the window the sounds of birds chirping and cars driving around and people chatting. And Yoshika, when she heard this, she stopped dusting for a moment and just looked out the window at the beautiful town, all the little stone cottages that lined the road. And as she looked out there and listened to the sounds of her village, Yoshika was struck with a sadness about all the things that she was missing out on. Once, Yoshika had been a world-class pianist. She had trained at the Royal College of Music, which is one of the most prestigious institutions in London, and she used to play packed symphony halls where sometimes in the audience would be literal members of the royal family. I mean, she was a really big deal. But Yoshika didn't play the piano anymore because her younger sister, Rina, had come back home. Now, as soon as Yoshika thought of Rina, she got angry and instinctively just turned and stared at Rina's closed bedroom door, and just for a moment, Yoshika wished that Rina had not come home. because ever since Rina had come home, it was like all of Yoshika's family had decided that nothing else was important. Rina was the only thing that mattered. The Yasutake family consisted of Yoshika, as well as, of course, Rina, who was 49 years old, and they both had a brother who was 51 years old, and his name was Takahiro, and the three siblings' mother also lived with them, and she was 80 years old. As for their dad, he had passed away a few years earlier. Yoshika and Takahiro were both very impressive in their own ways. Yoshika had been this amazing pianist, and Takahiro was this amazing writer, but Rina was just on another level. Rina not only spoke fluent Greek, Latin, English, and Japanese, but she also created her own dialect of Japanese with a complete system of grammar. Rina was also this unbelievable artist, and everybody wanted to buy her paintings, but Rina would never sell, or if she did, it was quite rare, but that only created lots of hype around her artwork. It was like so valuable to get your hands on one of Rina's paintings. As a child, Rina had been awarded all these scholarships to all these prestigious private schools, and then after graduating high school, she was given a full-ride scholarship to the University of Cambridge, which is one of the most prestigious universities in the world. And so everybody assumed Rina was on track to become this world-famous artist. But there was something dark inside of Rina that no one could quite place. It only came out when she would have these sudden outbursts of anger, and people would see this side of her that just didn't line up with the rest of who she was. But these flashes of anger would often pass quickly, and so people kind of wrote it off as a byproduct of extreme genius. It was like her brain just sometimes couldn't quite handle how smart she was, and she would get mad and frustrated. But when Rina graduated from the University of Cambridge and came back home, she just was totally different. It was like something inside of her had snapped and stayed broken. A couple of days after Rina had come home, she had one of those sudden outbursts of anger, but Rina's anger never went away. She just stayed mad for days and days, and her family began asking her, like, what has gotten you so upset? But Rina refused to talk about it. And eventually, Rina just locked herself in her bedroom in the family home, and she would stay inside of there, refusing to talk to her family for weeks. And then when she did finally emerge after several weeks, it was clear Rina was just different. She basically refused to speak to anyone, family included, unless it was absolutely necessary, and she really never left the house or even her room unless it was totally necessary. And it would turn out this was not some post-college phase Rina was going through. This would become Rina's life. She basically became a total recluse inside of that bedroom for decades, to the point where the family's neighbors didn't even know Rina existed because she basically never came out of the house. Yoshika stopped staring at her sister's closed bedroom door and turned her attention back to the books on the shelf. She finished dusting them, and then after she was done cleaning the house, and so she put the duster down, and Yoshika very quietly tiptoed her way over to Rina's closed bedroom door, and very quietly she knocked. Rina hated loud noises, which is why Yoshika was no longer allowed to play the piano, because it was too loud for Rina. After Yoshika gave this light knock, she began counting in her head to 30, because Rina had told her, you do not come in right away. You knock, and you wait 30 seconds at least, and then maybe I'll let you come inside. And so Yoshika, she's counting in her head, 1, 2, 3, she gets to 25, 26, 27, and then from inside the room, Rina would tell Yoshika, okay, you're allowed to enter. Yoshika very slowly reached down, she turned the knob and opened up her sister's bedroom door, and it revealed this totally dark room, this very small, cramped space. All the shades and blinds had been drawn, and Rina was sitting on her bed, completely silent, and Yoshika, she kept her head down, being very careful not to make eye contact with Rina. She didn't want to upset her. And Yoshika, she walked into the room, she made her way to the table, and she scooped up all of Rina's dirty dishes. And then Yoshika, she turned around and began walking out again, and as she did, she tried to take a quick glimpse at whatever Rina was working on in her bedroom. Because Rina had told her family that she was working on this master work, but wouldn't really elaborate on it. And in order to work on this thing, she needed the room to be dark and the house to be silent, and she needed to focus exclusively on this master work, and the family needed to support her as she did this. But again, Rina just never really elaborated on what this masterwork was. She would just say that it was very special, and it would combine all the elements of her life, her spirit, her body, her soul. Even the family would be a part of building this masterwork. And when her family asked her, well, what do you mean? How can we support you in making this master work? Rina would just say, oh, you'll know when the time is right. Yoshika couldn't get a glimpse of the masterwork, and so she quickly turned her head back down to the ground and shuffled her way out of Rina's room and shut the door behind her. And then Yoshika, she went to the kitchen and she dumped Rina's dishes in the sink, which was totally clean to begin with, because one of Rina's rules was the house must always be immaculately clean, no dirty dish, no dust anywhere. I mean, it had to be perfect, spotless at all times, because that's the only way Rina could work on this master work. And so as Yoshika cleaned and dried off all of Rina's dishes and began putting them away, her brother Takahiro walked into the kitchen and he would say to Yoshika that it was time for them to leave the house and go to the market and buy some supplies for Rina so she can continue to work on this master work. Yoshika was immediately totally annoyed that they had to go do this because everything was all about Rina, but she kind of buried those feelings and told her brother, okay, sure, let's go. Takahiro was different than Yoshika in how he thought about their younger sister, Rina. Yoshika totally resented Rina because now that Rina was home, Yoshika basically had to give up her career as this amazing pianist in order to support Rina in this whole master work she was working on. But Takahiro, he was totally fine giving up his writing career to just focus on supporting Rina, because he really believed in Rina, and he thought that this master work she was building was going to be like the single greatest piece of art in the history of humankind. And so Takahiro felt proud to kind of be a part of it. Now, Takahiro, like the rest of his family, had no idea what this master work actually was, but Takahiro and Rina had a much better relationship than Yoshika and Rina, and so Rina would tell Takahiro the specific things that she needed in order to build this master work. And so that day, Rina had told Takahiro some things she needed, and so he and Yoshika were going to go out and get them. So Takahiro and Yoshika threw on their jackets and stepped outside, and as soon as they were out there, they both flipped their collars up and kind of concealed their faces and put their heads down because they were very careful not to make eye contact with other people. This family was already very private, but with Rina, they had been instructed to be even more private and not even really interact with the outside world. And so basically, anytime they went out in public, they would kind of hide themselves. And so Yoshika and Takahiro, they made their way to the pharmacy, they ducked their way inside, and they would purchase a bottle of surgical spirits, which is sort of like a medical alcohol. And then after buying that, the brother and sister put their collars back up, headed back outside, and they went to an old used bookstore, and they bought a book on palm reading, which is the art of studying the lines on your hands in order to tell someone's future. And when the brother and sister bought this book, even though the cashier was talking to them, they kept their heads down and didn't say a word to the cashier. And then after getting their book, the brother and sister hurried their way back home, and when they got there, the door was locked, but instead of pulling out a key and unlocking the door of their own home, the brother and sister knocked, and they waited. And then at some point, their mother came to the door, and they heard 4 locks turning, the door opened up, and then Yoshika and Takahiro walked inside, and they shut the door and then locked again the 4 deadbolts. Rina was adamant that no one in the family could carry around a key to the house. It was too dangerous because they could potentially lose the key in town, and then someone could come into their house and potentially see Rina's master work, and they couldn't have that happen. And so nobody had keys. They had to knock each time they came home. And the reason they had 4 locks on the door was, again, because Rina was very worried about somebody coming into this house and seeing what she was doing. Yoshika carried the bag with the supplies inside of it, the surgical spirits and the palm reading book, over to Rina's closed bedroom door, and instead of knocking, Yoshika just placed the bag right outside the door. She turned around and began walking away, and then as she did, she heard the sound of Rina's door opening just a crack, and Yoshika, she quickly turned around, and she saw a tiny, skinny arm reach out from behind the door. It grabbed the bag, and then pulled the bag back into the room, and the door shut and locked. Three days later, on April 18th, 2018, Yoshika was sitting in the kitchen reading a book when she overheard her brother, Takahiro, chatting with Rina. Now, Takahiro and Rina were not facing each other in the same room talking. Rina was still in her bedroom, her door was closed, and Takahiro was outside of her bedroom, and he was just sitting on the ground with his back to the door, talking through the door to Rina. Now, this was not unusual, because unlike Yoshika and Rina, who did not have a good relationship, and who really didn't talk at all, Takahiro and Rina did have a good relationship, and they would do this fairly often. They would chat through the door for like hours at a time. And so for a minute, Yoshika kind of ignored her brother and sister chatting and focused again on her book. But at some point, she began hearing what her brother was saying, and it was just totally weird. And so she put her book down and just began listening to Takahiro. And what he was saying was, how can you do that? That doesn't make any sense. How? Only your soul? How? Yoshika sensed that her brother was confused and maybe upset about something, and so she couldn't help herself. She put her book down, and Yoshika walked out to the living room and looked down at her brother to see if he would kind of give her some indication of what was going on. But when Takahiro looked up and saw Yoshika, he and Rina stopped talking, and Takahiro just shook his head, stood up, and walked away. After Takahiro was gone, Yoshika very quietly walked over to Rina's bedroom door, and just out of curiosity, she pressed her ear up against the wood and tried to listen to see if she could maybe hear Rina and catch something she was saying that would begin to explain what she had just overheard. But all she heard was the sound of Rina slowly shuffling towards the back of her bedroom where her bed was, and then it was totally silent. And so Yoshika moved away from the door and went back into the kitchen, and she sat down to read again, but she couldn't focus on the book because it was like this wave of sadness was just coming over her. And the reason Yoshika was feeling this way is she was thinking about the fact that back in the day when she was a kid, her and Rina used to be as close as sisters could possibly be, and for much of their lives they were very close. Even after Rina began this kind of reclusive lifestyle, they still, were friends, they interacted. But something happened in 2013, 5 years earlier, that totally severed their relationship for good. On that day, Rina had emerged from her bedroom, and Yoshika offered to read Rina's palm. This was something the two sisters did for each other periodically. It was like a way for them to bond. And so Rina held out her hand, and Yoshika took it, and she began tracing a long horizontal line across her palm. Now, Rina's hands were different than most people's hands. Rina had something called a simian line, which is a very rare thing on people's palms. It's like this long horizontal line that runs the length of your hand. In palm reading, a simian line can be either very good or very bad. It can indicate that the person is a visionary or a mystic, so that's the good side, or it can indicate that this person has a terrible disease or they're very aggressive, so that's the bad side. Rina knew she had the simian line, and she believed that it represented something good. She would say that she had a visionary soul. But on this particular day in 2013, the family had recently been banned from a local supermarket because Rina had actually gone to this market and gotten really upset with some staff members and totally lost her cool and screamed and yelled at them, and so they had been banned. And so Yoshika, thinking about this, she's looking at Rina's palm and she goes, oh, the simian line. Maybe this is why you were acting so aggressive at the supermarket. Maybe this means you're an aggressive person. But after Yoshika said this, Rina was so offended that she whipped her hand back and began screaming and yelling at Yoshika, calling her an idiot and saying, you don't understand the vision that I have. I'm going to show the world someday this vision, and you and those idiots down at the grocery store would never understand. And then Rina began beating and punching and kicking Yoshika, and Yoshika's screaming and trying to protect herself. And then Takahiro, the brother, had to run in and separate the two of them. Now, even though Rina was prone to these angry outbursts, this was the first time that she had lashed out physically, and so Rina's mother was concerned that Rina had some underlying condition that was causing her to lash out physically, and so she sent Rina to the doctor, and the doctor would say, there is no underlying condition that led to this. However, it seems pretty clear that Rina is having some kind of psychological breakdown and needs psychiatric treatment, maybe even hospitalization. But Rina had totally rejected this, refused to get treatment, and blamed everything on Yoshika. And then after that, Rina really stopped leaving her bedroom. She left like once every couple of months before that, but now she basically stayed in there 24/7. And at the same time, Rina had added all these new rules that her family now needed to follow to allow Rina to be able to focus on her master work while she was in her bedroom. And that included no one having house keys and adding those 4 locks to the door. Also, the family was told to learn the new dialect of Japanese that Rena had created. This way, no one would ever understand what they were talking about. It would kind of protect them even more from the evils of the outside world. Also, Rena made sure her family got rid of all of their telephones, their TVs, and their computers. And so Yoshika would sit in the kitchen for a bit longer, thinking about how sad it was that she had lost this relationship with her sister, and, Yoshika had a lot of regret about what she had said about the simian line. But eventually, like always, Yoshika just kind of pushed her feelings for Rena down, and before long, Yoshika was back to reading her book. For the next several weeks, Yoshika would see her brother, Takahiro, sitting up against the door to Rena's bedroom more often than usual, having these kind of hushed conversations through the door with Rena. Also, Yoshika began to notice that Takahiro was now cooking all of Rena's meals. Normally, their mother was the one who cooked Rena's food, but now Takahiro seemed to have taken over that task entirely. As for Yoshika, because she was primarily in charge of being the one to constantly clean the house, that meant she was the one going into Rena's bedroom and collecting her dirty dishes. And as soon as Takahiro had begun being the cook for Rena, Yoshika began to notice that more and more food was being left on Rena's plates. Basically, Rena wasn't eating as much food as she normally did, and this started to worry Yoshika. Rena was already a very small person. She was 4 foot 11 inches tall, barely 90 pounds, and Yoshika worried that, she really needs to eat. She's already so small, she can't afford to miss meals. And then one day in the middle of May, Yoshika went in to Rena's bedroom, and she saw all of her dishes were basically completely filled with the food she had been given. She basically had not touched them. And Yoshika, she really never actually spoke to Rena when she was in the bedroom, but this time she just couldn't help herself, and without even looking at Rena, Yoshika, she gathered up the plates full of food, and she said, "Rena, you need to eat more of your food." Rena didn't say anything back, and Yoshika, she just quickly turned and walked out of the room. But after that interaction, Takahiro would tell Yoshika that Rena doesn't want you going in her room ever again. And so from now on, the dishes that you would normally collect, Rena will place them right outside of the door. That way, you don't have to go inside that room. Also, around the same time, Rena, who normally would only leave her bedroom to go use the bathroom, well, she began going to the bathroom exclusively at night when her family was asleep to avoid any interaction with them. And so by this point, Rena's interactions with her family were reduced to basically zero. By early August, Takahiro and Yoshika were being sent to the store more and more often by Rena to get more of these surgical spirits, the medical alcohol. Now, neither Takahiro nor Yoshika had any idea what Rena was doing with these surgical spirits, but they knew it was their duty to support her, and so they kept buying them, and what they would do is they would come back home with these bottles, and Takahiro would barely open Rena's door, and he would tuck the bottle inside, and then Rena would take it, the door would shut, and then Rena would never give them her empty bottle. Basically, the bottle went in, and it stayed inside. Then, on August 18th of 2018, Takahiro and Rena appeared to get in some kind of a fight. Yoshika was in the kitchen, and she saw that Takahiro was sitting against the door of Rena's bedroom, and the two were having kind of a hushed conversation. And then at some point, Takahiro stood up, and he turned around and faced the door and kind of yelled into it, "I told you your soul was not enough." And then Rena said something back to him, at which point Takahiro said, "No, please, please," as if he was kind of begging with Rena to change her mind. And then before Yoshika could come over and ask Takahiro what was going on, Takahiro just opened up Rena's bedroom door and walked inside, and suddenly the house went completely silent. Yoshika was too nervous to walk over and look inside of the room, and so she just stayed in the kitchen and listened. And for 15 minutes, it was absolute silence. And then Takahiro walked out of Rena's bedroom, shut the door behind him, and he looked very calm. And at this point, Yoshika looked over at him and said, "What's going on?" And Takahiro, he would just smile and tell Yoshika that Rena's masterwork is nearly completed. And then Takahiro asked Yoshika if she remembered when Rena had said, at some point her masterwork was going to require some direct help from the family, but she said, we'll know when the time is right for us to participate. And Yoshika would say, "Yes, I remember that." And Takahiro said, well, the time is now. Then Takahiro told Yoshika that they had to go to the store and get more surgical spirits, and so really without questioning him, Yoshika went with him, they went to the store, and they would purchase 3 times the normal amount of surgical spirits that they normally would, and then when they got home, Takahiro, alone, would go into Rina's bedroom with these surgical spirits, he would shut the door behind him, and Yoshika just sat in the kitchen for about 10 minutes until Takahiro came out again, no longer carrying these surgical spirits, and he would come over to Yoshika and he would say, Rina is ready to reconcile with you. She wants you to sit by the door and talk to her. And if you do that, you can be more involved in creating her masterwork. And at this news, Yoshika felt a mixture of frustration and relief. She had never thought it was fair that Rina had so completely cut her off after that 2013 Simeon line joke she made while palm reading. Also, Rina had made Yoshika's life so difficult for so long. I mean, Yoshika had basically been forced to give up her dreams of playing the piano, and she had to give up her friends and all of her life ambitions and goals to just support Rina. But despite all of that, deep down, Yoshika missed Rina terribly. They did used to be so close. She wanted to have that relationship again. And so Yoshika walked over to Rina's closed bedroom door. She sat down against it, and at first, she didn't say anything, and Rina didn't say anything either. But then at some point, it was like the floodgates just opened, and Yoshika kind of began pouring her heart out about how sad she was, about how her and Rina's relationship had really gone south, and how she wanted to fix it. And now normally, on the rare times that Yoshika would talk through the door to Rina, like when she was trying to open it up to drop something off or whatever it was, oftentimes Rina would just start banging on something inside of the room, kind of to tell Yoshika to stop talking and go away. But as Yoshika sat there pouring her heart out to Rina through the door, the one thing Yoshika noticed was there was no pounding coming from inside the room. Rina was listening to her. And then the next day, after Yoshika and Takahiro had gone to the store again and gotten more surgical spirits and brought them back to the house, instead of just Takahiro being allowed to enter Rina's bedroom, this time Yoshika was allowed to join. And so Takahiro and Yoshika, they went into the dark bedroom, and Rina was laying on the bed, and they walked over to her, and Takahiro showed Yoshika what they needed to do. It was the last step of this masterwork project that Rina was working on. They basically needed to rub these surgical spirits all over Rina's body. Now, Yoshika didn't really understand why they were doing this, but she respected that this was part of Rina's plan, and frankly, Yoshika was just happy to be included in creating this masterwork, and so she didn't really ask any questions. And so after the brother and sister had rubbed this alcohol all over Rina for about 10 minutes, they walked back outside, they shut the door, and then Yoshika, she stayed back and sat down against the door and kind of poured her heart out again to Rina. And it was just very therapeutic. And in many ways, this was the first time that Yoshika was feeling happy again. I mean, she was finally starting to repair this relationship with Rina. And so over the next several weeks, this became Yoshika's new daily routine. Her and her brother would get all these surgical spirits, they'd come home, they'd rub them all over Rina, and then over the course of the day, Yoshika would stop by the door and chat with Rina through it, and that was it. And then on September 25th, 2018, after Yoshika and Takahiro had applied these surgical spirits to Rina's body, Yoshika told Rina that she had a very special surprise for her. Yoshika was in a really good mood this day because, one, she was feeling really good about her new relationship with her sister, but also, two, when she had gone to the pharmacy earlier with her brother, normally they didn't have any interaction with the pharmacist who sold the surgical spirits, mostly because Yoshika and her brother did their best to kind of like hide themselves and make it very clear they were not looking to talk. But on this particular day, the pharmacist had been very talkative and was trying to talk to Yoshika, and Yoshika, she decided she would talk back. Now, their conversation was not very substantive. Basically, the pharmacist finally had asked Yoshika, why are you buying all these surgical spirits? And Yoshika would say, oh, they're for my sister Rina, and, she needs more and more of them every day, and, she's working on something special, and we don't really know what it is, but this is part of it, and we know whatever she's doing, it's going to be worth it. And so even though this conversation seems kind of meaningless, for Yoshika, who had virtually no contact with other people, it was great having that little talk. And so when she came home, she just felt ready to do something special for Rina. And so after Yoshika and Takahiro had left Rina's bedroom after applying the surgical spirits, Yoshika went to go give Rina her surprise. And so Yoshika, she walked over to the family piano that was not far from Rina's bedroom door. And Yoshika, she was nervous, but she sat down on the bench and she opened up the lid and she placed her fingers on the keys. Yoshika's big surprise was she was going to play a song called The Waltz of the Flowers, which is a famous piece of classical music that was inspired by the composer's love for his sister. And so Yoshika thought this was the perfect song to finally play in this house for Rina. She'll see that I love her so much. And so Yoshika, she began to play the song, and as she did, she was constantly listening to see if Rina would start banging on something to tell Yoshika to stop. But again, she didn't. It was quiet, and so Yoshika, she played this beautiful song, and then when it was all over, again, Yoshika's listening carefully for Rina to yell out or be mad that she's playing this loud music in the house, but it was just quiet. And so again, Yoshika just felt this closeness to her sister, and before long, Yoshika felt tears of happiness coming down her cheeks. But then, as Yoshika closed the lid of the piano, she did hear a banging, but it wasn't coming from Rina's bedroom, it was coming from the front door. And then a moment later, Yoshika heard someone scream from outside the front door, "Police, open up!" But before Yoshika could go to the door to open it, her mother had ran to the door. She opened all 4 locks, but then only opened it a crack and tried to yell at the police to go away, go away. But the police, they were kind of pushing on the door, trying to get the mother to get out of the way. And Yoshika, she kind of moved over and looked through the crack. And she saw it wasn't just a couple of police officers. It was a whole army of police officers and firefighters and EMTs. There was an ambulance. And then before long, the police officer that had been yelling, open up, he finally just pushed and got the door open all the way. And then a swarm of people in uniforms flooded the home. And as soon as all these officers were in the house, they immediately began opening up every door like they were looking for something. And then finally, they got to Rina's bedroom, and they opened the door, and as soon as they did, Yoshika watched as the officers just stopped at the doorway, and they began cussing and yelling and turning their faces away. And then the officers went into Rina's bedroom, and then a minute later, they began talking on their radio, and then EMTs came into the house with a stretcher. They went into Rina's bedroom, and then before long, Yoshika, Takahiro, and their mother watched as the stretcher came out again with these officers and EMTs, and on the stretcher was Rina, and she looked terrible. Her eyes were sunken back in her head, and her skin was so pale it was practically see-through. I mean, really, she just kind of looked like a skeleton. The real story of what happened inside of that family's home would quickly become international news. And not because Rina was secretly creating a masterwork of art in her bedroom. Here's what really happened. Rina stopped eating food in April of 2018. She would say that the only thing she needed to be nourished was her visionary soul. And so basically, because she had this visionary soul, she didn't need food. That was the conversation that Yoshika had overheard between Takahiro and Rina when Takahiro was saying, "Only your soul? How? Well, he was trying to figure out how Rina was going to survive by being nourished by her soul. It didn't make any sense. Fast forward 4 months to August 18th, and again, Yoshika had overheard her brother and her sister talking through the bedroom door, except on this day, it sounded like Takahiro was fighting with Rina, because at some point he had stood up and yelled through the door, "I told you your soul wasn't enough!" And then he had busted inside of Rina's bedroom and stayed in there in silence for 15 minutes, only to come back out again and very calmly tell Yoshika that, "Don't worry, Rina is nearing the end of her master work, and we just need to go out and get her more surgical spirits." Well, it would turn out the reason Takahiro was mad and yelled through the door at Rina is because he was trying to talk to her through the door, and she wasn't talking back. And he suspected it was because she wasn't eating, and so he had yelled at her about that, and then barged into her room, only to find Rina totally unresponsive, not moving, not talking, nothing, and so he just stood there wondering what to do. And so as Takahiro is standing there, it clicks for him that now is the time. Now's the time to get involved. And so Takahiro left the bedroom, he grabbed Yoshika, they went to the pharmacy, they got more surgical spirits, they came back, and Takahiro alone went into Rina's bedroom and covered her head to toe in these spirits. because that was something she had wanted him to do before, and he believed that that's what she needed right now, because she can't talk, she can't move, she needs more of these spirits. That's going to help her visionary soul nourish her while she completes this master work. And for the next month, Takahiro and Yoshika would continue to apply these spirits to Rina's body, believing they were helping her complete her master work. On September 25th, when Yoshika and Takahiro were at the pharmacy getting more spirits, the reason this pharmacist finally struck up a conversation with Yoshika is because over time, the pharmacist had noticed that every time they came in to buy these surgical spirits, they smelled so bad. And on this particular day, when they came in, the stench was just overwhelming. And so the pharmacist finally had asked Yoshika, what are these surgical spirits for? And Yoshika would give this totally weird answer about how the spirits were for her sister, and she was working on this master work in her bedroom, and it was all going to be worth it. And so when Yoshika and Takahiro had left that day, the pharmacist was just so weirded out and alarmed by them that he called the police. And when the police arrived at the family's home, they discovered that Rina was not building a masterwork in her bedroom, she was just dead in her bed, and had been for 6 weeks. Rina died around August 18th, which is the day that Takahiro came into the room and discovered her unresponsive, which meant there was never any reconciliation happening between Yoshika and Rina. It's unclear why Takahiro had told Yoshika, hey, Rina's ready to reconcile with you, because again, Rina was dead at the time, so there's no way she would have said anything to him. And so when Yoshika was having these supposed heart-to-hearts through the door with her sister or playing music for her, that wasn't real. The only real thing that was happening is Yoshika and Takahiro, from August 18th until the end of September when the police busted into their home, they would spend nearly every day rubbing this weird medical alcohol all over their dead sister's body because that's what they believed she wanted, when in reality, all this alcohol was doing was actually mummifying her body. Yoshika, Takahiro, and their mother were all charged with preventing a proper and decent burial. As for Rina, her cause of death could not actually be determined, but based on what she looked like, they assumed she died from starvation. The court would eventually drop the charges against the family, saying that basically the family was too mentally ill to stand trial, and this was because the court had discovered that Yoshika, Takahiro, and their mother actually had not accepted that Rina was dead. They believed she was actually still alive, that all the work they had done rubbing those spirits on her had nourished her soul, and she was still working on this master work. And as of a few years ago, the family is still living in that same cottage, and it's not clear if they ever actually came to understand that Rina was in fact dead. Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast. If you enjoyed today's story and you're looking for more, you're listening ad-free on Amazon Music. In February of 1983, a young police officer arrived at what looked like a normal residential home in Mobile, Alabama. However, this officer already knew there was more to this house than met the eye. Just a few minutes earlier, an emergency medical technician who was in the home had called to tell the officer that there was something inside this house that the police really needed to see. And so this police officer opened up the front door and walked into the living room where first responders were huddled around a dead man's body. Now, this body belonged to the owner of the home. He had died by suicide, but this was not what the EMT was talking about when he said police needed to see something inside this house. And this police officer obviously knew that, so he walked past the EMTs and the body, and he went straight into the homeowner's bedroom. And as soon as he saw what was in there, he stopped, dead in his tracks. What he found was easily one of the strangest and most chilling things he'd ever encountered in his entire career. But even as he stood staring at this bizarre scene, he felt a sudden rush of hope, because he was pretty sure he had just found the answer to one of the city's most notorious crimes. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So if that's of interest to you, when the timer runs out on the follow button's parking meter, kindly offer to refill it for them. But as soon as the follow button walks away, don't refill their meter. Instead, just call a tow truck. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late in the afternoon on Wednesday, February 20th, 1980, Catherine Foster sat on the cold metal bleachers beside her university's soccer fields. The men's team at the University of South Alabama was playing a practice game, and it was very easy for Catherine to pick out her favorite player. He was the very tall and handsome one with dark and curly hair. His name was Tom Jadon, and he'd been Catherine's boyfriend for years, ever since they went to high school together in the small city of Pascagoula, Mississippi. Catherine and Tom were young, both just 18-year-old freshmen, but they were committed to each other. When they were seniors in high school, Tom received a soccer scholarship to the University of South Alabama in Mobile, so Catherine enrolled in the same school just to be near him. Catherine had earned the second highest grades in her entire graduating class, and so she could have gone to college anywhere, but realistically, it did not feel like a sacrifice for her to follow Tom to this school. The University of South Alabama was well known for its physical therapy program, which was Catherine's specialty, and so having her boyfriend there just made college that much better. While Tom and his teammates played soccer, Catherine called out to two young women looking up at the bleachers from the grass below. One was tall and thin, this was Tish O'Sullivan, and the other was shorter and more athletic looking, and her name was Jamie Kellum. And these two were Catherine's best friends, and when they saw Catherine calling to them, they smiled and rushed up to her and sat down on either side of her. And for a moment, all three young women just sat there and watched Tom and the other players out on the soccer field, but then the coach blew the whistle and called all the players to the sidelines. And so suddenly there was not soccer to watch, and so the three friends stopped looking at the field, and they just looked to each other and began chatting. Catherine had known Tish since they were in elementary school. They'd gone to the same Catholic church and the same high school in Pascagoula, but Catherine had not met Jamie until her first day of college. She and Tish had been standing in line for registration, and Jamie happened to be in front of them. They got to talking and realized Jamie was also from Pascagoula. She had just gone to a different high school. That's why they didn't know her. And so the three young women bonded over their shared background, and ever since that fateful meeting, they'd been inseparable. They all loved the energy of living in a big city for the first time, and lately, the women had been keeping an eye on a brand new mall that was under construction in downtown Mobile. Jamie leaned over and told her friends that she thought the mall was actually finally open now, and so they should go check it out the next day. Catherine and Tish loved the idea, and none of them had anything to do in the morning, so they could go shopping, have lunch, and still be back in time for afternoon classes. So they agreed to meet in the parking lot outside of Catherine's dorm building around 10 a.m. the next day. Just then, Catherine's boyfriend Tom came jogging over. He was sweaty and his curly hair was sticking to his forehead, but Catherine didn't care. She gave him a big kiss on the cheek and then took his hand. Then all four friends headed for the university dining hall for dinner before settling in for another evening of studies. The following morning, Catherine woke up before her alarm and she immediately rolled out of bed and jumped in the shower. After that, she went to her closet and picked out a comfortable outfit for the cool morning: blue jeans, brown walking shoes, and a light sweatshirt. Then she sat in front of her mirror and swiped on some eyeshadow, mascara, and lip gloss. She blow-dried her curly light brown hair, thought about putting it up in a ponytail, but ultimately decided she liked it better down. And so Catherine was ready, early, like always. But just then, at about 9:30 a.m., she heard a knock at her door, and so she went to answer it. She smiled when she saw Jamie standing there. Jamie said she knew she was early, but she figured Catherine would be ready too, and she was right. Catherine laughed at how well they knew each other, and then the pair walked out to Jamie's car. But before they actually got to the car, Catherine stopped and said she had forgotten her purse. So she turned and ran back to her dorm to grab it while Jamie waited. Jamie leaned against the side of her vehicle and crossed her arms over her chest against the morning chill. After a few minutes, when still Catherine had not come back outside again, Jamie was so cold that she climbed inside of her car and turned it on, put on the heat, and turned on some music. And as she was sitting there waiting, it started to feel like Catherine was taking a really long time. Jamie thought about maybe going inside to check on her, but she told herself, Catherine's fine, she'll be out in a second. But after 3 more songs played, and still Catherine had not come back out again, Jamie really started to get worried. But just then, she looked up and noticed Tish walking across the parking lot towards her, and so Jamie rolled down the window and actually yelled to Tish, like, "Hey, come over here." And so Tish, sensing something was wrong, she ran over. And when the two women linked up, Jamie explained that Catherine had apparently lost her purse and gone back inside, but that was like 15 minutes ago, and she still had not come back yet. Tish agreed that was weird, and it was not like Catherine to suddenly abandon her friends. And even if Catherine could not find her purse, and that was the reason it was taking so long, she would have come back by now to tell them that was what was going on so they wouldn't worry. Also, remember, these were the days before cell phones, so a phone call or text message was just not an option. Tish could only think of one explanation. Maybe Catherine had run into her boyfriend, Tom, and decided to go hang out with him instead. It was definitely strange that Catherine never returned to let Jamie know, but the girls knew Catherine was head over heels in love with her boyfriend, and so that did kind of seem like something that could happen. Jamie nodded at this idea and agreed that Catherine could have dumped them for her boyfriend. But Tish had a class with Catherine later that afternoon, and so they'd be able to figure out what happened then. So Tish and Jamie, after waiting for a few more minutes and still not seeing Catherine, they decided to just go ahead with their shopping trip without Catherine. Tish got into the car, and the two young women pulled out of the parking lot and headed for the new mall in downtown Mobile. Later that afternoon, Tish burst into the university library. She walked quickly down the rows of books until she found Tom sitting alone at a table with his head in a textbook. Tish sat next to him and tried to keep her voice at a whisper as she asked Tom where on earth Catherine was. But Tom just stared at her and said he didn't know, because he hadn't seen his girlfriend all day. He thought she'd gone shopping with Tish and Jamie that morning, and he assumed that right now she likely just got out of her afternoon class. Tish suddenly felt panicked. She told Tom that Catherine actually didn't go shopping with them that morning because she basically just kind of abandoned them, and she didn't show up to class, and she wasn't in her dorm room now. Nobody had seen her since before 10 a.m., and so now Tish and Jamie were running all around campus looking for her. Tom did look alarmed, but he told Tish there had to be a reasonable explanation here. He closed his textbook and thought for a moment. He said the only thing that could make Catherine miss class would be an emergency, which made him wonder if maybe something had happened with Catherine's family back in Pascagoula. Tom asked Tish if she had called Catherine's parents, and Tish said no, but she would right now. And sure enough, she rushed out of the library and headed towards her dorm room where she could use the phone. That evening, Sergeant Wilbur Williams was working dispatch at the Mobile police station. He was one of the younger cops with a dark brown mustache and a police hat that actually looked like it was 2 sizes too big on him. When the phone rang, he picked it up and he heard a woman's frantic voice on the other end. She introduced herself as Joanne Foster. She said her daughter, Catherine, was a freshman at the University of South Alabama. Right away, Sergeant Williams' ears perked up. He'd actually graduated from the same university. Mrs. Foster continued, saying she'd received a call from one of her daughter's closest friends, telling her that Catherine had not been seen since earlier that morning. And Mrs. Foster said her daughter was not at home, so she had no idea where she was. Sergeant Williams listened, but he actually was not that concerned. He told Mrs. Foster that, because of partying and all these new experiences all around them, that it's pretty common for college freshmen to sort of drop off the map for a few hours from time to time. The sergeant promised the panicked mother that she really did not need to worry, that her daughter would show up. And on the off chance that she did not show up, the Mobile police would launch an investigation. But only after 24 hours had passed. That was the department policy. 24 hours later, on Friday, February 22nd, Sergeant Williams found himself back on his old college campus. The cement sidewalks and tall red brick buildings were familiar and made him nostalgic for his college days. And it would have been a whole lot better to be back here if it were not under such bad circumstances. Catherine Foster still had not been located after almost a day and a half, so the Mobile PD had officially opened up a missing person investigation, and Sergeant Williams was in charge. Now, Sergeant Williams still believed that Catherine would show up soon on her own, but he could see that all of Catherine's friends were very worried about her. In fact, Tom, Tish, and Jamie were so worried about her that they had all individually contacted campus security about her disappearance. So Sergeant Williams decided he would begin his investigation by speaking with those 3 first. He started with Jamie, but really Jamie didn't know much. She explained how Catherine had left her to go get her purse that Thursday morning, but then never came back. And Jamie said, since then, she's just been looking for Catherine like the rest of her friends. Tish knew even less than Jamie did. All she could say was that Catherine missed her afternoon class on Thursday and was absent from classes that Friday morning, which was apparently really out of character for Catherine. Finally, Sergeant Williams talked to Tom. Tom would say that he and Catherine spoke every single day, and so it was totally unlike her to go this long without speaking to him. Sergeant Williams appreciated the information Jamie, Tish, and Tom provided, but it really wasn't that much. And so after speaking to Tom, Sergeant Williams spent the afternoon just kind of walking around campus, speaking to Catherine's teachers and classmates, seeing if anybody knew anything. But nobody had any information that could actually help find Catherine. And so by nightfall, Catherine was still missing, and Sergeant Williams had no idea where to look for her. The following day, Saturday, February 23rd, Tish marched arm in arm with about 50 other students, including Tom and Jamie. They joined a volunteer search party to look for Catherine under the supervision of Sergeant Williams and another officer. The search party had already scanned the entire main campus, but they'd found nothing. So around 10 a.m., 48 hours since Catherine was last seen, the police expanded their search to forested areas surrounding the university. Tish and the other volunteers kept their arms hooked together as they made their way through the trees. The police had told them that even something as tiny as a hair clip could help them find Catherine. So Tish kept her eyes locked on the crunchy brown grass, watching for anything out of the ordinary. Then, from far down the line of students, Tish heard someone scream out in terror. Her stomach dropped as she watched two police officers run towards the commotion. Without thinking, Tish just followed them and ran headfirst into the most horrifying thing she'd ever seen. Her best friend, Catherine, was there, lying on her back in the grass, motionless. Everything about her looked pristine. She was wearing her favorite blue jeans sweatshirt, her hair was fanned out around her face, her makeup wasn't even smudged. It almost looked like Catherine had just laid down for a nap, except for the puddle of blood beneath her head. Suddenly, Tish heard another student scream, and she watched Jamie drop to her knees and sob into her hands. As more people joined the crowd, Tish saw Tom running up to see what was going on. But before Tom could get a glimpse of his girlfriend, Sergeant Williams began pushing the students back and grabbed Tom by the arm. The sergeant told him this was a crime scene now, and so they had to secure the area.
Catch my vibe, I'm about to reignite. Catch my vibe, I'm about to reignite. As I carry go.
I'm always down to compete.
I hope you burn, burn, baby, burn. It's your turn to veil the guilt and ashes. You branded my back with the fire to last wish. I want you to burn.
Trust me, I've got your back.
Lock the door behind me, show no proof. With gloves worn tightly, reek of booze. They'll never find the proof that I poured gasoline. Knocked you, oh father. Wanna hear it choke. Son walks in his home to throw a man to ashes. Father turns to ash, 'cause there's no such thing as hell. But if there was, you'd be the first to burn. Burn, baby, burn. It's your turn to veil the guilt and ashes. You branded my back with the fire to last wish. I want you to burn. Watch it all burn.
This is Stiletto. We authorize. Send it.
I've covered you, trust me. Remember when you said I looked gay? I was only in the 5th grade. All the words you spit are ingrained. Made it sin and not think straight. Treat a woman like a piss weight. You could never make a mistake. Guess you passed along the sick brain. Now you're gonna feel this pain. Hey, shut the fuck up, that piss drunk brat's about to kick your ass. What goes around hits back. Guess your kid's gone mad. Look at my wrist, look bad. It's everybody's fault but yours. No one to call you. That's what I like to see. Your head die as a martyr. An alcoholic who couldn't look farther. You could forget the past, but some memories last. It's time to get rid of the guilt that I've harbored. Yes, I want you to burn. Burn, baby,
I got you
burn.
covered.
It's your turn to feel the guilt and ashes. You branded my back with the fire to last wish it be. I just wanna watch you. Burn, burn, baby, burn. It's your turn to veil the guilt and ashes. You branded my back with the fire to last wish. I want you to burn. Watch it all burn. If you're scratching on the surface, try to find a purpose. I wonder what the depth will find. Trapped inside the prison of my mind, and I'm sick of messing up, but forgetting now. Every time I try to stop, I fall apart. Lost in I'm searching for a glimpse of hope. Believe in me.
inbound. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Go get hunting. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Mates redeploying. Well done. Returning you to the front. Earn this. You've got reinforcements inbound. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Friendly Guardian is active. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Bounty targets identified. Weapons free. Got gas moving in. end game. Get ready. You're redeploying. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Gas is closing in. Get your squad to the safe zone. No one gets left behind. Bounty targets marked. Kill them all. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. weapons. We'll be deploying shortly. Up fast, we're about to get evil. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate squad mates back on station. Good work. Gas is closing in. Alright, your squad's in the safe zone. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Secure the supply boxes. Locations are marked on your attack map. One supply box down. 2 remain. Enemies dropping into the AO. Marking the rest of them. Go get your revenge. You've got reinforcements inbound. Gas is moving. Your squad made it to the safe zone. contract. Positive ID on the bounty targets. Hunt them down.
Placing Claymore.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. You're losing ground. Move it.
Requesting recon flyover.
Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Fire sale's done. Prices are back to normal.
Clear spot.
Phoenix 2-3 visual on the target. Strike inbound.
them skill arty. Thunderball, some give it to, some give it to, some give it to our girls. 5 million and 40 naughty shorty. Baby girl, all my girls, all my girls. Thunderball say, well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Because the girl them broke out on the floor. From you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't wanna man where can't turn you on. Girl, make I see you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, not eat no yam, no steamed fish, no green banana. But down in Jamaica we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Bumper expose and girl, you got the chest out, but you know we out, cause girl, you impressed out. And if it is out of me, if it is out, cause I got the remedy for make it stress out. Me have a flat to become me God bless out. And girl, if you want it, you have to confess out. And a life where we need set speed, if it is to my chest out. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Girl, don't some crazy now. This straight drop it and a Bridget and flavor show. Time for we make baby now. So stop boy like you, I get shady, yo. Woman, don't play me now, cause I'm a fits and fat, not greedy, yo. My loving is the way to go. My loving is the way to go. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. When they roll with a player like me, with a brother like me, girl, there is no other. No need to talk it right here, the spark it right here, keep it undercover. Come and love how you fit in your blouse and you fat in your jeans, I'm a wild discover. Everything about you, baby girl, can you hear when me utter? Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Because the girl them broke out on the floor. From you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't wanna man where can't turn you on. Girl, make I see you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, nah eat no yam, no steamed fish, no green banana. But down in Jamaica we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom.
can live without. Yeah, I'm the girl you've been waiting for. Have you down on your knees or have you begging for more? You probably thought I wouldn't get this far. You thought I'd end up in the back of a car. You probably thought that I'd never escape. I'd be around in a cage and be enslaved in this place. You don't know how hard I fought to survive, waking up alone when I was left to die. And you don't know about this life I've led, all these roads I walk, all these stairs I blood. So how can this be? You pray, you your hook that's all becoming. And all your trust that you placed on me was a reflection of discovery. So maybe next time when you cast your stones from the shadows of the dark unknown, you will crawl from your hiding place and take a look in the mirror. See that's all on your face. So can this be? You cry under me. There's a look in your eyes. Who knows just what that means? I can be your everything. I can be your heart. I am the star you created. I am the center. I am your heart. Let me tell you something, baby. You love me for everything. You hate me for.
Somebody truck in a farmer's field, a no trespass sign. Time to kill. Nobody's gonna get hurt. So what's the big deal? Somebody truck in a farmer's field, somebody there sitting on.
Use this time for some target practice. Real thing's coming soon. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back. Contract complete. All supply boxes secured.
Money here.
You got a loadout drop inbound. Move to the safe zone. Friendly Guardian is active. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Loadout drop headed your way. Enemies dropping into the Our crew lost power.
Moving to my mark.
Hostile Guardian have been deployed. back on station. Good work. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
wanna take a late night drive, but you cannot escape it. Ain't no changing places, and I'm so tired of it. Can we swap the station? It's just the same thing every time, it never changes. Got the windows down and I might seem fine, but I heard this song for the 19th time. You think by now that I would be done with singing it, but I'm not, cause I ain't got done with drinking yet. So pour me another one, let's do this another night, and act like everything is when it's not alright. I don't wanna argument, I don't wanna start a fight, because you're the only one that I want in life. Cause I won't have this go no other way. The way you make me feel, something that I can't explain. Cause I still love you and that won't go away. Until the day I die, that shit ain't gon' never change. Oh, 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 you're the only one I want, and I won't let you go, go, go. No, 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 so pour me another one, let's do this another night, and act like everything is when it's not alright. I don't wanna argument, I don't wanna start a fight, because you're the only one that I want in life. Cause I won't have this go no other way. The way you make me feel, something that I can't explain. Cause I still love you and that won't go away. Until the day I die, that shit ain't gon' never change.
Check your weapons, check your gear. We're holding for deployment. Enemies dropping into the AO. All stations, green light. We are deploying to the war zone. Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill. You have a buy station inbound.
Hostile mosquito is online.
Enemy soldier incoming. Go get hunting. squad left. Keep up the good work. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. back on station. Good work. Members are in the safe zone. Back on station. Good work. Enemy soldier incoming.
Moving this way.
Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Resurgence has closed. No more second chances. Got resources inbound. Friendly UAV overhead. Our UAV tower is offline. Off schedule. Less than 25, we're still standing. They hit us hard that time. Let's regroup and get back up there, yep?
I drive anything, yeah. Buy my range, yeah. Make them go insane, yeah. My guillotine, drape from melazine, taking beams, yeah. Go to those extremes, let's go, Parliament, calamari wins, yeah. Parlay in Vegas, we was in attendance, let's go, before the business.
Switch states, touchdown foreign plates. Switch, ain't no way, ain't no fucking way. No, we come to play, we didn't come to play. No, rob the bank, we gon' rob the game. Again, they gang, we gang. But they are not the same. We bang Percocet, yeah. Miley Percocet, big firm. Percocet, yeah. Miley Percocet, big firm. Rep the set, yeah. Gotta rep the set, gang, gang. Chase a chick, never chase a bitch. Big firm. Mask on, yeah. Fuck it, mask on. Big firm. Mask on, yeah. Fuck it, mask on. Big firm. Percocet, yeah. Miley Percocet, big firm. Chase a chick, yeah. Never chase a bitch. Big firm. Mask on, fuck it, mask on. Mask on, fuck it, mask on. Mask on, fuck it, mask on. Gas gone, never nod off.
stations. This is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized. Drop headed your way. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now. Squad mates redeploying.
Hostiles deploy the mosquito.
SMG mark.
Losing ground. Bounty targets are up. Get after them.
Hostile mosquito is online. Hostiles deploy the
Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Mr. Nice Guy, they say he's sick, he's a sea.
Top 25, well done. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six. revive station is available. We are returning you to the front. Earn this. Enemies dropping into the AO.
What's up, mate? Wow, I'm impressed with your streams. That's amazing. I must say you played exceptionally well. Keep it up. I can come along with my friends for your next stream, but ill love. To know more about your channel, pal, add me on Discord. My username is Zagam0775. Thank you for the follow at Dana133. At Dana133 just followed. What's up, mate? Wow, I'm impressed with your streams. That's amazing. I must say you played exceptionally well. Keep it up. I can come along with my friends for your next stream, but ill love. To know more about your channel, pal, add me on Discord. My username is Zagam0775.
We're about to get evil. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment. Resurgence. Stay alive to keep your squad in the fight. Squad mates redeploying. Well done. Drops on the way. Field upgrade here. Friendly mortar strike inbound. Targets are KIA. Well done. Enemies dropping into the AO. about to end. Make it count. Got gas moving in.
darkness.